Okay. Evolution. By Jaxxon. Part 1, What kind of Pokemon are you? 3 years ago, I was on top of the world. Ash Ketchum, Pokemon Master. There I was, Indigo Stadium, waiting to challenge Gary for the title. Misty, Brock, and Tracy were cheering me on when Pikachu took down Gary's final Pokemon. That had to be the best day of my life. Then, we went our separate ways. Brock went back to Pewter to build a breeding center, but Tracy stayed in Pallet for a year with Professor Oak before returning to the Orange Islands. Misty left for Cerulean, though she often sent me letters asking about her bike. My prize money from the league was enough to cover it, but I hope I can use the debt to my advantage. After all, she did say, and I quote, "Ash Ketchum, I'm not going to leave you until you pay me for my bike." Empty threat, I know, but a guy can hope. We eventually did get back together about a year ago, but it wasn't quite the same. Tracy had discovered several new varieties of Pokemon and offered to take me there someday. And as for Brock, he was in a steady relationship and was talking about marriage. Marriage and Brock was not a concept I could handle. Neither was Charles, Misty's boyfriend. He reminded me of something Mook spat up when he was sick, except not as minty fresh. I have no idea what she sees in the guy. No, wait, I do. $signs. I never thought of Misty as being shallow, but then everyone is full of surprises, especially me. After retiring my title 2 years ago, I became Professor Oak's aide. So, between work and school, I never had any time for traveling, which made our reunion so important. Well, that was history, now on to current events. The day started like any other, a Pidgey announcing the rising of the sun, a fresh layer of dew on the grass, and Pikachu shocking me. "Pikapi," he shouted at me after he fried my bed. I'm up, I yawned as I slowly slid out of bed. "Honey," my mom called from downstairs, "you better hurry or you'll be late for school." "All right, Mom," I called back. Between her, Pikachu, and Mimi, I've never been late to class since returning from the Pokemon League. After taking a shower to get rid of the burnt smell, I managed to get in a quick breakfast before leaving for school. School went by just fine. Except for a little argument with Gary about which was the best water Pokemon, the day was pretty much routine. Then, I went to work. "Ash, I want to show you something," Professor Oak told me as Pikachu and I entered the lab. "What is it, Professor?" I asked. I saw he had a couple of rocks on the lab table, which I identified as the evolutionary stones. "First, tell me what you know about these stones," Professor Oak told me. He was always testing my knowledge to make sure I was actually learning. "Well, the fire, water, thunder, and leaf stones generally evolve Pokemon of the same category as the stone or turn them into the category of the stone," I answered. "And the moon stone?" he asked. "It only evolves certain normal Pokemon, but rarely changes type classification." "Very good," Professor Oak congratulated me. "I see you've finally been studying." He picked up one of the stones off the table. From coloring, I could tell it was a moon stone. "Now how does the moon stone affect the Pokemon Eevee?" he asked. "It doesn't, sir." I was getting an idea what his latest project was going to be. "Well, we're going to see if we can change that," he said as he led me to another part of the lab. Inside this room was lots of heavy machinery. "This device will alter the molecular structure of the stone so that it affects a greater variety of Pokemon," he told me as he placed into the machine. "The process is going to take several hours." I figured in the meantime, we could find a volunteer for the experiment. We left the lab and spent the next 3 hours searching through the Eevees in his reserve for one willing to take place in the experiment. When we finally won willing, he told me that the stone was also ready. We then walked back into the lab. That's when everything went wrong. "Prepare for trouble," a familiar voice said after we had shut the door. "And make it double. Won't you two ever grow up?" I sighed as Pikachu leaped onto my shoulders. "Don't interrupt us while we're saying our motto," Jessie shouted at me. Forget the stupid motto, Meowth said as he jumped between the door and Professor Oak. Just grab dat Pikachu and Eevee too. What about our motto? James whined. It's tradition. I think some traditions need to be changed, Meowth snapped at him. Like our losing streak. I don't have time for this, I sighed. Pikachu, thundershock these three to kingdom. Professor Oak put his hand over my mouth before I could finish the order. Not in here, he said as he pointed to the now glowing moonstone. Enough of this bickering, Jessie shouted to her partners. We came to steal that Pikachu, and that's what we're going to do. Arbok, go. Please, not here, Professor Oak pleaded. Sure, old man, Jessie laughed. Just tell the twerp to hand over his Pikachu. Not on your life. I shouted back. How about yours? James replied as he released Weezing. We need to get them away from that stone, Professor Oak told me as he ran towards Meowth and the door. And where's you think you're going? Meowth asked as he tripped Professor Oak. During this time, the idea of actually fighting these two morons crossed my mind. That was my first mistake. This was my second. We got to risk it, I told Pikachu. Thunder Wave, now. I had hoped that the attack would paralyze the Pokémon without damaging the machinery. I was wrong, dead wrong. One by one, different panels began to blow up on the machines. One of the first actually sent Jessie and James out the window. And while they blasted off for the umpteenth time, I was busy trying to save Pikachu, Eevee, and the professor. Lucky for us, Meowth ran out the door when the place became one giant bomb. As the others made it out the door, I felt something very hard hit me in the back of the head. I don't remember much after that except Pikachu screaming, Pikapi. Then everything went dark. When I finally woke up, the world looked different, taller to more precise. Professor, I called. As I tried to sit up, a massive headache forced me back down. Oh, you're awake, a voice said when I heard a door open. I looked over and saw Nurse Joy walk towards me. I didn't know you also treated humans, I commented. The look on her face reminded me of Misty in the Viridian Forest. Professor Oak didn't say you could talk, she said. And how many 16-year-olds do you know that are mute? I replied sarcastically, but she was beginning to frighten me. I think I better tell him you're awake, she said as she left the room. After she left, I sighed as I lied back down. When I turned my head to its side, I noticed an image in polished bed rails. Oh boy, I saw the Pikachu's image mouth. He's in here, Professor, I heard Nurse Joy say from behind the door. When Professor Oak came in, Pikachu was running behind him. Pikapi, he asked when he saw who was in the bed. It's me, Pikachu, I told him. Professor Oak, what's happened to me? In the explosion, he replied, the hybrid moonstone was blown out of the machine and hit you in the back. I never thought that it could affect humans. Can you change me back? I asked. Trying to remain calm was at the top of my mind, but I didn't know how much longer I'd stay rational. I don't know if I can, he sighed. Under his breath, I heard him murmur something. I just laid in the bed silent. Millions of thoughts raced through my mind. What am I supposed to do now? Live in the forest with wild Pokémon or stay in Pallet with Mom or Professor Oak? What is Mom going to say? What will Misty say? It was the final thought that scared me to death. Can I be captured? Professor Oak must have seen the look on my face because he started to rub the back of neck. Did he seriously think I am Pokémon? It'll be all right, Ash, he tried to comfort me. All right? I shouted. I may be stuck as a Pikachu for the rest of my life, and all he could say was all right. You need to calm down, he told me. Outside the frosted glass window on the door, I noticed a small crowd gathering, but at the time, I just didn't care. When your life has been ruined by two morons and a talking Meowth, then you can tell me it'll be all right. I continued. It was at this time that the room started to shrink to a more normal size. Ash. Professor Oak finally spoke once the room stopped shrinking. You're human again. I demanded a mirror to confirm his statement. When he handed it to me, I was greeted by my own face. Never thought I could be happier to see this face, I commented as I checked to make sure I was fully human again. Maybe it was just something temporary, he said as he pulled out his modified Pokédex. Scan and identify. We waited for several minutes before it gave a response. Error in processing. Scanner malfunction, it chirped. Suggest maintenance immediately. Ignore diagnostic, Professor Oak sighed. Just give the findings. Subject identified as Trainer Ash Satoshi Ketchum of Pallet Town, it replied. Subject identified as unlisted Pokemon, type unknown. So, I'm still a Pokemon? I asked the professor. If my Pokédex is not actually malfunctioning, he replied, yes. At least I still look human, I commented as I picked the mirror back up. I think we should run some tests tomorrow, Professor Oak told me as I tried to stand up. Go home and get some sleep. I'll inform your mother and teachers that you will be absent from school tomorrow due to a lab accident. At least you're not lying, I replied as I tried to steady myself on the bed rail. I was still very dizzy from the ordeal. Have you told Mom anything about this? Only that you were in an accident and you are okay, he replied. I'll drive you home. Isn't funny how everything works out? Take a young boy from a town in the middle of nowhere, and you have a Pokemon master. Take that same boy and make him the assistant of the most famous Pokemon researcher in the world, and you have a new species of Pokemon. Well, after a good night of sleep, I woke up the next morning thinking it all was just a crazy dream. That is, until Professor Oak showed up to take me to his lab. These tests should only take a few minutes, he said as I waited in his Pokemon analyzer, one of the few pieces of large equipment that survived yesterday's little accident. Let's see, I heard him murmur from behind the control panel. Analyze for probably type. A pale blue light swept over my body. It kind of tickled a bit. Test subject type unknown, it replied. All right, check for possible related Pokemon, Professor Oak instructed. After the scanning light passed over me again, the machine replied, possible relation to subject number 151. Number 151. I asked. Isn't that Mew? Yes, Professor Oak grimaced, but it was a definite type, psychic. After pushing a few buttons, Professor Oak instructed to scan for attacks and abilities. This time a dark crimson light scanned me. Subject known attacks are as follows, transform, teleport, it replied. Subject possesses one unknown ability. Professor Oak sighed at that announcement. I better call Bill in on this, he informed me. It would be easier if there were not so many anomalies in your attributes. Sorry for being so difficult to identify, I replied. How about next time I just turn into something simpler, like a Celebi? Professor Oak shot me a glance of unamusement. This is serious, Ash. You think I don't know that? I almost shouted back. I was having a hard time controlling my anger, but under the circumstances, I think I was allowed a little leeway. I'm doing the best I can, he told me. Right now, the most we can hope for is to identify as many of your attributes as possible. Now I have a more scan to do. I sighed as another light, this time yellow, scanned me. Test subject at level 5, it informed us. A purple light scanned me, and its results rang through the entire lab. Test subject capable of further evolution. That was it. I had it now. Okay, I'm a Pokemon. That's difficult, but I can accept it, eventually. After all, for practical purposes, I'm still a human. But wait, there's more. There's always more. I can evolve, oh joy. I can turn into some freakish creature if the conditions are met for evolution. My only hope was that the conditions were something that was forced. Can this thing tell how I'll evolve? I asked. No, Professor Oak replied. Bill would know if there's a device that can do that. I left the test chamber and walked over to the window. A flock of Spiros was flying through the air. They reminded me of a day 6 years ago that changed my life. Maybe this thing was just another step in my Pokemon adventure that Brock once told me about. As I was deep in my thoughts, I didn't notice Professor Oak walk up behind him. I know this must be difficult for you, he said. You have no idea, I thoughtlessly replied. Come on, Professor Oak said as he headed to the door. I think we should test your abilities. Try and concentrate, he instructed me. We had spent the past hour trying to repeat the Pikachu incident, but weren't having much success. Following his advice, I cleared my thoughts of everything but Pikachu. I remembered the first day of being a trainer. How Pikachu refused to be in his Pokeball. How he disobeyed all my commands. How we had to run from those Spiros. How we met Misty. Very good, Ash, Professor Oak said, breaking my train of thought. But I thought we were going for Pikachu. Huh? I blankly asked. You're a Tentacruel, he replied holding up a mirror. I guess thinking about Misty allowed me to change into her favorite water Pokemon. Now, care to do that again? Professor Oak asked. I found that if I had the Pokemon that I was transforming into in front of me helped me. When it was time for me to head home, I had managed to turn into 10 types of Pokemon and 2 of them were from memory, Pikachu and Tentacruel. Professor Oak told me that I should go back to school tomorrow and that we would work on my teleportation in our next session. Earth to Ash, Gary called to me during history. Huh? I replied as I awoke from my daydream. I was thinking about when I transformed into a Pidgey and flew over some of the reserve. You seemed out of it, he informed me. Better not let Mr. Fields catch you like that. Right, I replied. Mr. Fields had a special place for me. It was called detention. Mr. Ketchum, I heard from the front of the class. Yes, sir. I replied. Since you were the last league champion, he answered, will you please tell us who was the first female champion? Kristen Locks, I replied. I see you are actually paying attention, he said as he went back to talking about the traditions of the Indigo League. While normally I would be listening to him, I had more important things on my mind other than the number of steps to the torch. After about 3rd PRD, Gary started asking me what was wrong. He had noticed I had been spaced out for most of my classes since we had the same schedule. I simply told him that Professor Oak had a big experiment planned for this afternoon. He accepted that as a valid answer since he often commented that we both got too wrapped up with our work. I managed to get through most of the day without drawing more attention to myself. After school, ran to the lab and found Professor Oak waiting inside his den when I arrived. My teleport skill seemed to develop more rapidly than my transform skill. After half an hour, my range was the entire town of Pallet. I wanted to see how far I could teleport, but Professor Oak wanted me to work on transforming. I spent the rest of time before I went home working on some of the attacks of my other forms. I managed a Thunder Shock as Pikachu and a Poison Sting as Tentacruel. The exercises wore me, so when I got home, I went to bed. Since the next day was Saturday, I spent most of the day with Professor Oak and Bill who arrived that morning. And you say the analyzer can't ID his type? Bill asked when he was examining me. No, Professor Oak replied. A comparative analysis suggested he was related to a Mew. You do know I'm in the room, don't you? I asked them. What about that unknown ability? Bill asked, ignoring my comment. I thought it would be best to wait until you arrived before testing it, Professor Oak replied. I think they've lost it, Pikachu, I commented as the two went on to discuss me. Pika, he sighed in agreement. I decided to leave the two scientists to their discussion. I walked out to the reserve and thought about that unknown ability. I wasn't paying much attention to what was going on around me. A swarm of Scythers slowly began to surround me. It wasn't until they let out their battle cry that I noticed what was happening. Scyther. As if on reflex, I quickly discharged a massive thundershock to the swarm. When I saw that all but their leader were down, I gave him a poison sting. Between the thundershock and poison shot, Scyther collapsed on the ground. Pikapi. Pikachu remarked when he saw the Scythers. Guess I can use the attacks even when I'm human, I commented. Ash, you are all right? Professor Oak cried when he and Bill came running out of the lab. Yeah, I replied. I think I figured out that unlisted attack. I would love to hear about, Bill said as we walked back inside. Well, I explained, when the swarm first attacked me, I thundershocked them. Then when only the leader was standing, I gave him a poison sting. Sounds like you can use your transformed attacks when you are in your natural state, Professor Oak replied. Dittos don't possess that ability, Bill continued, but we've never been able to thoroughly study a Mew before. I know that they are able to transform, but they usually used psychic attacks when in their natural state. All this science talk was giving me a headache. Sure, I hope to become Pokemon researcher eventually, but a 16-year-old can only take so much at one time. So, while Bill and Professor Oak went on to theorize about my abilities, I made a fridge raid. After discovery that it was filled with Pokechow and tofu, I searched the pantry for anything edible. Finding nothing, I decided now would be the best time to go home. Mom, I'm home, I called as Pikachu and I walked in the front door. I'm in the kitchen, she replied. We've got company. I walked in the kitchen to see who was here. Hey, Brocco, I greeted my friend who was eating some soup Mom had made. Ash, it's been a while, he replied. Man, have I got a lot to tell you. Like what? I asked. I'll leave you two alone, Mom told us after she placed a bowl of soup in front of me. She then went to the den. You remember when I told you that it was getting serious between me and Susie? I was seeing where this was going but decided to play dumb. I'd learned they generally tell you all the details instead of assuming you know them anyway. Yeah, I replied. So, what? Well, Brock said as a big smile covered his face, we're getting married in 3 months. I knew this was coming, there were signs. First, Brock now had a successful business in pewter with a steady income. Second, Susie started working with him shortly after he started his breeding center. This also meant that they would be together almost as much as Misty and me were 4 years ago. Finally, Brock always had a crush on her, even after we parted paths. Still, it didn't comfort me much. Brock's getting married, which meant the world would end soon. Or the milk tanks would be showing up soon along with flying swine-ups. Congratulations, I simply replied. What else could I say? I wanted to know if you would be my best man, he asked. You bet, I replied. Thanks, he beamed. Just remember to get that mop you call haircut. What's wrong with my hair? I demanded. Ash, he chided, you haven't combed it since you were 10. Don't you think you should get a new style? Why tamper with perfection? I replied. Now you're starting to should like Team Rocket, Brock laughed. Is Misty going to be in the wedding? I asked. Yes, Brock replied. I could almost swear his smile was getting bigger now. She's going to be the maid of honor. I had a feeling that I would get some joke about this soon. Brock always thought that we would make the perfect couple. Too bad Misty didn't feel the same way. Maybe you'll get lucky and catch the garter, Brock laughed, and Misty will catch the bouquet. For who, Charles? I replied. I guess you haven't heard then. She dumped the chump, he informed me. It took a minute for that little bit of information to sink in. Ash, you okay? I glanced at Brock. Yeah, I weakly replied. I just wasn't expecting that. Here's your chance, he coached. I know you've had a crush on her since you both were 10. Go for it, man. I just grimaced. If only I had known about this a week ago, before the accident. I'll have to think about it, I sighed. What's to think about? Brock asked. Something's come up, I replied. Oh, do you have a girlfriend you never told me about? He laughed. I didn't respond. That's not it, is it? He asked. No, it's not that, I replied. I just don't think a long-distance relationship would work out. Whatever, Brock sighed. He put his hand on shoulder. Just remember, he continued. She is going to find someone else if you don't do something. I know, I replied as Mom walked back into the kitchen. Ash, she said, Professor Oak is at the door. Before I could reply, Professor Oak was standing in the doorway. Ash, he urgently told me, I must speak with you immediately. I led him to the den and sat down on the couch. I had a feeling this wasn't going to be good news. Bill and I have done a more thorough scan on your DNA, he explained. We thought that maybe you could filter out the new genes with the use of the Pokeball transporter. Unfortunately, you do not have any new genes. Your genes were completely altered. It's a miracle that you still even look human. Are you saying that this is permanent? I demanded. At the moment, yes, he answered. I remained silent. I felt like my life had just been given its death sentence. Permanent. That word meant I could never be human again. I think we should tell your mother, he said, breaking my thoughts. Just as he was about to call my mother into the room, I stopped him. Professor, can I be captured? I don't know, he sighed, but you will need to be catalogued. Number 252, that's me, I remarked. Professor Oak shook his head trying not to laugh at the comment. I'll refrain from posting a picture, he told me. Wouldn't want every trainer hounding you to capture you. And my name? I replied. I think the title, Ash Ketchum, would draw some attention. Maybe I should forego the Pokédex entry for now, then, he conceded. I should talk to my colleagues about it first. I would appreciate that, I replied. Now, Mom, can you come in here? Brock and Mom came into the room. Brock, this is a private matter, I told him. Would you mind waiting in the kitchen? All right, he replied. Actually, I should head to the Pokemon Center to get a room. Nonsense, Mom told him. You can stay in the guest room. Thanks, Mrs. Ketchum, he replied as he left us to our discussion. Professor Oak took a deep breath before beginning. Mrs. Ketchum, I told you that there was an accident in the lab a few days ago, he began. Mom nodded in agreement. I think you better sit down. I was getting nervous now. How would she take it? I think I should just be frank, Professor Oak continued. Ash's DNA has been altered so that he now registers as a Pokemon. Mom was silent. Was this a good sign? Is his condition permanent? She calmly asked. At the moment, I'm afraid so, Professor Oak replied. She looked at me. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I didn't want to worry you, I replied. Ash, I'm your mother, she said in a comforting voice. I had a right to know. I know, I sighed. I just thought that we might find a way to reverse this without having to let you know. I appreciate your concern, she replied. I waited for what she would say next. Thank you, Professor, she said at last. If there are any changes, I'll let you know, he said as she led him to the door. I would like that, she replied. After he had left, she returned to the den. She threw her arms around me and started to cry. We'll get through this, she said as the tears rolled down her cheeks. I know, I replied. I know. The next morning, I woke up when Pikachu gave me a weak thundershock. I sighed as I got out of bed. I walked to the mirror and jumped back when I saw my reflection. Add Scyther to my list of forms, I sighed as I returned to normal. I guess I should train my other forms some. Pikachu nodded. Maybe I should get Professor Oak and Bill to help, I said as I started to get dressed. Just as I was about to grab my jeans, pajamas changed into my usual jeans, shirt, and jacket. That's weird, I commented, but it'll cut down on things I need to pack when I go on the road. I walked downstairs and saw that Brock was cooking breakfast. Morning, sleepyhead, he greeted. Hope you like omelets. If Misty was here, you'd be under her mallet, I laughed as I took a plate. Why do you think I stopped cooking them after she got Togepi? He laughed. Pikachu leaped into his high chair and waited patiently for Brock to bring his omelet. After he was served, he dumped most of the ketchup bottle on it. I'll never understand his love of ketchup, but it makes him happy. Ash, Brock said as he sat down with his own plate, I'm heading back to Pewter once breakfast is over. Care to come? I shook my head. Sorry, but Bill just came in, and Professor Oak will probably need me to stay here. I understand, Brock replied. We all have responsibilities now. I was lucky I managed a way to come here myself. Hate to be away from your lovely fiancée. I laughed. You better believe it, he replied as downed a cup of coffee. I would never thought I see you on such a short leash, I continued to laugh. At least I have a fiancé, he smugly replied. That's a little below the belt, I grumbled. I've told you a million times, he said as he picked up his empty plate, just tell her. I don't think I have that option anymore, I sighed. I could see it now. Hey, Misty. Just thought I should tell you that I've been in love with you since we were 10. By the way, I'm a Pokemon now. That'll go over real smooth. You're lost, man, Brock replied. He looked down at his watch and said he had to hit the road. After he left, I headed to Professor Oak's lab. When I arrived, Bill was anxious to test my abilities for himself. His regimen of exercises was more difficult than Professor Oak's since he also included battling Pokemon. By the end of the day, I had risen to level 7 and learned a few attacks as Scyther. I was extremely exhausted when I finally went home. I was actually looking forward to school tomorrow, because there I didn't have to do any more tests. Mr. Ketchum, Mrs. Smith snapped at me during literature class. Will you care to explain why you feel it is necessary to sleep during class? I wasn't in the mood for this. I was still tired from yesterday, and the material didn't help to keep me awake. I think it could rival Jigglypuff in putting victims asleep. I haven't been feeling too well lately, I replied. Unless you're dead, she snapped back, you have no reason to have your eyes closed in this class. Keep at this, and that might happen, I muttered under my breath. What was that? She demanded. Yes, ma'am, I replied. She went back to her monotone description of the book we were going to read, and I tried my best to stay awake. I was grateful when the bell finally rung since this was my last class. I decided that I would head home and get a nap before going to Professor Oak. As I walked up to my front door, Pikachu ran out to greet me. Pikapi, he shouted as he leapt into my arms. Hi Pikachu, I laughed. Miss me? As I carried him inside, I heard a rustling in the bushes. I turned to them and out jumped my favorite trio in the world. Prepare for trouble, Jessie shouted. And make it. James said before I cut in. Do mind just jumping to looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again, please, I sighed. I'm really not feeling too well. Are you okay? James asked with genuine concern before Jessie corrected his attitude with her fan. We're here for Pikachu, she shouted into his ear. Not a social chit-chat. Right, he hummed as he jumped back to his feet. Pikachu, I think you can handle this, I said as I continued to the door. Team Rocket had a puzzled look on their faces after I said that remark. I guess it seemed out of character to them, but I was just not the mood for anything but sleep. Their expression soon changed when they realized Pikachu was about to thunderbolt them. Pikachu, he shouted as the electricity raced through their bodies. Meowth, the cat Pokemon sighed as he collapsed on my front lawn. I think that was a really charged moment, James said as he picked up their fallen Pokemon. Really electrifying, if you ask me, Jessie replied. Stop with the bad puns and get lost, I shouted back. Looks like Team Rocket's creeping off again, they sighed. I guess they weren't in the mood for a fight either. I walked up to my room and fell onto my bed. I soon went into a dreamless sleep that lasted until tomorrow morning. With only 2 weeks until school was out, my teachers seemed to be in a rush to get as much in before finals. There wasn't enough Prozac in the world to deal with my stress. On one hand, I had teachers getting on my case because they were trying to ensure we all pass our sophomore year. While on the other, Professor Oak and Bill were still running countless tests on me. At least Brock's wedding was still 2.5 months away. It was about this time another ability started to show itself. I had already mastered my transform and teleport skills and learned at least 3 skills for each of my 4 other forms. I still didn't use the clothes thing that much since I was afraid that it might give out and I end up naked. However, this new skill I would really change my relationship with several of my Pokemon. Isn't this great, guys? I sighed as all of my Pokemon and I were lying by a stream. I still trained whenever I got the chance, thinking I would return to the Pokemon League after I graduated. Also, if being a Pokemon researcher didn't work out, I could always start my own gym. Pikachu sighed. They all were enjoying the break. Even Charizard seemed content for once. It was then that I noticed something was different. You said it, Bulbasaur replied. I blinked at him. I had begun to understand some of them a few years ago, but not at this level. It was like trying to translate a foreign language you only half knew. This was totally different. I still heard Bulbasaur, but I also knew what it meant. Something wrong? Pikachu asked. Yeah, I weakly replied. I think we better go see Professor Oak. Okay, he said as he leapt onto my shoulder. I recalled the others and started for the professor's lab. Good afternoon, Ash, Professor Oak greeted when he opened the door. I think I learned another skill, I quickly replied as I walked in. What is it? I can understand Pokemon, I replied. That's nothing new, Professor Oak laughed. I can understand Pokemon, and it wasn't because of a lab accident. Yeah, I snapped back, but like they're taking human. Professor Oak lost his smile. Perfect translation. I nodded. He was finally getting it. I wish Bill was here, I said as he quickly went to the Pokeball storage room. He had to leave to discuss your Pokédex entry with the Board of Pokemon Research. My what? I shouted. Ash, you knew that you would have to be catalogued, he replied. As a Pokemon researchers, Bill and I have a responsibility to ensure a complete listing of all known Pokemon. And like it or not, you are a Pokemon as well. Kind of cold if you ask me, but he had point. After all, it might ensure that no one would be foolish enough to repeat the Moonstone experiment. I think the BPR will decide that the entry of a human Pokemon might be dangerous, he went on to say. A panic might break out if people think that wild Pokemon can now walk among them. Thanks, I said to that bad way of cheering me up. Maybe we should just deal with one problem at a time. Is it really a problem, Ash? Pikachu asked. After all, many trainers wish they could talk with their Pokemon like that. I guess you're right, I replied. Ash, will you hand me Dexter? Professor Oak asked. Sure, I answered as I handed my Pokédex to him. Now, let's see, he muttered as he walked to his computer. I decided it would be best to just wait for him. I sat down at the couch and pulled out my history book. It wasn't long before he returned with Dexter. I made some modifications to Dexter, he informed me. It can now also track your own development as well as your Pokemon. Thanks, I replied. To test it out, I pointed it at myself. Level 9, it chimed. Attacks, Transform, Teleport, and 2 unlisted. I guess it doesn't include the ones I learned as Pikachu, Tentacruel, and Scyther, I said as I put Dexter in my pocket. I assume they fall under your first unknown attack, Professor Oak replied. I'm still a bit perplexed at how you've adapted transform. You should develop that skill more. I really want to work on my teleport range, I told him. If I could just teleport from town to town, I could visit my friends more often. Why not fly as Scyther? He asked. I never really thought about that, I replied. I've never really stayed as a Pokemon for more than a few minutes. Maybe once school is over, Professor Oak said. I think we should halt your training until exams are finished. Yuck. 2 weeks of pure schoolwork is a little more than I could handle, but I realized that if I really wanted to take Professor Oak's place one day, I would have spent a lot of time study. You're right, I sighed. I guess I should head home and get back to studying. For the next week, I spent almost all my free time studying. If Misty was around, she would have said, "Who are you, and what have you done to Ash Ketchum?" but then realized that the same dedication that I had for Pokemon training was now geared toward schoolwork. At least that is what Mom said. I started talking with my Pokemon more often. I never realized the organizational skills Squirtle had. I guess being the leader of the Squirtle squad taught him how to be a leader. He helped me get into a very productive study plan. As for the other Pokemon, I got some mixed results. Charizard said he'd help with my training, but I think he really wanted a chance to just beat me up. Bulbasaur turned out to be quite the philosopher, while Snorlax was really just a walking stomach. When finals started, my nervousness lessened somewhat. I knew I was ready for these tests, and I had planned on leaving for Cerulean once they were over. I never got a chance to talk with Misty about Brock and Susie's wedding since I was so busy with training and school. I guess the gym kept her busy as well. As far as the exams went, I surprised some of teachers by getting some of the highest grades. Take that, Mr. Fields. Now with school over, I packed my backpack with clothes and supplies. I decided to take Professor Oak's advice and fly to Cerulean as Scyther. I would just have to avoid any trainers so they wouldn't try to capture me, but I think the exercise would be worth the trouble. So, I told Mom goodbye, convinced Pikachu to get in his Pokeball so I wouldn't have to be weighed down by him riding on my back, and transformed into Scyther. As I flew through the clouds, I watched the sun sink beneath the horizon. It reminded me of the sunset after I released Butterfree. I could almost hear Misty sighing, "This is so romantic." When Cerulean was just a few minutes' walk away, I landed and returned to normal. Staying as Scyther for so long was very tiring, but I had enough energy to make it the Pokemon Center. There, I turned into Pikachu and slipped into the Rejuvenator. One of the advantages of being a Pokemon was these things worked on me. Once completely restored, I slipped out before Nurse Joy caught me. After returning to normal, I checked in for the night. Evolution. By Jaxxon. Part 2, The Show Must Go On. Ash, I choose you, a voice cried in the darkness. The darkness disappeared in a flash of red light, and I saw an Ivysaur in front of me. Transform into Scyther and use Slash, the voice commanded. Ivysaur, rap, the Pokemon's trainer countered. Before I could fully transform, Ivysaur's vine whip wrapped around my neck. I struggled to get free but slowly fell to ground from lack of air. Enough, the voice shouted. I give up. Just don't hurt Ash anymore. What a pathetic Pokemon, the trainer laughed. I'm not pathetic, I managed to cough out. Ash, return, the voice once again spoke. The world disappeared in a red light, and I returned to the darkness. Ash. Pikachu shouted, bringing me out of my sleep. Yeah, I replied, rolling up to face him. Stop kicking me, he complained. Sorry, I apologized. Just having a bad dream. Care to talk about it? Not really, I sighed. Night, then, he said as he curled back into a ball. I closed my eyes but couldn't manage to fall back asleep. It was just a dream, I tried to reassure myself. Only a dream. Excuse me, I said to Nurse Joy the next morning. Can you point me to the Cerulean gym? Sure, she cheerfully replied. Just go down the street and take a left 3 blocks down. Thanks, I said as I headed to the door. But it's not open, she continued. What? The Waterflowers are doing a tour with their water ballet, she informed me. I have a schedule right here. She pulled a brochure out from a drawer. Here you go, young man, she smiled as she handed it to me. On the cover was Misty in her mermaid outfit. I couldn't help but smile at the image. Most boys have a crush on her, Joy commented when she saw my smile. Too bad she had the real nasty breakup. Huh? I said, snapping back to reality. She was dating one of the richest guys in town, she explained. About a month ago, they got into a big argument. I shrugged at the statement. Misty and I always had big arguments, but we never stayed mad at each for very long. Joy leaned a bit closer and whispered. I know who you are. I looked at her puzzled. A few people still remembered me as the league champion from a few years back but rarely commented on that. You're the guy she used to travel with, she continued. Oh, that, I replied. I thought all you Joys would have forgotten about us. Not likely, she said. You blew up the Pokemon Center in Viridian and helped out my third cousin once removed in Sunny Town along with some other things. I seriously doubt any of family is going to forget about you in your lifetime. Nice to know I'm famous among the Joys, I nervously laughed. Did you and Misty ever get together, she asked. What do you mean? I replied. I could that I was blushing. We had a running beat on how long it would take, she replied. The sister-in-law of my second cousin in Vermilion had you at 2 months after your visit there. No, we're just friends, I sighed. Too bad, she replied. We all thought you two made such a cute couple. Cuter than her and Charles, anyway. How much money did you have on us? I asked. I think the pot was around 5 years' salary, she answered. Sorry you lost it, I replied. Oh, the time I guess hasn't come yet, she smiled. Joy finally walked off when a trainer came in to get his Pokemon rejuvenated. I let a sigh of relief when she left me. Come on, Pikachu, I said to my only travel companion this time around. Let's go figure out where Misty is. After going over the tour schedule, we found out that they would be in Vermilion in a week. Since Pikachu complained about being in the Pokeball and it was only a 3-day walk, we decided to walk rather than fly. The first day went by smoothly without many surprises. To be honest, it was downright boring. Pokemon Tech was out for the summer, and AJ's gym was still closed. Without either distraction, Pikachu and I covered in one day what took us 4 days 6 years ago. On the second day, however, we had a break in this solitude. Another hole, I cried as Pikachu thunder-shocked me. I told you it would work, an annoyingly familiar voice squealed. Meowth, shut up and just nabbed a Pikachu, another voice shouted. Do you have the rubber tongs, Meowth? A female voice asked. They are right here, the second voice replied. Okay, now, the female voice said. Prepare for trouble. And make it double, yada yada yada, I continued. I choose you, Charizard. That's not how it goes, James commented as he and the rest of Team Rocket were flame-broiled. Now help us out of here, I shouted to the orange dragon. I just took care of those idiots, he huffed. I think you can handle the whole. That's what you think, Meowth shouted as Jesse and James aimed a bazooka at Charizard. Fire. Okay, Charizard replied as he fire-blasted the trio. The force of the attack sent them flying. I usually prefer medium, James sighed as he flew into a cloud, not well done. Looks like Team Rocket blasting off again, they chorused. I managed to get out of hole and glare at Charizard. You're willing to battle but not help us out of that hole, I commented. You're out, aren't you? He questioned. Charizard, return, I growled. Don't be so hard on him, Pikachu told me as I put Charizard's Pokeball back on my belt. He did handle Team Rocket. You're right, I sighed. Maybe I should take up his offer and train with him. There's getting to know him, Pikachu commented as he leapt onto my shoulder, and there's committing suicide. Didn't I used to say that about Misty? I replied. But you were exaggerating, Pikachu sighed. I'm not. I'm sorry, young man, Nurse Joy told me at the Pokemon Center, but we are at capacity due to the Waterflower tour. I guess we'll just have to find a hotel, I told Pikachu. They're all full too, Nurse Joy commented. Camping it is then, I sighed. I guess the thrill of camping out left me after I started living at home again. Where are they having the ballet? At the old amphitheater just outside of town, she answered. Just go to the road to Saffron. You can't miss it. Sold out. I shouted at the box office clerk of the amphitheater. What do you mean sold out? You should have reserved your tickets earlier, he snidely commented. Now, please leave. I have no time waste with the likes of you. I absently blinked as the clerk slammed the window shutter down. I can't believe this is happening, I sighed as I sat down on the steps. No room, no tickets, what else can go wrong? Ash Ketchum, a voice called from behind me. Yeah, that's me, I replied. I was surprised to find who had called me. Misty. She looked more beautiful than I remembered. Her hair had gone longer since I saw her last. I guess she had just finished a rehearsal since she was in a blue bathing suit. Long time, no see, she smiled. You coming to show tonight? Wish I could, I sighed, but you're sold out. Oh that, she laughed. Come on in. I'll see what I can do. She led Pikachu and me back to her dressing room. As we walked through the auditorium, I saw they had set up a large tank like the one in their gym at Cerulean. How can you move that thing to every city? I asked Misty. Daisy got an aquarium designer to make one that can be taken apart, she replied. We hired a crew to handle putting it together and taking it down, but it usually takes a day to set it up. That's why you're here for 2 weeks, I commented. I would be kind of dumb to set something like this up if we were only planning on being there for a single show, she laughed, but I forgot who I was talking with. Hey! I shouted back. She just giggled at my reaction and continued on behind the stage. We eventually came to a flatbed, tanker, and large RV. Here's the convoy, she informed me as she took us to the RV. I'm going to change, so wait here. Leaving Pikachu and me outside, she went inside. After 5 minutes, she came back out in jeans and a yellow tank top, which halfway reminded me of her outfit from 6 years ago. Here's the ticket, she said, handing me the blue slip of paper. It ain't the best seat in the house, but it gets you in. I looked down at the stub and noted that the seats were still very good. Whatever works, I commented as I put in my pocket. Misty, a voice called, we, need your help in getting the Pokemon ready. In a minute, Lily, she cried back. It's been nice seeing you again, Ash. How about we get together for lunch tomorrow? Sure thing, Misty, I replied. Pikachu, again, I commanded. I think you've had enough, he replied. We had been working on making my Tentacruel form resistant to electric attacks the same way I had as a human, multiple shock treatments. That last one only tingled, I told him. I think we should try Thunder Wave now. Do you have any heals around? He asked. Right over there, I answered using one of tentacles to point at my bag. That was the hardest thing about this form, choosing which appendage to use. As a human, Pikachu, and Scyther, it was simply a matter of left or right. Luckily, I had managed to control all these new limbs a few weeks after the accident. All right, Pikachu said. He charged up. Just don't say I didn't warn you. Like the time Charizard fire blasted instead of flame, I was cut off as the electricity coursed through my body. The paralyzing effect was too powerful to even let me scream. Pikachu, I mouthed. He immediately stopped and got the heal and a potion. Thanks, I murmured as feeling came back. I transformed back into a human. You shouldn't overdo it, he chided me. You can't get to be a level 100 in a single day, you know. Level 20 would do for me, I sighed as I checked myself with Dexter. Level 11, it chimed. I wonder what my next attack will be, I commented as I put Dexter away. Pikachu for some reason started laughing. What? Nothing, he laughed. It just a month ago you thought the world was ending because of the accident, and now you are actually enjoying yourself. I never thought that, I replied. Don't get me wrong, I sometimes enjoy being a Pokemon. I looked up at the clouds remembering the flight to Cerulean. That had to be the best thing about being a Pokemon. I'd just rather be a normal human, again, I continued. Ash, Pikachu replied, I don't think you were ever normal. Come on, Pikachu, I called as we ran down the street from the Pokemon Center. We're going to be late. If you hadn't taken so long in the Rejuvenator, he puffed, we wouldn't be running behind. Now you're starting to sound like Misty, I laughed. If I were Misty, he replied, you'd be arriving via Mallet Express. I think only Jessie could do that, I laughed. We managed to arrive for the curtain call and quickly took our seats. I looked at the program and noticed this wasn't the same ballet Misty helped out with years ago. One of the differences I saw at first was the lack of a mermaid outfit. Instead, Misty wore a blue wetsuit and blue wig. This is the tale of Tellys, the Lady of Sea, Daisy announced. She was loved by all the Pokemon of the ocean. She went on to describe Tellys in the manner you would an 8-year-old, but it was at least a somewhat interesting story. I paid more attention to Misty. She was swimming with a school of Goldeen, which lead her to a small cave at the bottom of the tank. I figured she'd reappear in a minute or two, so I quickly studied the Pokemon in the tank. Besides, her beauty, Daisy continued, she was famous for singing. Misty reappeared in one of the caves near the top of tank and swam to the edge of the tank. Once she had a firm grip on the glass, she began to sing. The song sounded familiar to me, like in a dream I forgot a long time ago. Pikachu tugged on my shirt and gave me a sly smile. I ignored and turned back to Misty who was still singing. After the song, Daisy said they would have a short intermission. Seeing this as good opportunity to speak to Misty, I walked down to the tank. When I got down there, I hear a lot of commotion from behind the stage. I'm all right, a voice said. The cramp will go away in a minute. No, Violet, Daisy spoke. I think you should do the announcing, and I'll play your role. But you, don't know the movements, Violet replied. And you could drown with that cramp, Misty told her. I rather we mess up the swimming than lose a sister. Besides, Daisy replied, we all know I'm the better swimmer. I laughed as the four sisters broke into an argument over which was the best swimmer. Seeing that they would all be busy getting ready for the next act, I started back to my seat. When I got halfway there, I saw off in the shadows two people I wished would drop off the edge of world. Strike that, it would be too good for them. Look at all the Pokemon, Jess, James said in awe. Soon we'll be on the boss's, bad side, she replied. I thought we already were, James commented. No, she corrected, we're on his worst side. Wills you two stop blabbering and help me out with this thing, Meowth snapped at them. Haven't we already tried a net before? James blankly asked. Yeah, Meowth answered, but this time, there's no twerp to get in our way. Guess again, I cut in. Ack. It's the twerp. James screamed. How about you three just leave before you ruin this, I told them. I have a better idea, Jessie replied. How about you just stay right here? And what's going to make me? This, she replied as she threw a little tan ball at my feet. It exploded and covered my legs with glue. Now we can get that Pikachu, too, Meowth cheered. I was grateful Pikachu went off to get some popcorn rather go with me to see Misty. Come on, Jessie said as she grabbed both James and Meowth by the ear. We got Pokemon to steal. They walked off, dragged the net with them. I continued trying to free my legs when an idea came to mind. I closed my eyes and transformed. When I opened my eyes, my number of limbs had doubled. With a smile, I released acid on the confining glue. I decided not to bother changing back and followed Team Rocket. One day, Violet announced, an evil pirate came to take away all Telly's friends. I watched as Daisy dived into the tank. Having lost Team Rocket somewhere in the amphitheater, I thought I would just wait for them at the tank. Daisy and Misty fought in the tank while Violet continued her narration. A brave sailor saw the battle and decided to help the beautiful lady defend her Pokémon. I expected Lily to dive in, but no one came out. I said, a brave sailor saw the battle and decided to help the beautiful lady defend her Pokémon. Violet repeated. Sorry, a voice replied, no brave sailors today. A spotlight shined on the diving board, revealed two figures. Prepare for trouble, Jessie said, wearing a black one-piece bathing suit. And make it double, James continued. For the first time I could remember, James's outfit actually looked masculine. True, being a tuxedo, it was out of place, but it was a definite improvement over the tutu he wore the last time they messed up a ballet. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. I was growing tired of this. I ran as fast as my 8 legs could go without getting tangled together. To extend our reach to the stars above. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light, Jessie finally finished. Surrender now or prepare to AAH. James screamed. The audience stared as a tentacruel grabbed the 2 actors and started juggling them. When did we get one of those? Misty asked Daisy. We don't even have a tentacle, Daisy replied. I smiled as I tossed Jessie and James off the diving board, but not in the tank. Meowth, the boss is going to love you, Meowth said as he threw the net at me. I ducked beneath it. And grabbed him. Arbok, take care of that pest, Jessie cried from the stage. Weezing, smog attack, James commanded. Seeing the oncoming Pokémon, I decided to take the battle to them. Using Meowth as a shield, I dived right at them. I took out Arbok by stuffing a screaming Meowth down his throat, and Weezing was so poorly developed a level 7 Caterpie could take it out. Lickitung, Jessie seethed when I stood in front of them, lick him into SBMSN. Lickitung managed to slap me with her tongue, but it wasn't enough to paralyze me. Perhaps it was the heal still in my system from earlier, either way, I was still able to fight. I blasted Lickitung with Supersonic. In her confusion, she mistook Jessie for me and tried to body slam her. Jessie wasn't too happy having the 144 pounds, pink Pokémon on top of her. Victorybell, James said as he released his Pokémon, Vine Whip. Then it surprised, Victorybell obeyed James without trying to eat him. I guess some things do change, but unfortunately for me, it was a level 30 plus grass poison type, while I was a level 11 whatever but currently in the form of a water poison type, which left me with one good option. Scyther. I screamed as I transformed. Across the amphitheater, I heard hundreds of Pokédexes being whipped out. Error in scanner, all of them replied. Please service immediately. Giving a silent blessing to the Board of Pokémon Research for not giving out my information, I performed a little pruning on the weed. With all their Pokémon now defeated, Team Rocket made a last-ditch effort to catch me with their net. Pikachu, a small voice cried from behind them. Oh no, James sighed as all 7 of them were sent into the atmosphere on the Lighting Express. This is the last time I go into showbiz, James whined. Being a star is too painful. You said it, Meowth groaned. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again, they sighed as they disappeared into the night sky. I looked up at Daisy and Misty who were staring at me. Thank you, Misty softly spoke. I grinned as I unfolded my wings and flew off. How's everything going, Ash? Professor Oak asked when I called him the next morning. Just had my first real battle as a Pokémon, I replied. It may have been only Team Rocket, but it was still exhausting. Bill's back with good news, Professor Oak smiled. The BPR has decided that you are to remain classified. Only 6 people besides us 3 and your mother will even know about your condition. Great, I replied. After the show I gave last night, I think trainers will be on to me soon enough. Professor Oak blinked a few times. How many saw you battle? Dunno, I answered. You know the seating capacity of the Vermilion Amphitheater? Professor Oak frowned at me. With a crowd that big, we shouldn't even have bothered with BPR and just announced you in the next Pokédex upgrade. You know, Professor, I quickly replied, the audio on this thing is getting kind of bad. I'll call you back later. Ash, he cried as I shut off the videophone. You've really done it now, Pikachu commented. I have an idea, I said as I ran off to find Nurse Joy. I sat in the Pokemon Center lounge when the noon news came on. The attempted robbery was their top story. And the Pokemon thieves known as Jesse and James of Team Rocket were foiled by an escaped Ditto, the anchor said. The Ditto's trainer, who wished to remain anonymous, said that he had trained it give off false Pokédex readings in order to fool competitors. This trainer also said that due to this, he has been banned from most major Pokemon leagues. Interesting save, Pikachu commented as I switched off the television. If I had used Mew, I replied, how could I explain being its trainer? Ash Satoshi Ketchum, a very familiar, very angry voice shouted. My natural response at hearing my full name being spoken by anyone is to run. If it's male, you're under arrest. If it's female, you wish it were male. At least you had a higher life expectancy. Misty, what brings you here? I nervously laughed. Where were you when Team Rocket nearly ruined the ballet? She demanded. I was, getting popcorn, I lied. Well, she replied, still glaring at me, I guess I can let you off the hook, this time. Besides, I replied, I heard some Pokemon took care of them. Yeah, she said as she sat down next to Pikachu. They're saying it was a Ditto. But you don't believe it? I hazarded. Duplica never said that Ditto were all that bright, she answered. I don't think even a highly trained one could battle like that without someone commanding it. Then what was it? How should I know, she replied. It could have been a Mew or some new breed. Maybe I should try to catch it, I laughed. You would say something that dumb, she smirked. I bet it's smarter than even you. I wouldn't say that, I remarked glancing at Pikachu who winked back. So, when are we going to Pewter to help with Brock's wedding? I asked Misty over lunch. We got one more stop at Stone Town on the tour, she replied. That will give us a month and a half to prepare for the wedding. I bet Susie had everything planned out months ago, I commented. I already have my wedding laid out, Misty remarked as she took a sip of her drink. I believe you, I sighed. What about the groom? Okay, maybe there are a few things I have left to figure out, she blushed. I heard about Charles, I awkwardly said. I don't want to talk about him, she replied calmly. If you ever change your mind, I told her. I won't. Where are you heading off to now? Misty asked as we walked to their RV. I think of going to Stone Town, I replied. We sorta lost a large amount of our evolution stones in a lab accident. You caused it, didn't you? Misty laughed. I decided it was better to not answer that question. Mind if I catch a ride with you? I asked. Sure, but on one condition, Misty replied with smile. You treat me to dinner there. Pikachu, you up for walking? I commented. Why you little, Misty growled. Toki Toki Pryai, a little voice cried out. Saved by the egg. Togepi, Misty said as she picked up her Pokemon, you remember Ash, right? Hi, Dad, she called to me. I'll say she does, I laughed. You understood her? Misty asked. I didn't think you learned her language. I'm training under Professor Oak, I replied, trying to come up with an excuse. I've picked up a few things since we last saw each other. Like a tentacruel, Pikachu, and Scyther body, being able to teleport and change clothes by just thinking about it, and who knows what else. So, what about that dinner, she reminded me. For a ride to Stone Town and back to Pewter, I replied, I would take you to that evolution club. You shouldn't have said that, Misty laughed. I would have settled for just pizza. Me and my big mouth. Misty, we're pulling out in 5 minutes, Daisy called to her. Get your boyfriend and come on. Misty's reaction surprised me, she did nothing. No denial, no angry shouting. She just ran to the RV. This was going to be one interesting trip. Part 3, A Little Identity Crisis. Most of the ride to Stone Town consisted of me listening to Misty and her sisters bicker about their previous performance in Vermilion. I thought it best to play dumb whenever they asked questions about it. Ash, don't be so dense. Misty yelled at me. Just tell them that I wasn't out of sync with Lily in the final act. I thought you all did okay, I replied, especially with Team Rocket showing up. See, Misty snapped back at Violet. Ash agrees with me. He would, Daisy smirked. I noticed Misty turned a little red in the cheek. Careful not to blush too much, Violet laughed, or you'll look like a beet. This is going to be a long trip, I sighed. After we arrived at Stone Town, we all checked into a hotel in town. I was forced to get the floor in Misty and Violet's room since they were youngest. After we got settled in there, I learned I had another price for this trip. Ash, that goes over there, Daisy informed me from outside the tank. No, no, no. Make up your mind already, I snapped back as I placed the huge clamshell down. I don't see why I have to help you set up. We gave you a ride and a room, she replied as she walked off, you owe us. But I had that covered with Misty, I whined. Maybe, but not with us, Daisy replied. What have I gotten myself into? I sighed. After we were done with setting up the tank, Misty wanted to go shopping. Pikachu said he would rather stay with Togepi so that us two lovebirds could be alone. I think it was just a cop-out so he wouldn't be dragged to 100 different stores. I wished could have come up with some excuse at first, but when she seemed more inclined to the just walking instead. I've never known Misty to turn down a chance to go shopping 6 years ago, but I guess everything changes. So when are going to pay me for my bike, she asked. Then again. We spent the next 15 minutes arguing over that dumb bike again, and I enjoyed every minute. When she looked like she going to hit me, I started laughing. And what's so funny, she demanded, grabbing me by the shirt. Just like old time, I replied while laughing. She stared blankly at me, then let out a little smirk. I still want me bike back, she replied with an evil smile. The check's in the mail, I replied as I ran away. You said that 4 years ago, she screamed as she chased after me. Ash Ketchum, I had better not wait another 6 years for it. After Misty finally calmed down, she got her revenge by dragging me into a store having a sell. The scene was calmer than it was at the Princess Festival, but not by much. How does this look? Misty asked, holding up a hideous lime green dress. You want the truth? I hesitantly replied. Me too, she sighed as she put it back on the rack. Most of the good stuff has bought hours ago. How about we go get some lunch then, I replied hopefully. I skipped breakfast, was now getting hungry. Give me a minute, she said as she went around a rack of dress. I want to find something to wear for that dinner you promised. Give her a minute and she takes an hour. But Jessie, a voice whined from the other side of the store, you promised we go to the all-you-can-eat buffet for lunch. Stop whining, Jessie snapped back at her partner. I want make sure there's nothing else left. I laughed as James continued to beg Jessie to leave, but remembered I was no better off. I unconsciously let out a big sigh. What about this one? Misty asked. It looks great, I sighed, not looking up. You're not even looking, she yelled. I looked up and felt my mouth drop. I take it you really like, Misty giggled. Most regained control. Yes, I finally managed. Sure, it may have been a bit on the tight side, but all that did was to highlight her figure. Simply, but who cares? She looked great in it. I'll just go change, then, she said as she went back to the dressing room. So, you're taking our little sister on a date? Daisy grilled me. It's not really a date, I replied, but was cut off by Lily. Is that, like, true, Mist? Lily asked her sister. Yes, she answered. We're just going to catch up some more and talk about Brock and Susie's wedding. Daisy frowned as if she didn't believe a word Misty just said. Be back before midnight, she told us. We have to rehearse before the show tomorrow, and I don't want Misty getting only a few hours of sleep. Yes, ma'am, I gulped. When the two older sisters left us alone, Misty turned to me and asked, what time is the reservation? Reservation? I replied. So help me, Ash, she seethed, if you forgot to get reservations. Relax, I interrupted before she went critical, it's at 8. Good, she said much calmer. That gives us some time to kill. I looked down at my watch. Since it's 4 now, I said, trying to think of something to do, how about we get in some Pokemon training? That sounds like fun, Misty agreed. It's been a while since I got a chance to battle with Golduck or Poliwhirl. What about me, Mom? Togepi asked. Yes, and you too, Misty smiled at her, baby. I don't think I could battle, I laughed at the little egg. I hate to beat the little thing. Dad, Togepi replied, I don't lose. I guess she takes after her father, Misty commented. I'm not going to go easy on you, Misty, I called to her once we found an open field. I was going to say the same thing, Misty replied with a smirk. Go, Poliwhirl. As the Pokemon appeared, I quickly decided whom to use. Bulbasaur, I choose you. Bulba, he greeted Misty. Poliwhirl, Ice Beam, Misty commanded. I really need to learn how to match my battles. Razor Leaf, I yelled at Bulbasaur. He nodded and filled the air with the sharp edges leaves which took the blunt of the ice beam. Now, Vine Whip, I ordered. Before the vines could make contact, Misty countered with Seismic Toss. Poliwhirl went under the whips and seized Bulbasaur. Stunned, Bulbasaur gave little resistance as Poliwhirl hurled in him the air. Ah, return, I sighed as I recalled. Bulbasaur. Pikachu, go. Poliwhirl, return, Misty said as she switched out. Togepi, how about you handle this one? I glared at her. She did this to have something better than an elemental advantage, a psychological one. I really need to learn how to match my battles. Togepi, let's show them who's boss, Misty laughed. Fire Blast. What? I shouted. Pikachu managed to dodge the blast but got pounded by Togepi using Swift. Told ya I could beat ya, Togepi laughed. Some Pokemon master, Misty mocked. I guess that makes me a master too. Whatever, I grumbled. How do I look? I asked Pikachu. Kinda underdressed, he commented. I looked down at my clothes, jeans and t-shirt. I closed my eyes and concentrated on an image. When I opened my eyes, I looked my reflection in the mirror. A bit much, I commented in the tuxedo. Yeah, Pikachu agreed. I closed my eyes and tried it again. Much better, Pikachu said as my clothes were now khakis and a polo shirt. Well, I said as I walked to door, see you later. Catch 'em, party of 2, I said to the hostess. Right this way, she smiled. She took us to a table near the stage in the front. A waiter will be along shortly. Thank you, I replied as I glanced over the menu. Kinda expensive. If it's too much, Misty said as she looked at the prices, I'll cover my own meal. No, I insisted. It's my treat. After the waiter took our drink orders, I noticed a sign on the stage. "They're having a evolution ceremony," I told Misty. "I wonder who it is." "Well, it starts in a few minutes," Misty replied. "You'll just have to wait." It was about the time our food arrived when the ceremony began. Beforehand I explained that I managed to get the reservations on short notice since I was a member of the club. I failed to mention that technically I could have enrolled as either trainer or Pokemon. "So what is your enrollment Pokemon?" she asked as she took a bit from her dish. "I thought you said you would never force a Pokemon to evolve." "I have a Bellossom," I replied, and she wanted to evolve. "Can I see it sometime?" she asked. "I've never seen that breed before." "Sure," I replied. "May I have your attention?" a man on the stage announced. "I would like to welcome you all to the initiation of Kyle Starflare." A boy about 10 years old walked onto the stage followed by a Vulpix with a yellow scarf tied around its neck. "Kyle," the man continued, "with this fire stone you become a member of." Suddenly, a tin can rolled into the room. When it made it to the center of the room, it exploded, filling the room with smoke. When the smoke lightened up so I could see, I saw two new figures on the stage. "Prepare for trouble. And make it double. To protect the world of devastation. To unite all peoples with our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth." "That's right." Jessie looked at the Kyle and Vulpix and smirked. "Hand over the Pokemon and the stone, twerp," she demanded. "In your dreams," he snapped back. "Vulpix, fire spin." Vulpix opened her mouth to release the flames, but Meowth blasted a fire extinguisher at it first. "So much for hot stuffs," he laughed. "We'll be taking that Pokemon now." "Not if I can help," I yelled at them. "It's the twerp," James cried. He did a double take when he saw Misty. "And his girlfriend." "Squirtle, I choose." I stopped when I remembered I left my Pokemon back at the hotel. "Looks like someone forgot his Pokemon," Jessie laughed. She grabbed the fire stone from Kyle and held it like a trophy. "So this is what winning feels like." I gritted my teeth. I could thundershock them but not without giving myself away. Luckily, Misty had a surprise for them. "Go, Starmie," she cried as she threw the Pokeball on the stage. "Hiya," it cried. "Use water gun to wash them away," Misty commanded before Team Rocket could release their Pokemon. "Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again," they shouted as they flew through the air. As they came over my head, Jessie dropped two things, another smoke bomb and the fire stone. I managed to catch the fire stone, but the smoke bomb went off, once again filling the room with smoke. As the room grew dark again from the smoke, I felt myself transforming. Not waiting for the smoke to clear, I rushed out of the room. As soon as I came to a mirror, I grimaced at my reflection. "Ninetales," I sighed. I spent most of the night outside the Pokemon Center waiting for it to open. I had been unable to transform all night, so I guessed that a quick trip to the Rejuvenator would fix that. "Hello," Nurse Joy greeted me in the morning. "Morn." "Ninetales," I quickly corrected. "You sound like you have a cold," she frowned. "I better get you inside." "Nine," I sighed. She led me inside and placed me on the Rejuvenator. "Now stay right there," she instructed as she went off to check on the other Pokemon. I looked up at the status bar over my head. "Fully rejuvenated." I shouted. "How can I already be done?" Nurse quickly ran back into the room while carrying a Growlithe puppy. "Is someone in here?" she asked. "Tails," I replied. She shrugged and went back to the nursery. I leapt of the Rejuvenator and ran outside. Once I was certain I was alone, I tried to transform again. The result, another failure. What's happened to me? I questioned as I ran to find someone who could help. "Hello," Professor Oak said as his image appeared on the screen. He blinked when he saw me. How did you get this number? It's me, Ash, I replied. Why are calling me while a Pokemon, he asked. You trying to give yourself away? No, I replied. I can't transform back. That presents itself to be a problem, he said as he stroked his chin. I call Bill, and we'll meet up with you. See you soon, Ash. Wait, Professor. Don't you want to know where I am? I yelled before he could hang up. That might help, he nervously laughed. Stone Town, I told him. We'll meet you at the Pokemon Center there this afternoon then, Professor Oak said as he hung up. Now all I have to do is wait, I sighed as I hid in some bushes. This was going to be a long day. After an hour, boredom set in. Just sitting there was getting to me. Ash, where are you? A voice called. Pikapi, another called. Great, I sighed. I watched as Misty with Pikachu, and Togepi went into the Pokemon Center. I figured that Pikachu could at least make for some company. I left my hiding spot and crept nearer to the Pokemon Center. I wonder where he could be, Misty sighed. Pikachu mumbled something in agreement. Pikachu, I whispered to him, over here. Ash? He said looking for where I was. The Ninetales, I hissed back. He looked in my direction and ran over to me. Pikachu, where are you going? Misty asked when she noticed him run off. He ignored and dived into the bushes I had retreated back to. Where have you been? He demanded. You've been worrying Misty sick. Had another accident, I replied. You just love those, don't you? Pikachu chided. What is this time? I'm stuck in this form, I sighed. I think had something to do with that fire stone I grabbed last night. You touch an evolution stone. Pikachu yelled at me. Especially after what happened last time. There's no need to shout, I replied. Professor Oak and Bill will be here this afternoon. I might have an idea for them, Pikachu said. What is it? I wait until Professor Oak gets here, he replied. We both heard Misty coming closer. Pikachu, she yelled. This is not the time for hide and seek. I'll take care of her, he told me. I'll be back later. He ran off to her. I watched as she chided him saying that I could be in trouble and that they didn't have time to waste. I decided now was a good time to take a short nap to make up the sleep I lost the night before. Pikapi, a voice called, bringing me out of my dreams. Yeah, I yawned. Professor Oak's here, he informed me. He's in the Pokemon Center with Bill. I lifted myself off the ground and followed him inside. Ah, Ash, Professor Oak greeted. I trust you haven't had any difficulty remaining hidden. I rolled my eyes. Professor Oak may be the leading expert in Pokemon research, but sometimes he could be a little dense. Now explain what happened, Bill said as they sat down to listen to my story. So you transformed after you grabbed the fire stone, Bill grimaced. I wonder why you turned into a Ninetales. Probably because the image of Vulpix was still in his mind, Professor Oak replied. What about changing me back? I interrupted. Maybe we should find the rock and Evie told me about, Pikachu replied. Not another rock, I sighed. I'd rather be adding water or electric abilities to this form. Don't be foolish, Ash, Professor Oak chided. I doubt the other evolution stones would affect you now. Besides, Pikachu continued, the stone stops evolution. I remained quiet for a moment. This could be it. I would never have to worry about evolving with that stone. Granted, I first had to get back to normal first. What did he say, Ash? Bill asked me. Something about a stone that stops evolution, I answered. I've never heard of anything like that, Professor Oak frowned. I have, Bill replied. It's a stone they sometimes finds in the mines here. Then why aren't they on the market? I asked. They seem to neutralize other evolution stones, Bill answered. I heard that if the miners find one, they close down the. Well, I replied, how about we go get one? I'll talk with the mining director, Professor Oak told us. Ash, stay with Bill. No problem, I sighed. While we waited for Professor Oak to return, Misty came into the Pokemon Center. Bill, she said when she saw us. Yes, miss, he asked, not recognizing her. It's me, Misty, she greeted. Bill thought for a moment before responding. Right. One of Ash's friends. Yeah, she replied. By the way, have you seen Ash? He stuttered looking at me. No, I haven't. He disappeared after Team Rocket tried to steal a Vulpix last night, she informed him. I've been looking for him all day. I just hope he's all right. I'm sure he's fine, Bill comforted her. Well, I better keep looking, she sighed. If you see him, please tell him to meet me at the performance tonight. I will, he replied as she went over to Nurse Joy. I let out a sigh of relief. You know, Bill commented. I think she likes you. I rolled my eyes. Not this again. Maybe if I can become human again, I sighed. Bill, Professor Oak called from the door of the Pokemon Center, I got permission. Let's go. Professor Oak. Misty asked when she saw him at the door. What are you doing here? Misty, Professor Oak nervously laughed. Why, it's been so long since I last saw you. I think we better let her go look for Ash, Bill told the professor. Look for Ash? Professor Oak replied with a confused look. Come on, Professor, Bill said as we both pulled him out the door. You sure this is the right? I asked Professor Oak. Of course I'm sure, he snapped. At least, I hope so. This was just one of those days. Ash, this is it, Pikachu called. You sure? I asked. Positive, he replied. Evie said that it was a gray rock that had a weird energy to it. Pikachu says he found it, I told the others. Maybe we should test it first, Bill cautioned. Pikachu says it's safe, I translated. I'm going to do it. I walked up and rubbed against one of the large stones. I felt a tingle run through my body. I'm going to try to transform, I told them. I closed my eyes and concentrated on a new form. It worked, Bill congratulated. I looked down and saw the welcoming sight of jeans and a t-shirt. How about we take a few of these things, I said as I picked a large stone. Just in case. What do they call this stone? Bill asked as we left the mine. I don't think they really have one for it, Professor Oak replied. Pokemon call it the stunt stone, since it stunts our development, Pikachu told me. Stunt stone? I replied. That's a good name for it, Professor Oak commented. I think that's what I'll catalog it as. I looked down at my watch. Misty's show is in 10 minutes, I yelled. I better get going. I think I would like to see the show, Professor Oak said as we all started running back to town. And I heard they have marvelous Pokemon routines in it, Bill continued. As we ran to where the performance was at, they continued to debate about various attributes of water-type Pokemon. Some people really need to get away from work. The performance was not as memorable as the last one, which suited me just fine. Misty seemed a little off on her cues during the first act, but when I meet up with during the intermission, she looked very relieved. After the show, Professor Oak and Bill said they really need leave. After saying our goodbyes, I went to find Misty. What I got was a very angry blonde woman. Ash Ketchum, you had better go and apologize to Misty. Daisy yelled at me. I recoiled a bit at her shouting. Must run in the family, I guess. Now go. And apologize, was her final shout. I found Misty coming out the RV. Hi, Misty, I began nervously. I wanted to apologize about running off on you. Where were you? She asked. I looked all over. I was. I had to think of something quick, looking for a new fire stone to replace the one that Team Rocket stole. Misty looked at me like she didn't believe a word I said. I got lost in the mine, I went on, but Professor Oak and Bill found me when they were looking for a new type of evolution stone. She slowly looked like she believed me. While, next time just tell me, she huffed as she walked away. I let out a sigh of relief. But you still owe me a dinner, she continued, and a bike. I didn't know if to take that as a good or bad thing. Part 4, Union. I sighed as I stared at the night sky. After a week surrounded by fire, thunder, water, leaf, and solar stones, I was enjoying surrounded by the normal rocks of pewter. Peace at last, I commented to my companion. I give it 2 days, Misty sighed in return. I frowned at the reply but knew how likely it was. Team Rocket hadn't been around for over a week, which normally meant they were bringing some large equipment for their attempt at Pikachu. But let's enjoy it while it lasts, Misty continued. I looked over at her. I wanted to get in some training before it got late, but she insisted on coming. Instead of my own training, we concentrated on Togepi. She was progressing nicely since Misty had used some Gen 2 TMs on the egg. Togepi loved to brag about her attacks to Pikachu and the others but always shied away from Charizard. I guess even she could be scared off by the fully evolved Pokémon. Shouldn't we be heading back? I asked Misty. The sun had set over 2 hours ago, and we had hiked about a mile away from the pewter gym. You're right, Misty replied disappointedly. Brock's probably wondering where we are. I doubt that, I laughed as jumped up and brushed the dust from jeans. He was cooking dinner for Susie before I left. I guess that's why he told me to follow you, Misty sweat dropped. He sent you after me, I glared at her. Hey, she yelled back. You make it sound like it's a bad thing. I was going to do some intense training with my Pokémon, that's all. I shouted back at her. I really didn't want you around. So why don't you just go ahead? Misty demanded. Her facial expression went from angry to caustic. I bet what you really wanted was not be embarrassed by your undertrained Pokémon. Pika. Pikachu yelled at being insulted. I didn't mean you, Misty said sweetly to the Pokémon. Her face frowned when she looked back up at me. I gritted my teeth in anger. Part of me wanted to change into Scyther and chase her all the way to Viridian, straight through a Beedrill nest. Fortunately, the growing wiser part won out. What I meant was, I said while gritting my teeth. I caught a new Pokémon and was hoping on training it without being distracted. And how would I distract you? She asked with a smirk. I thought about that for a second. Her hair, her eyes, and her smile were what I thought, but your whiny voice is what came out. For the comment, I was rewarded with a swift blow to the head. Rather a whiny voice than an empty head, she shouted. Not wanting to continue the argument to midnight, I suggested we head back to gym. It seemed to slip Misty's mind exactly why we're arguing, but I couldn't actually remember either. I think it had something to do with dinner. Wake ie, a sickeningly cheerful voice called in my sleep. Time for you to get up, Ash. 5 more minutes, I groaned. Breakfast is ready, the voice replied. You better hurry before Pikachu and Togepi eat it all. A rumble in my stomach voiced my opinion. I found myself in a huge dilemma, sleep or food. I'm getting up, I sighed as I threw off the blanket. Good, Misty giggled. I knew that would work. I glared at Misty as she left. Once she was out the door, I collapsed back on the bed. After lying there, staring up at the ceiling, I convinced my legs to swing off the bed. Ash, Misty called from behind the closed door. Your food is getting cold. Coming, I replied as I pulled on my jeans and walked out the door. When I arrived at the kitchen, Misty had almost finished her plate of pancakes while Pikachu and Togepi were liking the syrup off their empty plates. Brock was still at the stove, making another stack of pancakes. About time, sleepyhead, Misty chided. I was about to give your pancakes to Pikachu and Togepi. Go ahead, Brock told her. I got plenty of batter left. I smiled back at Misty. She frowned at losing that little argument. Here you go, Brock said as he placed a plate of pancakes in front of my seat. Thanks, Brocco, I replied as I stuffed a whole pancake in my mouth. Misty frowned at me. I see you haven't learned in manners in the past 3 years, she scolded. I seem to remember a redhead, I commented as I gulped down the food, who almost emptied the entire stock of ice cream parlor in less than 10 minutes. That was different, Misty yelled back at me. That was ice cream, not pancakes. And how is that different? I snapped back. Cut it out you two, Brock interrupted. I guess Ash's manners ain't the only thing that hasn't changed. And what's that supposed to mean, both Misty and I demanded. You two still can't go 5 minutes without arguing, he sighed as he sat down next to Pikachu. Well, if Ash wasn't so immature. Misty began before Pikachu shocked her. Haha, that's exactly what she did, sir. I laughed before Pikachu shocked me too. Brock stared at both Misty and me lying paralyzed on floor. I think they're more married now than Susie and me will ever be, he sighed as he ate his breakfast. As soon as I recovered from the shock, I ran outside to a nearby park with a large lake. I checked to see if Misty had followed me before releasing Squirtle. Mind if we get in some training? I asked. About time, Squirtle said. He leapt into the lake. We really should have done some underwater battling while we were with Cerulean sisters. All those different water Pokemon would have given you a ton of experience. But they would have told Misty and her sisters I'm Pokemon, I replied as I transformed into Tentacruel. Whatever, Squirtle said as we submerged beneath the water's surface. Let's start with the basic normal attacks. He started swimming at me ready to tackle me. I made a quick push with my tentacles to avoid him. Don't be so defensive, Squirtle instructed. When I try that again, counterstrike instead of dodging me. All right, I replied as I prepared for his next attack. This time it was a skull bash. I again swam above him as he approached but grabbed him when he was directly beneath me. Wrapped in my tentacles, he began to flinch as I constricted them tighter. Good job, he congratulated. Now deal with this. He began kicking his legs, send both of you straight to the bottom of the lake. I quickly let go as he crashed into the lake bottom. I quickly scanned the dust cloud that had formed. I knew he'd come charging out of there any second. I wasn't disappointed. He came out at full speed and managed to knock me back up to the surface. A Tentacruel here, a surprised voice said. I glanced over and saw Brock with Susie sitting on a park bench by the lake. I thought there wasn't any Pokemon in the lake, Susie commented. They're not supposed to be, Brock replied. I better catch it to make sure it doesn't hurt anybody. I immediately back under to avoid the Pokeball Brock threw at me. Susie, do you have anything that can battle that thing? I looked at Squirtle for help. He shrugged and motioned to some large clumps of seaweed. I followed him down as a Sea King appeared at the water's edge. How are we going to get of this one? I asked Squirtle. Let me handle this, he replied as he swam up to the other Pokemon. He started to explain the situation to it. The Sea King nodded in agreement. It swam back up to the surface. What did you tell it? I asked Squirtle when I saw Brock and Susie leaving. Just that our trainer had left us while he went shopping for supplies, he replied. Now, let's move on to special attacks. We trained all day using my water and poison attacks underwater. I even experiment with doing them while in human form. I soon found that when I was Tentacruel I could breath underwater, but when I was human, I couldn't. Squirtle laughed when I desperately swam to the surface to get some air. About 4 in the afternoon, Squirtle said I really need to get to the Pokemon Center. I could hardly disagree since I was almost too tired to transform back into a human. I managed to sneak into the Rejuvenator while Pikachu kept Nurse Joy distracted with a fake stomachache. You owe me, he snarled as we walked away. Do you know how bad that medicine tasted? Not really, I replied. But thanks. I expect at least 2 bottles of ketchup, Pikachu demanded. It will take at least half of one to the flavor out of my mouth. Sure thing, I laughed as I made a quick stop at a grocer. When Pikachu and I walked into the den of the gym, a familiar face greeted us. How's it going, Tracy? I said to the boy on the couch. Pretty good, I replied. I heard you were working for Professor Oak. That's right, I said as I sat down in the chair across the room. Then maybe you can clear of some of the rumors coming out of the BPR, Tracy said as he pulled out a notepad. What kind of rumors? I asked nervously. I heard that Professor Oak and Bill just registered a new breed of Pokemon, he replied. I don't know its name, maybe you could clarify the information I have. Sorry, I told him, but I don't know what you're talking about. You're a terrible liar, Tracy replied. I know that its registration number is 252, and 253 was set aside for its evolved form. Nope, I lied, doesn't ring a bell. Tracy sighed in disappointment. I have a phone to make, I said to him as I headed to Brock's office. Professor Oak had to know about the leak. I stared at the door as I dialed the number. Professor Oak, here, he greeted. Oh, it's you, Ash. Professor, has the BPR changed its mind about releasing information on me? I asked, cutting to the point of the call. Not that I'm aware of, Professor Oak answered, but if you're referring to any rumors you might have heard, that's normal. Excuse me if I sound paranoid, I replied, but this is my life we're talking about. Calm down, Professor Oak chided. I've heard most of the rumors floating around. Some say we have a Mew3 while others have it that we made some mutant Ditto and released in Vermilion. I wonder where they got a silly notion like that, I nervously laughed. Just be grateful your little slip-up is taking eyes off the truth, Professor Oak warned. Well, I figured that you should know that I heard it from Tracy, I replied. Then you have even less to be concerned about, Professor Oak continued. He probably hears all the rumors coming out the board. Thanks, I sighed. I feel a lot better now. No problem, Ash, Professor Oak smiled. I'm glad you called. These stunt stones are quite remarkable. You think they could be a cure? I asked. I'll have to do some more research, he replied. They don't evolve Pokemon, just absorb the energy used for evolution. I heard Misty and Susie in den with Tracy. I better go, I told Professor Oak. Good luck with your training, he replied as I hung up. I walked back into the den where all 3 were staring at me. What? I asked. What's this about a new Pokemon? Misty demanded. You mean the Espion I caught a few weeks ago, I answered. Well, I was on an errand to get a Sudowoodo leaf when I saw a swarm of Scizor. I thought I might catch one, but they were attacking a Pokemon. That's not the Pokemon I'm talking about, Misty interrupted. What is a 252? I dunno, I replied. Last I heard, 251 was reserved for something called a Celebi. Come on, Ash, Tracy said as the 3 surrounded me. Tell us about it. I wish I could, Ash replied. I asked Professor Oak about, and all he said was just to ignore the rumors. So you're saying there's not some Ditto 2s running around Vermilion? Susie asked. Ditto 2? Misty asked. Though it was just a mutated Ditto that some band trainer had. I heard it was a new Mew clone, Tracy replied. Like that one talked about in the Mew report. You actually believe in Mutwo, Susie laughed. Next you'll say Mews are not extinct. That was an official paper released by the Board of Pokemon Research, Tracy defended. If it wasn't for that report, most Pokemon researchers and watchers would have thought Mews to be a legend. Quiet, you two, Misty snapped. We're not here to discuss about Mews and clones. Right, both agreed as they noticed I was trying to slip away in the confusion. Hold it right there, Misty yelled at me. You haven't answered our question. As luck would have it, my old friend Brock came to my rescue. Dinner's ready, he called from the dining room. Better get to the table, I told the three of them. Wouldn't want to keep Brock waiting. You're not getting out this that easy, Misty huffed. You're hiding something. What makes you say that? I nervously asked. You don't lie unless you're covering something, she replied, and it's pretty obvious when you're lying. I lie all the time, I snapped back. Wait, did I say that right? Sure, Ash, Misty smirked. That'll always impress the ladies. Hi, I'm the biggest liar on the planet. Better a liar than a scrawny twerp, I laughed. Why you? She shouted as she pulled out her mallet and brought it down on my skull. Dinner was kinda quiet. Misty, Tracy, and Susie told Brock about the rumors of Pokemon 252, and he laughed. I don't see Professor Oak and Ash doing any gene splicing, I laughed. Hey, you know me, I agreed. Densest trainer in the league. What would I know about the double helix structure of Pokemon DNA and the 8th chromosome pair variable? All four of them blinked at me. I wonder about you sometimes, Misty finally spoke. I laughed nervously as we finished the meal in silence. I was so tired from the day's training, I told the other I was just going to have a shower and head to bed. The hot shower felt good on my sore muscles. All that training was quite a workout. I just let the water beat down on my back while I breathed in the steam. Ash, hurry up in there, Misty yelled as she pounded on the door. I sighed as stepped out of the shower and started to towel off. I slipped on my pajamas and brushed my teeth. Misty began pounding on the door again. I'll be out in a minute. I snapped back. I opened the door to see a very angry redhead glaring at me. If looks could kill. 'Bout time, she hissed as she slammed the door. I shook my head as went into my room. Will she ever grow up? I slipped into bed and quickly fell asleep. I was woken by the sound of broken glass. Careful next time, a voice whispered. But Jess, if we do this right there won't be a next time, another replied. Quiet, use two, a third voice hissed. You might wake the twerp. I slowly opened my eyes and saw the three faces of Team Rocket staring at me. Can't you do this in the morning, I whined. It's 2 a.m. Ha, you're night owls, Jessie laughed. Speak for yourself, Meowth sighed. I really need a catnap. Just hand over Pikachu, James continued, and we all will get some rest. Fat chance, I laughed. Pikachu, Thundershock. Nothing happened. Pikachu, I cried as I looked at his bed on the floor. It was empty. Guess Pikachu went to kitchen for a midnight snack, I laughed. To the kitchen, James yelled. For Pikachu and breakfast. Not if I get there first, I replied as I pushed all three of them out of the way. Soon, we were all struggling to fit down the hallway. Out of my way twerp, Jessie snarled. I was here first, I snapped back. Soon, we collapsed as someone opened a door we were squeezed next to. What's going on here? Brock sleepily asked. Team Rocket's after Pikachu, I replied. Well, keep it down, he said as he pushed back into the hall. There are people trying to sleep. After we were shoved back into the narrow hallway, we were racing to kitchen. As we headed to kitchen, Pikachu walked out with a red mustache. Pika, he questioned as he saw Team Rocket and me make a dive for him. Pikachu. He thundershocked all four of us. Thanks a lot, I sighed as we collapsed on the ground in a burnt mass. Keep it down. Misty, Brock, and Tracy shouted. Enough of this, Jessie snapped. Arbok, go. When she threw the pokeball, it refused to open. Gur, Lickitung, she cried. Again, the Pokemon refused to appear. They must want to sleep, I guessed. Don't think you've won, Jessie snarled. We'll be back. Looks like Team Rocket's running off again, they shouted as they ran out the front door. Quiet. I sighed as went back to bed. The next week was pretty calm. As for the upcoming wedding, all that was needed was the tuxedo fitting for Tracy and me and Misty's dress fitting. I found out that Susie didn't have much of a family, so the other bridesmaids were Brock's sisters. Brock had the oldest of his younger brothers to act as a groomsman, so we rounded the numbers of 2 groomsmen plus me as best man and 2 bridesmaids plus Misty as the maid of honor. All this wedding business was seriously getting to Misty. She constantly kept getting dreamy-eyed when Susie went into detail about the ceremony. While she was in this state, Brock and Tracy kept elbowing me. I also rolled my eyes but couldn't help sighing. If only Team Rocket had left me alone that day, I would still be a normal human. Okay, maybe not exactly normal but still a human. So what are we doing about Brock's bachelor party? Tracy asked when we picking up our tuxes about a week before the wedding. We're throwing one. I replied. Why not? Tracy demanded. One last night out with the boys. 'Cause legally that's what we are, I answered. Even Brock is under 21. Tracy gave a funny look. I was thinking of a few Pokemon battles and some food, Tracy replied. What were you thinking about? Something totally different, I replied as I rubbed the back of my neck, but I like your idea better. Come on, Tracy said as he grabbed my arm. We need to plan this thing. As he led me back to the gym, I could swear I heard some talking in the bushes. Here's to the man of the hour, Snap yelled above the noise. Brock kept shaking his lower head to hide his laughter. Tracy and I had tricked him to coming into the gym while Misty took Susie out to dinner. Come on, son, Flint laughed. Your friends used a lot of effort to plan this. I looked over the small crowd. Snap, AJ, and Gary had arrived earlier today for the wedding in 2 days. Richie was just passing through on his was to Saffron to head to the Johto League. When he heard about the wedding, he said he'd stick around for a few days. A couple of the gym leaders, Lieutenant Surge and Koga, had arrived as well, but we had expected Bruno and Lance with Blaine to show up soon. I never knew Lance to turn down free food. I was kinda upset Professor Oak said he couldn't make. Seemed he had a business dinner with someone in Viridian. So, who wants the first challenge? Tracy asked. A master's battle, Koga shouted. Gary and AJ. No, I saw we show the soon-not-to-be bachelor what he'll be missing, Surge roared. I challenge Brock. We all cheered at the suggestion. An one-on-one match, Koga said as Surge and Brock took their places. 5-minute time limit. Graveler, go. Brock cried as he released his Pokemon. Lieutenant Surge squinted his eyes to the point that they were almost as small as Brock's. He had forgotten Brock's principal type was Rock Pokemon. This would be a short match. Raichu, let's show this baby what real Pokemon can do, he shouted. Dig. I couldn't help but laugh at the command. Surge should have let Tracy, Gary, or me take on Brock since we were the only ones with water Pokemon. It wasn't long before Graveler stood triumphant over the fallen Raichu. Next time, Koga told his fellow gym leader, think before you open your big mouth. Who's next? Gary asked. Suddenly, the doors of the gym swung open. He all stared at the 3 figures in the doorway. The one in front wore a black suit and a black cape with red lining. The look on his face could probably put the fear of God into, well, God. The party, he solemnly began but broke into a smile and a shout, has just arrived. Lance saw the table with food and made a mad dash towards it. He was the reason most league champions only lasted a year. It wasn't that they actually lost to their challengers. I would still be league champion if I wanted it, but having to deal with Lance 3 days a week would get on anybody's nerves. So I turned my title over to Gary, who turned it over to Richie in 6 months, who turned it over to AJ in 3. All them were amazed I lasted a year with the nutball. If only Prima was here. She always kept him in line. I think if we want some food, I suggested, we better get some before Lance cleans us out. I couldn't agree more, Blaine sighed. For the next hour, we spent most of the time having Pokemon battles. I managed to defeat Richie and Gary but lost to Lance and Blaine. Gary had better luck with Koga and AJ. These were friendly matches since most of us had our master badges and didn't need to prove anything. Still, I got a chance to show Gary who the true pride of Pallet is. Now, it's time for the ceremony, Lance announced in a stone-cold tone. We all took our place and formed a horseshoe around him except for Brock, Tracy, and me. We stood before them with Brock in the center. Bring forth the accused, Lance instructed. Tracy grabbed Brock's left arm while I grabbed his right. We dragged him before the judge. Brock Slate, Lance Monotony spoke, son of Flint Slate, leader of the Pewter City Gym, master of the Boulder Badge, and expert Pokemon breeder. You have been convicted of love in the highest order. How do you plead? Guilty, Your Honor, Brock replied. I tried my best not to ruin the moment by smirking. It is the opinion of this court, Lance continued in the same dry tone, that you be sentenced to no less than 50 years in the charge of Susie Glenwood, soon to be Slate. As we were about to drag Brock off, Lance motioned us to stop. Furthermore, Lance said, this time with a smile, it's also the opinion of this court that every one of us be as lucky as you. Here, Gary, Richie, and AJ cheered. You may take him away, Lance said to end the night. As we were about to take Brock where we had stashed the presents, the doors once again opened with 3 figures in the doorway. I really need to get new locks for that things, Brock sighed. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our, hey cake. James shouted. Hands off, creep, Lance said as he jumped in James's path. That's mine. I shook my head, but before I could say anything, AJ broke in. Are you 3 that arrogant, or that stupid, he jeered. Who in their right mind would attack a gym full of Pokemon masters, gym leaders, and 2 members of the Elite Four? Ah, he got's a point, Jessie, Meowth commented. Jessie growled at Meowth as she whacked him with her fan. She pulled out a Pokeball, as AJ and Gary pulled out one of their own. 11-2, she laughed. I hate those odds. Get over here, James. Huh? He asked as Lance tackled away from the buffet. Looks like Team Rocket's run. Wait. Brock interrupted. What is it? Jessie demanded. I just thought you would like to come to my wedding, he replied. You're inviting us? James questioned. After all we've done to you. What exactly have done anyway? Brock replied. Work out my Pokemon, gave me lots of battling experience, helped me get closer to Susie 6 years ago. If anything, I should be thanking you. I wouldn't go that far, I whispered to him. Anyway, Brock continued, it's in the 2 days. He handed each an invitation. Look, Jess, James cheered. We're going to a wedding. Cut it out, numbskull, she snapped as she slapped him with her fan. Jessie picked up her 2 unconscious team members and said goodnight. That was different, I commented as we watched her drag them off into the night. 2 hours to go, and Brock's a nervous wreck. After Tracy and I convinced him Susie would stand him up, we had to spend another hour trying to get him to stop pacing around. I got to see her, he told us as we blocked the door. No, it's bad luck, Tracy replied. Beside, after 2 hours, you have a lifetime with her. Brock seemed to calm down after that. The minister came to door soon and told us it was time. Now begins the rest of your life, I laughed as we walked to the side door of the chapel. He gave me a weak smile at the comment. The ceremony went smoothly. Misty looked great, and Susie didn't look that bad either. Brock's nervousness seemed to go down as the minister began. Throughout the service, I kept stealing glance over at my counterpart. Misty looked terrific in the fuchsia dress, but then, she looked great in just about anything. Wait, what am I thinking here? Find a cure, then get the girl. Right? My train of thought was broken when the minister called for the rings. The ring is a symbol of the love between you, he said as he held them up. With neither a beginning nor an ending, let them always show the bond between you. Brock carefully slipped the ring on Susie's finger, and she placed one on Brock. By the power invested in me by the state of Indigo Island, the minister beamed, I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss your bride. Brock didn't need to be told twice. I have to admit, I thought both of them would turn blue before they broke it up. The minister tried not to chuckle as he finished the ceremony. I now present to you for the first time, Mr. and Mrs. Brock Slate. I heard loud crying and looked in the crowd for the source. Jesse and James were both sobbing in the audience. I smiled as the recession began. I took Misty's arm and lead her up the aisle. Maybe someday, she'll be the one in white, I thought as we followed the happy couple. Now came the part I've always hated. The garter boutique toss. First came the pointless gator toss. What exactly it meant for Mean was beyond me. AJ, Richie, Gary, Todd, Serge, Lance, Bruno, and Koga crowded close to the front while Blaine, James, Tracy, and me hung out in the back. Brock had an evil glare in his eye as he sent it straight for me. I caught it but quickly tossed it to a surprised James. It took him a minute to realize what happened and quickly blushed. Next came the moment of dread for some of the men, the boutique toss. Prima, Misty, Jesse, and Erica were at the front. I noticed Sabrina had chosen to sit this out. When Susie tossed those flowers in the air, the talons came out. Prima and Erica had height over Misty and Jesse, but they had power. When the dust settled, Jesse was holding the tattered boutique like a trophy. Finally got one, she cried. Very good, Todd said as he brought James over. Now I just need to take your picture with James. Both of them blushed when they saw what each was holding. Personally, I hear wedding bells in a year, 2 tops. I saw Misty pouting at one of tables. I walked over to talk to her. I never get the boutique, she sighed. It's just a bundle of flowers, I replied. That shows what you know, she sighed again. It's more than that. Maybe you'll get one at the next wedding, I tried to comfort her. I thought Daisy said she and her boyfriend were getting serious. You're right, she replied. By the way, why did you throw away the garter? It was something I just didn't want, I shrugged. Oh, she replied. Misty, I was wondering, I said awkwardly, what are you doing after this? I was planning on going back to Cerulean, she answered. School starts in a month, and I have the gym to look after. Well, maybe we should get together again, I suggested. I like that, she smiled. Let's try to make it shorter than a year this time. Sure thing, I replied. Hey, guys, Tracy called, we're about to throw the rice. We're coming, Misty shouted back. Shall we? Let's, I replied as I took her hand. Brock and Susie ran through the barrage of rice but stopped when they saw Brock's car. Various designs in white whipped cream were made up and down the sides with several cans tied to the back. Pikachu was sitting on the hood holding a can of whipped cream and an evil grin. Pikachu, Brock sighed as Susie giggled at the Pokemon. It's tradition, Gary smirked. You should have seen what they did to Gramps' car when he got married. Professor Oak groaned at ever showing his grandson that picture. After the couple had left, Tracy, Misty, and I finished our packing. Tracy said he'd go with Richie to Johto to study the Pokemon there. We all said our goodbyes. That was the last time I saw Misty. I hope to keep my word. Professor Oak and Gary offered me a ride back to Pallet, which I happily agreed to. While on the way back, Professor Oak mentioned that his business deal in Viridian had been a success and that we would be getting some new funding. I was happy at the idea of more money. Maybe we'll get enough to isolate a cure. Part 5, End of the Beginning. The trip back to Pallet was quieter than traveling with the waterflowers. True, it was only an hour's drive, but Professor Oak and Gary mostly stayed silent. When we got back to Pallet, the Oaks dropped me off my home where Mom was waiting for me on the porch. "How was the wedding?" she asked. "Brock and Susie looked really happy," I replied. "So, what about you and that girl?" she asked with a sound of hope in voice. "You mean Misty?" "We got along about as well as when we were 12, I replied. "Oh," she sounded disappointed. "We were planning on getting together soon," I added. "Really?" she said with renewed joy. "Just the two of you?" "More than likely, since Brock's married now and Tracy will be off in the Giotto League." "I can't believe my son is going on a date at last," she sighed. "Mom," I whined. "I've been on dates before." "With who?" she asked. "Well, there was," I replied, "and then there was." She gave the look that Misty had when I said I knew nothing about #besides, this is not a date, I shouted. "Don't raise your voice to me," she sternly said. "I was just saying that it's nice you're finally going out with girls." "Oh, here comes the speech. By the time your father was your age," she began, "we had already been going steady. And you were married when you were 19, I finished. I've heard the stories a million times. I wished Dad was still alive to tell me more about how he met Mom. Your friend is only 20 and has a successful business and is married," she challenged. "Are you forgetting my little problem?" I almost snapped. "Do you think I should be getting into a relationship just now?" "You shouldn't that run your life," she replied. "Professor Oak is bound to find a cure for you." I could tell this wasn't going anywhere, so I said that I was going up to take a shower. "Sometimes, I think Mom lives in her own dream world." "All right," I said after Professor Oak finished placing the final monitoring probe on my arm, "where do we begin today?" "A simple Pokemon battle," he replied as he made a few notes on his notepad. "Let's first get your level." I pulled Dexter out of jacket pocket and keyed in the function. "Level 14. Professor Oak frowned at me. "Have you been slacking off in training?" "It's kinda hard to train without revealing myself," I replied. "Besides, I thought I at least would be up to level 19 since Stone Town." "Maybe you just have a slow or parabolic growth rate," Professor Oak commented. "That's something we'll just have to observe." I pulled a pokeball of my belt. "Go, Charizard." "Are you sure that's wise?" Professor Oak asked when the dragon appeared. "He said he wanted to help with my training," I replied. "I also figured that I need some experience against fire Pokemon." "'Bout time," Charizard huffed. "Let's get it on." "Use your human form," Professor Oak said as he walked over to his laptop. "Right," I nodded. Charizard didn't waste any time to begin. He rammed me into the wall of Professor Oak's training arena. "I'll give you a free one," I smirked. "Face it," Charizard jeered. "You're as pathetic a Pokemon as you were a trainer." I glared at him. "Take that back. Come and make me," he beckoned. I decided I'd try to rush him. The result, I got slammed into the wall. Again. "Pretty dumb move," Charizard laughed. "Maybe we should find a cure so you'll stop being an embarrassment of a Pokemon." I gritted my teeth. He's one to talk about being an embarrassment after what he did at Indigo Plateau at our first tournament. "Try and stop me now," I replied. The room instantly vanished and reoriented with me facing Charizard's back. I pumped as much electricity into him as I could. He countered with a sweep by his tail. "Nice try," he smirked, "but you can't shock me. Face it, you're just a fool to challenge me." "I'll show you," I replied. This time, I teleported over his head, used water gun on his tail. He let out a roar of pain as I fell to the ground. "That's it," he snarled, "no more Mr. Nice Charizard." He then used flamethrower at me. The heat was getting too much for me to stand, and I was on the verge of fainting before someone yelled at us. "That's enough. Professor Oak snapped at the Pokemon. I wanted to monitor how his human body used Pokemon attacks, but you just melted all the probes. Charizard quite his barrage and snorted a puff of smoke triumphantly. Charizard, return, I sighed. Once I put Charizard Pokeball, Pikachu ran over to me. He was just trying to get under your skin, Pikachu told me. He does it during all his battles. Maybe he's right, I sighed. Maybe I am a pathetic Pokemon. I wouldn't say that, Ash, Professor Oak said as he read a computer print off. According to this data, you gave Charizard significant damage with just 2 attacks. That's quite impressive considering he is a level 80 Pokemon and you're only a level 14. That made me feel a little better, but I've always hated losing. Next time, Professor Oak said as he walked off to the lab, let's use a lower-level Pokemon from the reserve. I nodded in agreement and looked down at my hands. I took down Charizard to a critical level with just 2 attacks. What exactly am I capable of? I was floating in the pool with Squirtle when Professor Oak returned with results from the battle. Ash, you might find this interesting, Professor Oak said as I swam to the edge of the pool. Your attacks seem to be magnified when you're in your human form. So, a Thundershock as a human will be more powerful than as a Pikachu? Pretty much, Professor Oak agreed. How do I form the attacks? I asked him. I thought you said that physically I haven't changed much except for my DNA. I'm working on that, Professor Oak replied. You can't believe how much a headache that can give. Without the standard glands, it's difficult to determine your true type. I sighed as I floated back toward the center of the pool. All these factors could lead to a cure, but identifying them would be a problem. Oh, our latest supporter will be coming by in the next week, Professor Oak called. Great, I replied, will I have to do that show again? No, he answered. We only have one this time. He's really interested in you in particular. Me? Seems he remembers you from 6 years ago, Professor Oak continued. He told me that he's been following your career with personal interest. He has? I asked doubtfully. Why would he be so fascinated with me? I don't know, Professor Oak shrugged. You could ask him next week. I drifted off into the pool and my thoughts. Mom, I yelled as I slammed the door, I'm home. I'm in the kitchen, she shouted back. Go wash up for dinner. Yes, Mom. I shouted back. I quickly ran upstairs and took a shower. When I came back downstairs, she and Mimi were already sitting at the table. How did everything go at the lab? She asked as I took my seat. Okay, I replied as I reached for a drumstick. Professor Oak seems to think my attacks are more powerful when I'm in my human form. That's nice, dear, she said as she poured gravy over my food. Have you thought about what we talked about earlier? I nearly choked when she said that. I'd been trying all day to forget about that discussion. Mom, I would mind if we not talk about that, I sighed. Fine, she replied. We finished our meal in silence. Afterwards, I helped Mimi with the dishes while Mom watched the news on TV. Once the dishes were finished, I sat down beside her. I just want you to be happy, she sighed. It's not good for a boy to be so alone. But I'm not alone, I laughed. I have you and Pikachu. She smiled at the comment. That's not exactly what I meant. She turned away from the television and looked me in the eyes. You shouldn't spend all your time at home or at the lab, she continued. You should be out having fun, getting into trouble, not too much trouble, and meeting girls. I tried to keep my smile while she kept lecturing me. Sure, there were plenty of girls in Palette I thought were attractive, but they all had one thing against them. They weren't Misty. I just want to have grandchildren, she said, which brought me back to reality. Aren't you thinking a little far ahead? I asked. She giggled at the comment. I know I'm probably being a little silly, I replied, but I'm just worried about you. Mom, I make a promise, I told her. Once we find a cure, I go up to Cerulean, drag Misty out of that gym, and take her on a date. You don't have to go that far, she laughed, but by her tone, I think that was exactly what she wanted. By the way, I spoke up, trying to change the subject, we got a new backer for our research. That's good, she replied. Will Professor Oak raise your pay? I doubt it, I answered, but the extra funds could come in handy in buying a new molecular accelerator and replacing the other equipment we lost in the accident. The thought of putting a stunt stone into that machine thrilled me. If a hybrid moonstone turned me into a Pokémon, maybe a hybrid stunt stone could turn me back. That's nice, dear, she monotonously replied. I sighed. Maybe I should get together sooner with Misty than I had planned. That could make Mom happy at least, and I should always try to keep her happy. Besides, Misty and I are just friends, no matter how much I want it to be more than that. Okay, Professor Oak said after I released all of my Pokémon, let's test your resistance to various elemental attacks. He glanced down at the monitor before announcing, Test Subject 252, Electrical Tolerance. Pikachu took his cue and pumped my body full of electricity. Subject shows normal if not above normal tolerance for electrical attacks, Professor Oak commented as Pikachu stopped. That came as no surprise, I had received numerous shocks over the years since we started training together. Test Subject 252, Water. Tolerance. Squirtle took his place and blasted me with his hydro pump. If it weren't for the restraints holding me to the ground, I would have sent flying into the way, but I doubt that would have been any more painful than having all that water pressure. Water tolerance, normal, Professor Oak said as he punched in the readings into another computer. Test Subject 252, Fire Tolerance. I gulped as Charizard took Squirtle's place and prepared for the worst. Instead of an uncontrolled inferno, Charizard gave a weak ember attack. Fire tolerance, normal to slightly above normal, Professor Oak commented. Again, I wasn't surprised considering how many times Charizard roasted me. Test Subject 252, Grass Tolerance. This went on until we had covered all the Pokémon types, except for Ghost and Dark types since there wasn't any in the reserve. I showed no strength or weakness against any particular type except for fire and electricity, and even they were so small that it wouldn't matter in a battle. It was the last type that proved interesting. Test Subject 252, Psychic Tolerance. We had borrowed Gary's Alakazam for this test. Since Alakazam and I really didn't have a relationship, it gave me a standard Psywave. As I prepared for the worst, I felt nothing. Try using Psychic, Professor Oak ordered the Pokémon. Again, I felt nothing. Subject is totally resistant to psychic attacks, Professor Oak commented with awe. Analysis suggests subject may be related to dark Pokémon type due to resistance to psychic attacks, however due to the lack of weakness in steel and fighting attacks further research is required. I tried to catch my breath as I dragged myself to the rejuvenator. I didn't care about what my type was. I just needed some relief from the pain. Squirtle, Bubble Beam, Professor Oak commanded. We were trying to train my latest form, Ninetales, so I would have some decent fire attacks. I dodged and managed a quick attack. Grandpa, the voice interrupted our battle. I thought I saw Ash's bike outside. I wanted to get in a few battles with the loser. He's out in the reserve, I think, Professor Oak replied. Great, Gary said frustrated. It'll take all day to find him. He'll be back soon, he comforted his grandson. How about you help me with Ninetales here? I glared at him. Gary would go all out, and with my low level, I doubt I last 3 minutes. Sure, Gary cheered. Vaporeon, go. Just what I needed. Let's go easy on it, Gary commanded. Water gun. I was impressed at his attitude. He wasn't going for an instant KO but was trying to actually train me. I would show my appreciation by fighting 100%. I dodged the attack and managed to avoid being hit by constantly using agility. Enough fooling around, Gary snapped when he saw Vaporeon constantly missing. Bubble Beam. As the bubble began to fill the room, I felt it difficult to keep running. I began to slow down so that I could easily be hit. Now, hydro pump. I watched as the enormous column of water came straight at me. As it hit, the world turned dark, and I felt myself go unconscious. Ash, are you all right? A voice called the darkness. Gramps, you named this Pokemon after Ash, another replied. He reminds me so much of Ash, the other voice replied. Very stubborn and always rushing into things without thinking. I slowly opened my eyes and saw Professor Oak and Gary standing over top of me. Good, the revive worked, Professor Oak let out a sigh of relief. Gary, how about you see to your own Pokemon? This Ninetales didn't even attack once, so Vaporeon's all right, Gary replied. Who's the trainer of this thing? Ash found it injured near Stone Town, Professor Oak answered. I registered it to him, but we both really care for it. It would be just like that loser to have such a pathetic Pokemon, Gary smirked. I growled back at him. Don't be so defensive. Gary, Professor Oak replied, you know that your Vaporeon is at a higher level than Ash here. Besides, how could any fire type survive all those water attacks you were throwing at it? I guess you're right, Gary mumbled. Now, how about I check out Ash here while you head back home? All right, Gary replied. See ya around, Gramps. As soon as Gary left, I transformed back to normal, or human at least. Mind if we don't do that again? I asked. Sure, Ash, Professor Oak grinned. How about I stick you in the rejuvenator? Thanks, I sighed as I followed him to the machine. The next day when I rode up to Professor Oak's lab, a black limo was in there. Puzzled by it, I placed my bike by the door and walked in. Hey, Professor, I called, who's with the limo? I looked in the living room and saw Professor Oak with a man in a red suit. Here he is now, Professor Oak told him. Ash, I'd like you to meet someone. The man stood up and shook Ash's hand. My name is Giovanni, he greeted. I've heard some impressive things about you. I stood there in shock. I was shaking hands with Giovanni, the Viridian gym leader, president of Sylph Company, and a major backer of most fields of Pokemon research. This is quite an honor, sir, I gasped. Please, just call me Giovanni, he smiled. Giovanni is our new backer in the number 252 study, Professor Oak told me. Yes, Giovanni continued. My own research labs are currently involved in a study of Celebi. We are hoping to unlock its secrets like the Mew report we released a few years ago. The Mew report was like the holy grail to Pokemon researches, but it could be surpassed if Celebi was found. The next thought was one I didn't like, or if number 252 or number 253 appeared. I was hoping to see this new Pokemon of yours, Giovanni said, bringing me back to reality. I told Giovanni that number 252 is very picky about how he meets, Professor Oak told me. Yeah, I replied. I really can't guarantee your safety around him, I replied. I think I'll take my chances, Giovanni answered. A Pokemon master must always be willing to risk it all, don't you agree, Ash? Sorta, I stuttered, but he's out in the reserve, and it could take hours to find him. Then I must settle for the blood and DNA samples, Giovanni sighed. I have several appointments in Saffron tonight which I must keep. I get them for you, Professor Oak said as he walked into the lab. Ash, how about you answer any of Giovanni's questions? Sure, Professor, I replied. Giovanni sat back down on the couch while I sat in the chair across from him. How did you discover this Pokemon? He asked. There was an accident during an experiment, I replied. It appeared shortly afterwards. Interesting, he said as he rubbed his chin. What about transforming abilities? Oak was very vague about them. He can turn into any Pokemon he sees, I answered hoping not to let my secret out, but he has 4 forms which he can do from memory. That's all in the right I made. Yes, I read it, he said pointing to a folder on the coffee table. I just wanted your personal opinions about it. Is this Pokemon a powerful fighter? Once he levels up, perhaps, I replied. I'm using my own Pokemon to train him. They range from level 50 to 80 while he's only at level 14 right now. Before Giovanni could ask another question, Professor Oak returned with a small cooler. I have 3 vials of blood, he replied, along with some hair and skin fragments. Yes, Giovanni smiled as he took them, these will do nicely. Giovanni looked down at his watch. I must be going. I hope you have a nice trip, Professor Oak said as we followed Giovanni out. Oh, I will, he replied as his chauffeur stepped out of the limo and opened Giovanni's door. Inform me when you make any further progress. We will, Professor Oak called. We both stood there as the limousine drove towards the highway. Let's get to work, Professor Oak finally spoke. We have a lot of work to do before school starts next week. Yeah, Professor, I replied. He led me to a room of the lab where he stored most of his video equipment. When Todd was here last year, he helped set up a small studio for us. While most of the time we mainly used it to photograph the Pokemon of the trainers that Professor Oak sponsors, he had started the habit of editing videotapes we made of the Pokemon in the reserve. This helped when he went up before the review board of his grants. Ash, I want you to make a video record of this past few months, he instructed me. Why? I asked. I've already made several reports about my progress. Don't consider this another report, he replied. This is for your own personal use. Just tell it as you remember it. I gave him a funny look like I was standing next to someone who just went crazy. I think he noticed the look. You can have a more personalized way to remember rather than those dry reports, he explained. I used to keep 2 journals when I first started under Professor Pines, one was just your standard scientific journal and the other had more personal notes. Professor Oak let out a sigh. The first journal I lost years ago, but it wasn't really that important. The second helps me to remember what it was like to be an intern. Okay, I replied. I'll do it, but I still think it's a waste of time. He smiled as he left me with a video camera already set up. Might as well get this over with, I sighed as I began. 3 years ago, I was on top of the world. So I guess that about wraps up the past 4 months. I really can't figure out how this whole thing is going to turn out. I only hope we find a cure soon. So I end this tape at least like this. I'm Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, Pokemon Master, and now Pokemon I'm at level 15 with Transform, Teleport, and 2 unidentified attacks. My current alternate forms are Pikachu, Scyther, Tentacruel, and Ninetales. Ash turned off the video camera and pulled the tape out. What do you think, Pikachu? He asked the Pokemon at his feet. Pi Pikapi, he replied. I guess you're right, he sighed. Soon Ash started to chuckle. You know, I feel a lot better now. Pika. I guess I just need to tell someone, Ash replied. As looked at the videotape in his hands. Pikachu, do you think you could help me learn to talk like a Pokemon? Pika. I thought I could pull off my Pokemon forms better if I wasn't talking gibberish. Pikachu Pai Chu Ka, Pikachu replied. Of course I know it won't happen overnight, Ash snapped back. How about we start this afternoon? Ka. Ash, you done yet? Professor Oak called. Yeah, Ash shouted back. I'll be out in a minute. Good, Professor Oak replied, 'cause your herd of Tauroses just got loose. I'll help round them up, I sighed as I led Pikachu out. Giovanni looked at the vial he held up to his eye. The red liquid squished as the limousine traveled down the road. I have the party you requested, his chauffeur informed them. Good, Giovanni replied as he raised the barrier between them. He turned on the videophone and saw a smiling face. Meowth, what is it, boss? The cat asked. I want you 3 to continue to follow the Ketchum boy, he instructed him. I'll overlook any further failure to capture his Pikachu, but I must know where he is at all times. Yes, sir, Meowth replied. So what's this about a new Pokemon? I'm not all that sure, Giovanni answered. He looked down at the red vial in his hand. But I intend to find out. What does Giovanni have planned for Ash, and will he ever find a cure? Looks like Ash's Pokemon journey is far from over. To be continued. Author's note: so, what do you think of the introduction? For the rest of series, I'll be using third person so I can make the stories more like the episodes. I think I'll give a little preview of the next part of Evolution. This is all your fault. Jessie yelled at James. If it weren't for you and that stupid Meowth, we wouldn't be lost in these woods. I'm sorry, James replied, but you didn't have to punt Meowth all the way to Saffron City. Especially since he had the map. When I get my hands on that furball, Jessie began but was cut off as a large net fell on them. Did you two set up any more traps? Jessie fumed. We didn't have time, James replied. Then who? Hand over your Pokemon, a voice shouted. Jessie and James turned toward the voice and saw a bunch of men standing behind a woman in a black Team Rocket uniform. Jimmy, is that you? She asked. James looked at her before remembering the face. Sarah. James replied. Who's that? Jessie demanded. My old partner, he replied. Well, more years, his mother replied. Then you can decide on which college you want to go to. You mean afford, Ash sighed. Let's not worry about that now, his mom replied as she placed a bowl of cereal in front of him. You just need to get to school before you're late. Yes, Mom, Ash sighed. You know, Jess, James said as they watch Ash the school building, we should probably just try to get the twerp when he goes to Professor Oak. You're right, James, Jessie replied. School always did give the creeps. Quit griping, Meowth shouted as he slashed the couple. The boss wants dat Pikachu, and that's what he going to get. Jessie felt the burning skin on her face. How dare you damage my perfection, she screamed. You better run, James warned the cat. Meowth, I think you're right, Meowth cried as he ran from the angry redhead. Don't think you're getting away that easy. Jessie yelled as she grabbed Meowth by the back of his furry neck. Now, Jess, Meowth pleaded, let's not doing anything you'll regret. Oh, don't worry, Jessie fumed, I won't feel a thing. That's what I was afraid of, Meowth cried. Jessie gave Meowth a punt that would make a goalie jealous. Meowth, why is it always me? Meowth sighed as he flew by a confused Spearow. Looks like Meowth is blasting off again. Meanwhile, James just watched as his partner came back, brushing off her hands. You know, James finally spoke as Jessie applied some makeup to the scratch marks, you really need to control your temper. Jessie snapped her compact shut. My temper is my own business, she replied. Whatever you say, Jess, James sighed. I wonder if I wasn't better off with Jezebel, he thought. At least she appreciated me. The image of him tied to chair while the Jessie look-alike spoon-fed him popped into his mind. He did the best he could not to shiver in fear. Are you coming or not? Jessie demanded. Where are we going? James asked absent-mindedly. URG, to Professor Oak's, nitwit, she replied. Why should we waste time hanging around here? Wasting time here, or wasting time there, it's not much of a difference, James replied. Maybe we can get the twerp when he comes out for lunch. He won't have any of his Pokemon in school. Jessie shouted. So waiting here would be a waste of time. Right, James replied. Come on, Jessie sighed as she grabbed James's arm, dragging him behind her. If it wasn't for the rocks, he sighed inwardly, this might actually be enjoyable. He sighed again when he looked up the avenging angel dragging him off into the woods. So, Ash, I heard you're in a wedding this summer, a girl said to him as he ate lunch. Yeah, he replied. I was the best man. I better you were pretty handsome in that tux, the girl laughed. Ash could not help but blush. You should wear one at the Halloween dance, she continued. Without that old hat, I doubt anybody would recognize you. I can't go, Aaron, he replied. And why not? She asked. And don't tell it's because you can't dance. You ruined that excuse when we all saw that video of you and that girl from Cerulean. When she said, that brought back a flood of memories. It was Master's banquet after he beat Gary in the final round of the championships. A 13-year-old boy in a rented tuxedo nervously walked up to a girl in a white dress. Hey, Misty, he called to her. Yeah, Ash, she smiled. I was wondering if you like to, Ash hesitantly asked, What is it? She demanded with a hint of anger in her voice. Dance, he quickly finished. I was just wondering if you like to dance. Misty's face began to brighten as she replied, I'd love to. Ash was again extremely nervous as they walked to the dance floor, but it began to lighten when he looked into her eyes. Forget about the title, he thought as the music started. This is what I really wanted. Ash smiled as he recalled that night 3 years ago but sighed when he remembered that was in the past. I have other plans, he replied. You're lost, Aaron smirked as she left him alone with his meal. Yeah, Ash sighed. My lost. Gee, do you think we took a wrong turn somewhere? James asked. I thought we'd be near the old man's lab by now. Shut up, I'm trying to think, Jessie snapped back. The two had been wandering the woods around Pallet looking for Professor Oak's lab, but so far, all they were able to find were a hive of beedrills, a very angry Spiro, and a Rattata with a very large appetite. They were both tired, bruised, and Jessie was not happy. And when Jessie ain't happy, people disappear under unusual circumstances. This is all your fault. Jessie yelled at James. If it weren't for you and that stupid Meowth, we wouldn't be lost in these woods. I'm sorry, James replied, but you didn't have to punt Meowth all the way to Saffron City. Especially since he had the map. When I get my hands on that furball, Jessie began but was cut off as a large net fell on them. Did you two set up any more traps? Jessie fumed. We didn't have time, James replied. Then who? Hand over your Pokemon, a voice shouted. Jessie and James turned toward the voice and saw a bunch of men standing behind a woman in a black Team Rocket uniform. Her light green hair was cut just above her shoulders, and her pale blue eyes stared at James. Jimmy, is that you? She asked. James looked at her before remembering the face. Sarah. James replied. Who's that? Jessie demanded. My old partner, he replied. Sarah shouted at her men to get the net off Jessie and James. So, what are you doing here? Sarah asked. The boss wanted us to get a Pikachu from a boy who lives here, James replied, but what are you doing here? Last I heard, you went off to Mahogany Town in Johto. I got recalled, Sarah shrugged. I was on my way back to HQ when I heard about a Pokemon reserve around here. I figured I'd pick a few more Pokemon for the boss. And those guys? Jessie asked, motioning over to the men. I serious doubt they're on the team. They're on my team, Sarah replied. And who are you? This is Jessie, James answered while he watched the nerve on Jessie's forehead throb. She's the one I got reassigned to. Sarah glared at Jessie, who returned the stare. I guess wanted you to make sure she didn't screw things up, Sarah commented. Me screw up? Jessie shouted. This idiot can ruin a plan faster than we can come up with one. How dare you talk about Jimmy like that? Sarah shouted back. Listen, Jessie shouted back, I've known James since we were 10. I think I know more about him than you do. Sarah glared at her while Jessie stared back. James and the other men slowly backed away from the potential powder keg. I may not have known Jimmy as long as you, Sarah retorted, but at least I know who to treat him like a human being. Hey, Jessie defended, I treat him like I treat all my friends. How many of those do you have? Sarah smirked. Let's see, Jessie said as she began to think. There's James, Meowth, Arbok, Lickitung. Not your Pokemon, Sarah shouted. So, you only have Jimmy as your friend. Jessie thought about that for a minute. I guess you're right, she grumbled under her breath. Jimmy, Sarah called to young man who was trying to hide among her gang. Is this loud-mouth, rude girl your friend? James did not hesitate to answer this question. Yes, he replied. She's been my best friend since we were kicked of Pokemon Technical. You didn't have to phrase like that, Jessie grumbled. So, you see. I am James's friend. Well, if Jimmy likes you, Sarah sighed, I guess we should at least act civil. Sarah offered her hand to Jessie. Jessie stared at for a moment, then grabbed it. At first both of them just roughly shook hands, but soon their grips tightened, and they were glaring at each other again. This is just one of those days, James sighed as the two continued their stare down. 5 years ago, Mr. Fields told his half-asleep students, an archaeological site was established just a few miles from Pallet. Last year, the dig formally opened to the public. I have arranged for us to have a private tour with the first scientist to study the ruins next month. Ash slouched deeper into his desk. The last time he was near Pokemopolis, he had to stop a giant Jengar and Alakazam tried to kill him. He also was not too thrilled of meeting the city's guardian, though a Jigglypuff-induced nap was always peaceful. Is this trip required? He asked. Mr. Fields glared at him. I would think you of all people would like see a city dedicated to Pokemon, he replied. And, yes, this is required for you to pass this class. Ash sighed. Maybe Team Rocket will leave me alone this time, he murmured to himself as his history teacher went on about the development of the Johto League. So let me get this straight, Sarah said to James, you two have been trying for the last 6 years to steal one Pikachu. That's right, James sighed. The twerp has also ruined other jobs we tried. We can't seem to escape from him. Why not just transfer, she asked. I heard they have a big job planned in Goldenrod. The boss wants us to keep on trying to get Pikachu, James replied. Besides, Jessie and I have lost our edge. Your edge? Before we meet him in Viridian, James answered, we were the rising stars of the team. We only failed 2 missions out of 100, but after that twerp bet us after there, we've fallen into a slump. Are you sure it's not your partner? Sarah asked. Never, James quickly denied. Jessie is the best thing that has ever happened to me. Okay, Sarah replied, you don't have to be so defensive. James, Jessie said as she joined the 2 old friends, the twerp will be getting out of school soon. Right, James nodded as he walked over to her. Well, it's been nice seeing you again, Sarah. How about I lend you two a hand, Sarah suggested. I really want to see this guy who the boss had taken personal interest in. Do whatever you want, Jessie replied. Just don't get in the way. I sure hope Professor Oak doesn't want me to do another set of tests, Ash told Pikachu. I rather work on my training. Pie Pikachu, Pikachu laughed. It's not that I like being a Pokemon, Ash replied. I just want to be the best at whatever I do. Little did Ash know, but a strange shadow had been following him since he had left school and was quickly gaining on him. As Ash was walking through the outer edge of the preserve, a large man stepped in front of him. I hope you know you're in a restricted area, Ash told him. This all belongs to Professor Oak. Oh, I'm doing more than trespassing, the man laughed as he held up some Pokeballs. The boss is really going to love these. Poacher, Ash hissed. Release those Pokemon at once. Or what? The man laughed. You'll seek your rat on me. Pikachu, Thunder Shock, Ash commanded. Pikachu leaped in front of him but fell in a small pit. Pikachu! Ash cried. Ha, we got you this time, a voice called from up in a tree. Another man came from behind and grabbed Ash by the arms. Let me go, he demanded. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse leaped out of the tree. Jesse. James stepped out from behind one with a red rose. James. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light, Jesse continued. Surrender now, or prepare to fight, James added. In the bushes, Sarah sighed, Jimmy always did have a flair for the dramatic. Let go of me, Ash struggled as they tied him to try. Ha, looks like we win this time, twerp, Jessie taunted as she held up Pikachu in a shockproof glass box. I'm sure the boss is going to love him like his own. You'll never get away with this, Ash snapped back. Watch us, James replied as they walked away. Sarah walked up to them and asked what they planned to do with Ash. We'll call the boss, Jessie replied. He'll tell us how to handle him. Right, Sarah nodded as they left Ash with 2 guards. After about 10 minutes, the guards were getting bored. Ash figured now would be a best time as any to escape. Using Ember, he burned away the ropes without alerting the guards. He slowly crept up on them and knocked them both out with Poison Needle. Now I better rescue Pikachu, he said as he ran in the direction Jessie and James went. You two actually did something right, the boss told them. Bring the boy and the Pikachu back to headquarters, and don't screw it up. Yes, sir, Jessie and James saluted as the screen went blank. Jessie turned to James. You go get the twerp. Okay, James smiled. He was dreaming of his promised promotion. He turned around and saw a figure running towards him. Ah, Jess, I think he's on his way. What are you blabbering about? Jessie demanded as she looked down the path. It's the twerp. He got loose. Sarah looked up from her map. Persistent little thing, she commented. You don't know the half of it, Jessie sighed. Arbok, bind attack. The snake Pokemon appeared from its Pokeball and slithered towards its target. Unfortunately for it, Ash had already released Charizard, who grabbed and slung Arbok into the woods. Wheezing, smoke screen. James commanded as he tossed the Pokeball. Jessie, I think it's time we blast off again. I couldn't agree more, she replied as she grabbed Pikachu. As they ran, wheezing smokescreen was coming towards them. Keep it up, Charizard, Ash cheered as he ran after Team Rocket. I guess I should help out, Sarah sighed. All right boys, get the brat. No one replied. Guys, she asked again. She noticed all her men were on the ground shivering. She knelt down and found a purple needle in one of their arms. A poison needle, she commented. The boy must have a poison type loose too. She reached behind back where she kept her Pokeballs when she felt a prick on her arm. She looked at it and saw a new purple needle. Great, she sighed as she collapsed on the ground. I think we lost him, James huffed. A tree next to him erupted in flames. Guess again, Ash replied. Charizard, fire spin. The flames soon formed a barrier around the rockets, hiding Ash and Charizard. Maybe we should just give Pikachu back, James suggested. We can always try again. Never, Jessie countered. Lickitung, go. But before she could release the Pokemon, a Scyther burst through the flames and swiped Pikachu out of her hands. Now, Charizard, Ash's voice cried. Jessie and James saw the flames die down, but not for long, since the dragon tail whipped them into the air. We were so close this time, Jessie cried. I could just picture that promotion. Yeah, James sighed. We'll just get him next time. Looks like Team Rocket is blasting off again. You're late, Professor Oak commented as Ash shut the door. Ran into some traffic on the way here, he replied as he slipped on his lab jacket. What are we doing today? Just a little training, he answered. I still want you to learn some more fire attacks. Maybe we should use a technical machine. No. Ash replied. You know I hate using those. No Pokemon should be forced into something like that. I was just a suggestion, Oak said as he made a quick scan of Ash. I see you battled today. Like I said, Ash replied as he transformed into Ninetales, I ran into a little traffic. Easy come, easy go, Sarah shrugged as she walked with Jesse and James. Most of her men still had headaches from being poisoned but nothing too serious. I can see why that Ash has been giving you problem. You still heading back to HQ? James asked. Yeah, she answered. She looked over at Jesse. Jimmy, mind if Jesse and I talk alone for a few minutes? Sure, James replied as he walked ahead a bit. Look, I know you two are friends, Sarah told Jesse as soon as James was out of hearing distance. I just want you to take care of him. Why should I bother? Jesse asked. Don't give that, Sarah sternly replied. I've seen the way you've been looking at him. I think he feels the same way. Really? Jesse said hopefully. I never thought after all that I did. Just take care of him, Sarah interrupted. And if you hurt, I'll see you about it. All right, Jesse replied. Fine, Sarah said as she looked down at her map. Take the left at the fork and you'll be back in Pallet. Thanks, Jesse replied. I guess this is goodbye. Yeah, Sarah said as she folded up her map. Take care, Jesse. You too, Sarah, Jesse replied as they parted paths. After walking down the path, James shook his head trying to remember something. Hey, Jesse, I think we forgot something, he commented. You're right, James, Jesse agreed. I just can't remember what. Mustn't have been very important. I get dem for this, Meowth growled as he climbed higher up the pole. Below him, the Growlithe K9 squad of Viridian growled at him. Part 7, Trick or Treat. Autumn is in the air, and for the students of Pallet High, that means the annual Halloween dance. While most students are out preparing their costumes, we find one trying to make excuses not to go. Ash stammered as he ran through his list of excuses, Professor Oak wants me to watch over the Pokemon. Pikachu shook his head. Pikachu. I used that one for the beach party. Ash questioned. Oh, that's right. How about I'm going to look for some new Pokemon? Again, Pikachu disagreed. Right, Ash sighed. They know I already have most of the ones locally that I want. Pikachu. I really hate these things, Ash replied. First I have to get in some weird costume, don't you dare laugh, he quickly added when Pikachu pointed at his hair. Then I'll have to find a date. Ash dropped after that. Chupichu, he replied. Misty. Ash repeated. Why would she want to come to some lame party in Pallet? Pikachu shook his head. There was just no reasoning with Ash when he was in one of his dense moods. Pikachu thought the boy had grown out of it, but Ash had always been stubborn at everything. Besides, Ash said as he pulled out his Pokeball belt, I need to get in some night training. Pikachu frowned. He followed Ash outside. Look, Jesse, James said as he pointed at a poster on the door of Ash's school. A costume dance. I doubt there will be any Pokemon there, Jesse replied. Let's just get back to camp. I need my beauty rest. Try a century or two, Meowth grumbled, but Jesse did not appear to hear him. I was just thinking it would be nice to go to a party for once, James sighed. Since it is a costume party, no one would know we did not go to school here. Jessie shook her head. What if the twerp comes, James pleaded. You know how that Pikachu always follows him. Maybe we can catch it. Meowth could not help but feel for the guy. James had been trying to ask Jessie out ever since he came back from his trip via Air Fan. Meowth figured James must have been really desperate if he was trying for some high school dance. He just hoped things would not get any weirder. In a brightly lighted room, several scientists walked down the aisle of vials and beakers filled various color liquids. By the doors, black uniformed guards eyed each of them. The red on their chests was the only other color on the black uniforms. One of scientists walked to a desk. Stacks of papers and empty styrofoam coffee cups surrounded the computer. His lab jacket had beige with use, and his brown hair fell to meet his glasses. He sighed as he collapsed in his chair and pulled out a stack of sheets from off the top of the pile. Dr. Kyle Norwell glanced at the test results for the billionth time since the computer printed them. There were too many conflicting variables to determine any certain type of Pokemon. He shook his head at thought that maybe this thing was not a Pokemon at all. "Any progress, doctor?" a voice called from his computer monitor. "No, sir," Norwell sighed as he turned to the image of his employer, Giovanni. "This sample keeps giving back conflicting results. There is almost nothing certain about it." "Keep trying, doctor," Giovanni instructed. "This particular Pokemon was created in a lab accident. I wish to see if it will prove valuable to me." "If I had the Pokemon here," Norwell replied as he pushed his glass back up his nose, "I might be able to figure out these readings." "I seriously doubt that will be possible," Giovanni informed the scientist. "Pokemon number 252 has too much attention from the PBR. If it were to disappear from Samuel Oak's custody, too many questions would be asked." "Very well," Norwell sighed. "I suppose I could question Oak at the next symposium." "Do whatever it takes, doctor," Giovanni replied. "I just want results." "Oh, you'll get results," Norwell told him. "It's only a matter of figuring out what they mean." "So what are you doing for Halloween?" Gary asked as he and Ash walked down the road to Professor Oak's lab. "More likely stay home and take care of the trick-or-treaters," he replied. "What about the dance?" "I'm not going," Ash testily replied. He had been saying that all day, and it was annoying him that everyone kept asking him about it. "Come on," Gary teased. "It's not like you're going to be the only loser without a date." Ash glared at him. He knew Gary was going with Laura Rooker, the head cheerleader. "That's not the reason I'm not going," Ash snapped. "I don't like dances." "I seem to recall something different at Brock's wedding," Gary continued to tease. "I think you and that gym leader were really enjoying that dance." Gary backed down when he noticed Ash's glare. Over the years, he learned to imitate the glare from Misty. It was quite an effective measure to dealing with irritants like Gary. "Not take it personally," Gary replied. "Besides, you stay cooped up in that lab too much. You need to get out more." "Okay, Mom," Ash replied. Gary shook his head. After he took over Ash's place as the Indigo League champion, they had redeveloped their friendship. They still had their rivalry, but it was not as intense as it had been when they were 10. "How about you skip on Gramps today?" Gary suggested. "I hear they set up a terrific haunted house in the park." "A haunted house?" Ash asked. "They're using several ghastlies and haunters," Gary added. "Maybe even a Jengar." Ghost Pokemon, Ash thought as he remembered that he had not done a test against ghost and dark types. "Sure, why not? That's the spirit," Gary cheered. "Just let me tell Professor Oak," Ash replied. Gary collapsed on the ground. "The point of this was to get you away from him," Gary shouted. "He won't give you time off." "Actually, I think he will," Ash smiled. "Jesse, come look at this," James called as he was staring at a flyer. When Jesse and Meowth came nearer, James began reading. "A haunted house from October 14th, see real ghost Pokemon." "This is great," Jessie said as she rubbed her hands together. "We can capture some ghost Pokemon for the boss." Jess," Meowth replied. "Don't cha remember dat time in Pokemon Towers with just 3 ghost Pokemon? Dis thing here says there are several of dems." "Quit your whining," Jessie shouted. "That just means more for us to hand over to the boss." While James nodded in agreement, Meowth shook his head. "Meowth got a bad feeling about this," he sighed. Ash and Gary were walking away from Ash's house. He wanted to check up on his Pokemon and tell his mom about the haunted house. He told Pikachu to stay there since the flyer said no Pokemon allowed. This is going to be great, Gary said as the two stood in line at the park. I haven't had a chance to see a ghost Pokemon since that league competition. Ash murmured his agreement. He had to think of a way to convince one of the ghost Pokemon to attack him. Considering that they were probably trained to give minor attacks on customers, he thought it should not be too difficult to get one to use Lick or Nightshade. Look at that line, Jesse, James commented as they walked into the park. We'll be stuck in that all day. That's why we're going to cut in line, moron, Jesse snapped back. We are Team Rocket after all. Yeah, I forgot, James said as they headed to the haunted house exit. Neither Jesse, James, nor Meowth noticed the shadow following them. After waiting in line for half an hour, Ash and Gary were finally at the front of the line. Gary yawned in boredom while Ash listened to the frightened screams from inside. Twice he suggested they should just leave, but each time Gary called him chicken. That strengthened Ash's resolve to get this over with. That will be $2, the attendant told them. Gary handed him the money for both of them, and they entered the house. The decor reminded Ash of Pokemon Tower's lobby. In the dimly lighted room, he could make out an old mirror over a small table. Check this out, Gary said as he looked at his reflection. Ash walked over and saw two skeletons looking back. I wonder how they did that. Ash heard an eerie laugh come from the mirror. Suddenly, the skeletons leaped at them. Why, both screamed as the skeletons knocked them to ground and vanished. Ash and Gary lied on the ground, shocked from the attack. Aren't you going to get up? Gary asked while still on his back. What about you? Ash replied. You first, Gary suggested. Ash sighed as he picked himself off the ground. When he noticed his reflection in the mirror, it was just himself looking back. You can get up now, Ash said as he walked to the door to the next room. Jesse, James, and Meowth looked at the strange room they had walked into. It looked like some sort of library with 3 walls of bookshelves with the fourth having 2 doors, one to the exit and the other leading furthering into the house, separated by a fireplace. They had managed to slip in through the exit after a group of pale white teenagers walked out. Meowth shivered when he noticed how stiff they had walked. Jess, Meowth said with a hint of fear in his voice, maybe we should go to Vermilion. I heard they got a herd of Tauros deer now. Quit your complaining, Jessie snapped back as she whacked him with her fan. All we have to do is catch a ghost Pokemon or 2. James ignored the argument. He was busy staring up at a portrait of a blonde-haired man on a Ponyta hanging above the fireplace. Suddenly, it blinked. James screamed as he leapt back, right into Jessie. Get off me, Jessie shouted as she threw James into fireplace. James sputtered as he lay upside down against the back wall of the fireplace. Spit it out, Jessie snapped. Meowth looked up at the portrait and saw it smile. "MOWTH," he screamed as he jumped on top of Jessie's head. Jessie blinked a few times as Meowth shivered on top of her head. Her face began to contort into a mad grimace as her complexion turned bright red. Get off, she shouted as she flung him into James's face. What is with you two? They both pointed up. Jessie followed where they pointed up to the portrait. It jumped down and kissed her hand. Oh my, Jessie blushed, then remembered that less than a minute ago this guy was collecting dust and cobwebs. Jessie screamed as she grabbed the bewildered James and Meowth and opened one of the doors. She dragged them inside, immediately regretting the decision. They were face to face with 2 Jengar drinking some coffee. Jen, they questioned. This place is a lot bigger than it looked on the outside, Ash commented as he and Gary walked through a maze. I heard ghost Pokemon are good at making illusions, Gary replied as they ran into another dead end. For all we know, we could just be going around in circles. Ash gulped at that revelation. All he really wanted was to see how ghost attacks affected him, not lose 10 years of his life to fright. After 5 more minutes of wondering, they found the door to the next room. When they stepped through, they suddenly fell into the black shadows. They yelled as they hit the bottom. As Ash picked himself off the ground, he felt something brush against him. "Is that you, Gary?" he asked, but no one replied. "Come on," Ash said as he brushed himself off. Still there was silence. "This ain't funny." Ash felt someone tap him on the shoulder. "Nice try, Gary," Ash laughed as he fought back the shiver. He turned around and saw it was not his friend. "Haunter Hound," it laughed. "Waya!" Ash screamed as he ran off into the darkness. The haunter laughed as it chased after him. "Ouch," Gary said as he picked himself up. "Ash, you okay?" Gary looked around and saw he was alone in a brightly lit room with a television and couch. It also did not have any doors. "Great," Gary sighed as he sat down on the couch. "Might as well see what's on." He picked up the remote and started flipping through the channels. Most were static until he came up on the Weather Channel. "Oh, the horror," Gary remarked as he changed channel, but it stayed on the Weather Channel. He tried it again, but no matter times he changed the channel, it was still the Weather Channel. "It looks like a cold front is moving," the forecaster said. Gary shivered as the room started to get colder. "And a good chance of snow," he went on. Gary noticed that white flakes began to fall from the ceiling. "What is going on?" he demanded. Oh," the forecaster grinned, "looks like a blizzard is headed our way." Gary blinked as the wind picked up and the snow started coming down harder. "Could it get any worse?" he complained. "Careful what you wish for," the half-buried television replied. "And this just end, the highs today in the 120s. The snow started to melt and the air was thick with humidity." Gary panted as he pulled his shirt off. "Need water," he gasped. "You got it, buddy," the forecaster replied. "With chance of sudden showers." The rain cooled Gary off but left him soaking wet. "How about some of the wind again?" he asked the television. "Sure thing, kid," the forecaster replied. Gary was slammed into the wall by the force of the wind. "Too much," he struggled to say. "You asked for it," the forecaster smiled. The pressure proved too much for the wall as Gary was punched through. He crashed into someone, knocking both to the ground. "Nice to see you again," Ash greeted, "but do you mind getting off me?" "Let's get out of here," Gary suggested as he dragged Ash to a door. When he opened it, a ghastly greeted him. Gary slammed it shut. He opened it again, but this time it was a haunter. He closed it again and opened it. "Jengar," the Pokemon cried. "Wa." Gary and Ash shouted as they ran from the ghost followed by two others. "Don't move," Jesse told Meowth and James. "Don't even breathe." They had been staring at the confused Jengar for at least 3 minutes. Meowth took Jesse's advice and held his breath. After a minute his face turned blue, and he gasped for breath. Oh," he commented as 3 ran around the room chased by the Jengar. "I think this is the way out," Ash called to Gary as the boy ducked under a pass-by haunter. Ash and Gary dived through the door and crashed into 3 moving objects. "Hey," Jesse shouted. "It's Team Rocket," Ash shouted as he leapt off the pile. "Ha! Prepare for trouble," she said as he jumped to her feet. "Forget the motto and run," Meowth screamed as now a haunter and Ghastly had joined the 2 Jengar. As they chased the 5 around the room, Ash read a door shut. He looked at the direction, and a new terror spread over his face. "Not you again," he screeched as he forgot about the ghost and edged into the corner furthest away from the newcomer. "I thought I lost you a long time ago." Team Rocket glanced over at the door and started backing away. Now, Meowth said as calmly as he could. "Let's not do anything hasty." Meanwhile, Gary and Ghost Pokemon stared at the other's reaction and glance at the newcomer. Gary and the ghosts broke out in laughter. "Give me a break," Gary said between laughs. "You're telling me that you 4 are afraid of Jigglypuff Jigglywipuff, the Pokemon to sing. Must fight it, Ash said as he struggled to remain conscious. He glanced up and noticed a haunter hovering above him. It slowly drifted onto his chest. Both he and the Pokémon were the last ones awake. As it touched him, Ash began to glow and shrink before falling asleep. Jigglypuff stopped singing and looked around. She saw 3 humans, 1 Meowth, a Ghastly, 2 Haunters, and 2 Jengar fast asleep. Jigglypuff, she huffed as she pulled the top off her microphone. Gary yawned as he stretched his arms. He looked over and saw everyone had squiggly marks on their faces. This is some haunted house, he commented as the others started. I wonder where Ash is. He noticed that one of the haunters shaking itself more than the others. I guess even you guys are up to that song, he commented. Meowth, not again, Meowth sighed. It'll take Meowth 4 baths to get this stuff off. It's not so bad, James said with a fake pencil mustache and glasses on his face. How dare that little cretin damage my perfection, Jessie screamed as she looked into her compact. Actually, I think it made her look better, Gary whispered to a Jengar who started laughed at the comment. I've had enough of this place, Jessie huffed as she dragged James and Meowth by their collars. I guess we didn't stand a ghost of chance, James sighed. I really haunting. Experience, Meowth agreed. Looks Team Rocket is running off again, they cried as they ran out the exit. Weird group, Gary commented. Near where is Ash? One of the haunter pointed at the door. You're saying he left us here? The haunter nodded in agreement. Figures he ditched me here, Gary sighed. Maybe he went to look for help. Gary ran out the door, and the haunter turned to the other Pokémon. Would you guys do me a little favor? He asked. These reading are excellent, Professor Oak commented as he looked over Ash's response to ghost attacks. You seem to have a normal response to ghost attacks. That just leaves dark, and then we'll cover all my opponents, Ash said as he hovered around the ceiling of the lab. I must admit you seem to like your new form, Ash, Professor Oak told the ghost Pokémon. It's not the first time I've been a ghost, Ash replied. Professor Oak blinked at the comment. Perhaps you should tell me about that. Later, Ash replied. I have something I need to do. Trick or treat, a group of 6-year-olds cried. What great costumes, the mummy replied. Her orange-red hair sticking out from beneath the bandages. Thanks, they cheered as she placed a few pieces of candy in their bags. Misty shut the door and turned to the 3 amigas. Thanks for staying here, Daisy said as she adjusted her sombrero. No problem, Misty sighed. She thought about going to the Halloween block party downtown, but she had agreed to stay for the trick-or-treaters. We should be back, around 3, Daisy said as they walked out the door. Misty glanced up at the clock. Only 7, she crashed on the couch as gracefully as possible without ruining her costume. As soon as she was comfortable, the doorbell rang. She sighed as she got up and went to the door. Trick or treat, a 16-year-old vampire greeted. Aren't you a little old? Misty smirked. You're never too old for candy, Ash laughed. Mind if I come in? Sure, Misty replied as she led him in. What are you doing here? I thought I'd just see what Cerulean does for Halloween, he replied as he sat down next to Misty on the couch. There's a party downtown, she replied, but I have to stick around for the little monster. By the way, have you been raiding Lance's closet? Ash laughed nervously at the comment and hoping his costume did not change back to his jeans, t-shirt, and jacket. You know, Misty said as she looked at the boy next to her, most of the trick-or-treaters will be gone around. How about we go to the party then? Sure, Ash replied. The doorbell rang again. I'll get it, Ash said. He jumped up and rang to the door. Trick or treat, a Pikachu and Togepi costume children shouted. Aren't you cute? Ash commented as he dropped some candy in their bags. Ash closed the door and found Misty watching an old horror movie on the television. At least it looked like a horror movie. What is that? Ash asked while the character commented on the correct way to pronounce his name. Young Frankenstein, Misty replied. Nothing else on. Ash sat down next to her and started watching the movie with her. Occasionally, one of them left to answer the doorbell, but they gradually slid closer together. Maybe she won't mind if I put my arm around her, Ash thought as he glanced at her. Suddenly, the reasons why he should not raced through his mind, especially the fact that he could really bug her out with one of his Pokemon forms. He lowered his arm back to his side and noticed that Misty looked disappointed for some reason. I got to find a cure, Ash determined in his mind. I have to. I wonder Ash is. Gary said at the Palette High dance. He's probably stuck with trick-or-treat duty, Laura, his date, replied. Besides, I heard he said he hated dances. Gary sighed. Ash, you really need to get a life. As Gary and Laura walked over to get something to drink, a couple of chaperones began fighting in the corner. I knew the twerp wouldn't be here, Jessie snapped at James. You made me get all dressed up for nothing. I wouldn't say that, James replied. You look very nice in that outfit. Jessie had come as a princess, and James was in samurai armor. Jessie blushed at the comment. Would you like to dance, Jessica? He asked as the band began playing again. I love to, James, she smiled as she led him to the dance floor. Ah, Jess, he commented as they started dancing, normally the guy leads. What kind of girl do you think I am? Jessie laughed as they continued dancing. Part 8, that new old kind of thing. Now stay together, class, Mr. Fields said as his class left the bus. With most of the forest in shades of red, orange, and yellow, the ancient city of Pokemopolis looks even more mysterious than ever. While most of the students gawked and take snapshots, one in particular nervously eyes everything around. I wish I brought my Pokemon, Ash sighed as he followed them to a campsite. Not that they would do much good against those giants. 3 tents were just south of the ruins. Ash knew most of the original archaeologists were through with the site or ran out of funding to continue, but one he recognized from before stepped out of the largest tent to greet them. Hello, the young woman smiled. My name is Dr. Eve. I'll be your guide today. Ash heard several of the others murmur at this. Eve could only be in her late 20s at best, but he remembered her overzealous assistant's biography of her. He tried to hide behind Gary when she looked over in his direction. Excuse me, young man, she called, but have we met before? I don't think so, Gary replied, thinking she meant him. No, no, she said as she walked up to them. Oh, it's you. Nash, or something. Ash, Ash replied. I helped you find the site. That's right, she responded as she thought back to 5 years ago. And you were there when those Pokemon. Shouldn't you be taking us somewhere? Ash interrupted. Gary poked Ash in the side. You don't have to be so rude, loser. Hee, sorry, Ash nervously laughed. Anyway, Dr. Eve went on as she joined Mr. Fields by the tents, I think I should show you some of the artifacts that we still have on site. Dr. Eve led them to a table set up in the middle of the campsite. Several porcelain figurines of various Pokemon were on it. This is just a portion of what we have found, Dr. Eve explained. Most have already been sent to the museum in Pewter City or the Giovanni Labs on Cinnabar Island. Ash picked up a pink cat-like Pokemon statue. He recognized it as a Mew from his textbook, but something was odd about it. Your teacher has suggested that I show you a few of the temples, Dr. Eve announced after all the students got a chance to look at the figurines. I think the inner city would be the best place for your group since that is where most of the legendary Pokemon's temples are. She led the class towards the half-collapsed city gate of the ruins. There are temples to about all the Pokemon in the city, Dr. Eve said as they walked among the crumbled walls of a street. Each evolution chain has its own temple where each floor is to one of the members of the chain. She pointed over to a 3-story building. That is the temple to the Piku chain, she stated. We believed it was placed on the edge of the city so that the priests would defend the city with their Pokemon's electric attacks. Most of the temples were placed for function use or for honorary purposes. The temple of the Cleffa evolution chain was by the main gate since it was the guardian of the city, while the Tauros, Miltank, and Ponita Rapidash temples was next to the marketplace where the merchants could rest their Pokemon after long journeys. Gary looked over the roofs and saw a temple with 2 towers on it. "What about that one?" "Oh, now that is an interesting one," Dr. Eve replied. "That is the Slowpoke Shrine. Since Slowpoke has 2 separate evolution forms, Slowbro and Slowking, its temple was made with 2 towers. The Oddish temple is similar due to Bellisum and Vileplume. The street led to a large circle surrounded by 10 temples. In the center was a column tower that stood above the other temples. "And this is the inner city," Dr. Eve announced. "We have no idea what the tower we for, but some believe that may have been where the town council meets since it was in the center of the city. Feel free to look around in these temples, but don't wander off too far. It is very easy to get lost in some of the alleys." The crowd began to disperse among the different temples. Ash noticed that one of Dr. Eve's aides were giving tours of each temple while Dr. Eve talked with Mr. Fields. "I'm going to check out the Lugia temple," Gary told Ash. "Go ahead," Ash replied, "I want to talk to Dr. Eve first." "Suit yourself," Gary shrugged. "Smell you later." Gary ran off to the temple, and Ash walked up to the tower. He looked and saw a man surrounded by 17 symbols. "Fascinating, isn't it?" a voice said behind him. He turned and saw Dr. Eve and Mr. Fields behind him. "We still don't quite understand its significance." "What do the symbols mean?" Ash asked. "Those represent the different types of Pokemon," she replied. "One of my colleagues believes that it means this was the meeting place for the heads of the temples, but we don't know for sure since only the first level is open. The staircase to the second floor is blocked and moving the rumble may collapse the tower." "Ash!" Gary called from the Mew Shrine. "You've got to see this." "Coming," Ash shouted back. Meanwhile, the figures are in a nearby tree looking at the crowd at the campsite. When they began to leave, one of them broke their silence. "Jesse, I don't like this place," James whined. "It really gives me the creeps." Meowth too, Meowth shivered. "What if that Jengar comes back?" "Quit your complaining, you two," she snapped at them. "Maybe we can get some junk from here and sell for quick cash." "But that's what we did last time," both Meowth and James cried. "Yes, but this time we're going to steal it from that brainy brat," Jesse smiled. "This could work," Meowth agreed. "Of course it will work," Jesse replied. "After all, I am the brains of this group." "No wonder we're always losing," Meowth smirked to James. James cautiously edged away from the cat when he noticed the vein above Jesse's brow beginning to show. Ash picked up a stone and skipped it across the ground. While most of the class was busy wandering through the ruins, he was bored to death. History was never his favorite subject even though it was one of his better grades. "Ash," Dr. Eve said when she noticed him just sitting on the steps of the Ho-Oh shrine. "I think I have something that might interest you." Ash shrugged as he followed her back to the campsite. She led him back to one of the larger tents. "We found this yesterday when we were clearing out the base camp near the west end of the ruins," she said as she pulled out a torn brown piece of leather. She handed it over to Ash. Ash unfolded it to find it had once been a wallet. Inside was a few plastic cards covered in dirt and mud, however it was the faded driver's license that caught his eye. "Dad," he remarked as he pulled it out. "I would have thrown it away if I hadn't caught Ketchum in the name," she replied. "I guess it was kind of pointless, but I thought he might want it." "He's dead," Ash quietly replied. "Oh," Dr. Eve gasped. "I'm sorry." "It was a long time ago," Ash sighed. "The police said it was a wild Pokemon attack, but they never found him, just a torn-up campsite not far from here." Dr. Eve placed a hand on Ash's shoulder to comfort him, and he smiled at her. "Like I said, it happened a long time ago," he told her. Suddenly, one of her assistants came running into the tent. Dr. Eve, he huffed between breaths, somebody is stealing the crates. We got to stop them, she replied as she ran out to protect her artifacts. Ash and her assistant ran after her. When they caught up with her, she was shouting at Team Rocket as they flew off in their Meowth balloon. What do you think you're doing? She yelled. You're going to ruin months of research. Team Rocket laughed hysterically as they drifted off. Come back. Dr. Eve screamed. All her shouting had attracted the attention of the other students and Mr. Fields. What's going on here? Mr. Fields demanded. It's Team Rocket, Ash explained. They stole the artifacts. I'll go, Anne. We have to get them back, Eve interrupted. Without them, I'll never get enough money to continue my research. I'll get them back, Ash replied. I'm coming too, Gary announced from behind their teacher. No, you're not. Mr. Fields shouted at them. I will not have my students running off into these woods alone. But we're trainers, Gary whined. Mr. Fields turned and faced the young trainer. And how many Pokemon do you have with you? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, you see, Gary hesitantly replied, I kinda left mine back home. And what about you, Mr. Ketchum? Mr. Fields continued as he turned around to see nobody. There. Where did that boy run off to? Ash was running as fast as feet could carry him. He could still make out some of the balloon floating above the trees. I got to catch up with them, he said as he jumped over a same drop in the ground. He did not see the campsite beneath until he leapt into the air. Hey, watch it, an annoyed voice shouted. Ash had managed to avoid hitting the boy but did land on his campfire. Whoa, he screamed as he jumped off it. The boy laughed as Ash danced the campsite. At least you're entertaining, the boy laughed. Did you see a balloon in the shape of a Meowth head come by here? Ash asked as he glared at the laughing boy. Yeah, it went off in that way, he pointed off into the woods. Thanks, Ash cried back as he ran in that direction. It was nice meeting you. Just watch where you are going next time, the boy called. Once he was far enough away from the camper, Ash transformed into Pikachu and dashed through the woods. Gotta think of a plan, he thought as he caught up with them. Scyther and Haunter are my only forms that can fly. A tiny voice inside his head laughed at him. Ash Ketchum finally thinking before he rushed into a bad situation. Now there's a change. Surprisingly, it sounded a lot like a Cerulean gym leader he knew. It worked, Jess, James said as he examined an Arbok statue. Even with the twerp there, it worked. Of course it worked. It was my plan after all, Jessie smugly replied. Meowth sighed as the two humans went on congratulating themselves. What's the matter, Meowth? James asked when he noticed Meowth had not claimed any credit for the heist. Something, just don't feel right about this, his replied. But you were all for this, James countered. Yeah, but something's different now, Meowth said as he looked at the pile on the floor of basket. I just can't explain it. Stop being such a scaredy cat, Jessie shouted at the Pokemon. We just pulled off our best job in years, and you're complaining about it. I wouldn't say that just yet, Jessie, James said deadpan. What do you mean? Jessie replied. James pointed out the basket. Jessie looked up and saw a Haunter smiling at her. Do you mind returning my stuff? It told them. It's a ghost. Jessie, James, and Meowth screamed. Mind keeping it down, the ghost snapped at them. That was loud enough to wake the dead, so to speak. Since the three rockets were still in a catatonic state, the ghost Pokemon hovered into the basket and gathered the stolen treasures. It was then that Jessie noticed what it was doing. Hey, she shouted. We stole that fair and square. I'm just taking this back where it belongs, the Haunter laughed as he started to float away. Not so fast, Jessie snapped as she pulled out a Pokeball. Arbok, Poison Sting Attack. The snake appeared and shot several neon purple darts at the retreating ghost. Wheezing, tackle attack," James said as he tossed a pokeball at the ghost. As Wheezing charged at the ghost, an orange streak knocked it back at the balloon. "Ha!" everyone shouted. Between the Meowth balloon and Haunter was a large Charizard. "Need a hand?" it snorted at the ghost. Sure," Haunter replied. Jessie glared at the two Pokémon. "I still want those statues back." "I've had enough of you," Charizard roared as it fire blasted the balloon. Now wonderful success just went up in smoke, Jessie whined as the balloon soared through the sky. "At least we went out with a bang," James sighed. "Now, I know what I felt bad about. It just ain't right without the twerp stopping us," Meowth replied, receiving glares from Jessie and James. "Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again," they shouted as they disappeared into a cloud. Ash followed Charizard to the ground. "Thanks," he said to it. "You really took care of those three for me." "They were pushovers," it snorted. "I've dealt with some 10 times better, but I needed the exercise." "Why did you help me?" "I thought they were trying to capture you," it replied. They had already captured a Meowth, Wheezing, and Arbok. Ash got a tighter on the bag and started to float away. "Where did you learn to talk human?" Charizard asked. "I was trained to," Ash replied. "My old master wanted a companion he could talk with." "Figures," Charizard snorted in disapproval. "Some trainers can be so selfish. You did a good thing to leave him." Ash did not know how exactly to take that. "Not all trainers are like that." Maybe, Charizard grimaced. "It's mostly with the ones nowadays." It was all Ash could do to keep his temper. He always tried to put his Pokémon first, even above himself at times. He did not have to listen to some wild hothead insult every Pokémon trainer. "I better get these back where they belong," Ash told Charizard. "Be careful," Charizard called. "I saw at least 2 humans nearby." "I will," Ash replied. Ash left Charizard and floated a ways off before turning back into a human. As he got closer to Pokemopolis, he heard several people shouting his name. "I see him," someone shouted. "Mr. Fields, he's over there." Ash saw a very worried and very angry history teacher stalk up to him. "Young man," he snapped at him, "you should know better than running off into the woods. Suppose some wild Pokémon had attacked you. How could you defend yourself without any of own here?" "Please," Dr. Eve said, trying to calm the teacher. "This boy can do quite well all by himself. I trust you have the artifacts." Ash handed her the bag of the little statues that Team Rocket had stolen. After receiving several thanks from Dr. Eve and her assistants, she picked up a box that Team Rocket did not steal from. "This is not exactly a common piece," she explained as she rummaged through the box, "but it is one I can give you." She pulled out a necklace with a black stone pendant out of the box. "We found several of these at the tower in the inner city," she told him as she placed it around his neck. "We also found a few outside the city where we found your father's wallet." This caught Ash's attention. He picked up the pendant hanging from the chain. There was a strange symbol engraved into it. "I'm not exactly sure what the symbol means," she told him when she noticed him staring at it. "I think means protector, or something like that." "Thanks," Ash replied as he looked up at her. Mr. Fields still glared at the boy. "Just don't think you're off the hook just yet," he snapped. "I'm going to give you detention and call your mother about this." "Yes, sir," Ash sighed. "Even when I lose." The next day school, almost everyone had heard about Ash getting back the artifacts from Team Rocket, but the story grew with each passing. By the time Ash heard about it at lunch, he had fought off 20 rockets with his bare hands. Gary tried to get in on the action, but most people laughed when he had to explain Mr. Fields not letting him go. Luckily for Ash, there was another rumor going around campus. "Have you met the new guy?" Gary asked him as they got ready for biology. "No," Ash replied. "Well, he just transferred here," Gary told him. "In fact, that's him right there." Ash looked at where Gary pointed. I better go introduce myself. Ash walked over to him. Hi, my name is. Ash stopped when he saw who it was. You're the guy from the forest. Ah, Fire Boy, the boy chuckled. I see you made it out of the woods alive. The bell rang for class, and Ash walked back to his seat. While avoiding the urge to take a nap like 3/4, Ash tried desperately to take notes. Before the bell rang again, it looked only the new guy was not affected. In fact, he seemed to laughing at the notes he was reviewing. He left the classroom with Ash following him. Ash caught back up with him at his locker. Hello, Fire Boy, the boy greeted. My name is Ash, Ash said as he ground his teeth. Well, Ash, the boy corrected himself, I'm Ken. The bell rang again. I better get to class, Ken said as he closed his locker. It was nice seeing you again. Later, Ash replied as he headed in the opposite direction. So what do you think about the new guy? Gary asked as they walked to Professor Oak's lab. I didn't see him that much, Ash answered. He seems okay, if not a bit sarcastic. You're one to talk, Gary laughed. Ash glared at his friend as Gary left to go home. When Ash arrived at the lab, he saw a black limousine in the driveway. Giovanni must be back, he said to himself as he walked in. After he closed the door, Professor Oak called, Come into the den, Ash. Ash walked into the room and saw Professor Oak and the Viridian gym leader drinking tea together. Sit down, Ash, Professor Oak told him. Giovanni has something to tell you. Giovanni cleared his throat as he placed his cup down on the coffee table. My research labs are still quite puzzled by the sample you have provided us, he explained. The DNA structure is extremely complicated and will take a long time to completely map, but that is not the reason I came here. As you know, I recruit several of the top scientists in the various fields of Pokemon research. Kurt, the leading expert in Pokeball innovation, is currently working with Sylph Company to produce a Pokeball that can capture any Pokemon regardless of its level or experience. A small shiver shot down Ash's spine. A Pokeball like that was every trainer's dream but could be every Pokemon's nightmare. He hoped that it would be a long time before it appeared on the market. But I digress, Giovanni said as he picked up his teacup and took a sip. What I am here for is to make you an offer. I will give you a full scholarship to any university you choose, but in return, you will have to work for me for a minimum of 3 years. Ash could not believe his ears. He had not even taken any college entrance exams yet, and already he was being offered scholarships. He took him a minute to find his breath after that. Would you mind if I discuss this with my mother first? He asked. Sure, by all means, Giovanni replied as he took another sip of his tea. I do realize this is a major decision for you. Giovanni pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Ash. Just call this number when you have decided. Thank you, sir, Ash muttered as he slipped it into his pocket. Now that is finished, Giovanni said as he placed his cup back on the table, I would like to hear more about your Pokemon. Giovanni stepped into the limo after he was finished with Oak and his assistant. The boy had potential in many respects. He was an accomplished trainer and a potential scientist. He would be a nice piece of investment in Giovanni's mind. A ring from the car phone brought him back from his musings. Boss, a quivering voice greeted. Recognizing it as his former pet, Giovanni sighed. What is it now, you imbeciles? We, botched another gig, boss, Meowth replied. Why am I not surprised? Giovanni groaned. Maybe because we haven't done one right in years, the faint voice of James replied. Giovanni started to rub his temples to relieve the tension building in his head. Why did I hire such morons anyway, he thought. Listen you three, Giovanni snapped. I have just taken care of the Ketchum boy. I think I have a better use for your talents. Really, all three of them replied. Return to headquarters, Giovanni instructed them. I will give you your new assignments there. Thank you, boss, Meowth said perkily. You won't regret this. Once he hung up, Giovanni slumped into the car seat. But I already do. Part 9, Love TM number 45. Winter has come and the first snow has fallen over the little town of Pallet, and in the cold weather, things are heating up for a former Pokemon master. No, Ash, it's a -190, Gary sighed as he threw down his pencil. For being so smart in history and science, I thought you would be better in math. Calculus isn't math, Ash replied. It's cruel and unusual punishment. Maybe, Gary said as he flipped through the pages of his book, but you really need to study for this test. Right, Ash groaned as he picked up his math book. All right, let's go over that problem again. The bell rung, signaling the end of study hall. Well, maybe we can work on this after school, Gary suggested as they packed their bags. Sorry, Ash replied, but I have to work at the lab this afternoon. How about tonight? Not good for me then, Gary sighed. I promised to help May move some new furniture into her apartment. Well, tomorrow afternoon, Ash replied. Yeah, hopefully we won't have another bomb dropped on us, Gary sadly laughed. Ken had that amused look on his face while the rest of the class napped through biology. Often during the PRD, he corrected the teacher about minor points, which fell on deaf ears. Ash wondered how much about Pokemon the new guy knew. You sure know a lot about Pokemon, Ash greeted after class. I was a Pokemon watcher for a little while, Ken explained. I studied most the species in Kanto and some of the more common ones in Johto. The rest, I picked up from some of my friends back home. And where exactly is that? A girl who eavesdropping asked. I'm from Cinnabar Island, he replied. Then you must know Blaine, Ash interrupted. Blaine? Ken replied. What about him? The bell then rung. I better get to class, Ken said as he closed his locker. Later, Fire Boy. My name is Ash. Ash shouted. Then you're a burnt-up Fire Boy, Ken laughed as he headed towards his class. Later. Gur, Ash growled as he ran off to his class. You're way too touchy, Ash, Gary said as they walked down the street. You shouldn't let this Ken guy get under your skin. Like you did for 3 years. Ash replied. Well, look at the time, Gary quickly responded looking at his watch. I bet May is already waiting for me home. Smell ya later, Ash. Ash shook his head as Gary ran off down a side street. I better get to Professor Oak's, he sighed as he ran down the street. When Ash arrived at the lab, 3 boxes, each from the Sylph Company, were by the front door. Good afternoon, Ash, Professor Oak greeted as he opened the door. Would you mind helping me carry this to the storeroom? No problem, Ash replied as he picked up 2 of the boxes. What's in them? Some Gen 2 TMs, Professor Oak explained. We were hired to test their effectiveness. After putting away the boxes, Ash sat down and worked some more on his calculus. Professor Oak needed about an hour to set up for the experiments and did not need Ash for a while. Once everything was set up, Ash brought one of the boxes to the lab. Let's start with a normal TM first, Professor Oak said as he released a Rattata. Hand me one out of that box. Sure, Ash replied as he pulled it out the box. Once Ash had a firm grip on it, a strange sensation flowed from his hand. Ignoring it, Ash handed the TM to Professor Oak. First, let's confirm it, Professor Oak said as he placed it in an analyzer. Professor Oak frowned as he looked at the screen. Great, they sent me a blank. I better call them about it. Ash, since you have a lot of work to do in calculus, you can go home while I call Sylph Company about this. Why not just go ahead with the rest? Ash asked. It might slip my mind if I do it later, Professor Oak replied, and it's going to be a while before this mess can be straightened out. They'll claim I just want more money or some nonsense if I don't jump on this right away. Whatever, Professor, Ash sighed as he gathered his books. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Ash, Professor Oak said as he picked up the telephone. Mom, I'm home. Ash cried as he slammed the door shut. You're early, Mrs. Ketchum replied. Did something happen at the lab? Nothing like last time, Ash quickly answered. Just a dud TM. Professor Oak said he would have to go through a lot of red tape in order to get it replaced. Mrs. Ketchum sighed with relief. Well, we can have dinner a bit earlier than usual. Does lasagna sound okay? Sure, Ash replied. I'll go train until then. Aren't you forgetting about your homework? Mrs. Ketchum corrected him. No, I just wasn't planning on doing it just yet, he mumbled under his breath. What did you say? Mrs. Ketchum called from the kitchen. Nothing, Mom. Ash replied as he ran up the stairs to his room. Ash sat down at his desk and pulled out his calculus book. He was still having problems with some of the proofs. It felt like trying to fix a German car with a French owner's manual. After the initial staring blankly at the page for a few minutes, Ash gave up and pulled out his biology book. This was much more interesting than integrals and limits. They were currently going over non-Pokemon birds. Since Pokemon were the dominant animals in Kanto as well as Johto, most the other animal were found only in zoos or farms. He had seen seagulls on a vacation to the Seafoam Islands and tried to capture them in a Pokeball. His mother had laughed at him and explained they were not Pokemon. After that, Ash became interested in biology. It was his favorite subject in school, with math tying with physics for dead last. Pikapi, a voice cried from the door. Hi, Pikachu, Ash replied as Pikachu leapt onto his desktop. Just doing some homework. Hi Pikachu. No, I'm not doing my calculus, Ash replied. Pika Pi Chu, Pikachu scowled. I know I should be working on it, Ash whined, but it's so boring. Chu Pika Pi, Pikachu replied. I doubt that will work, Ash sighed. I'll just get Gary to help me in study hall tomorrow. Ash, dinner's ready, Mrs. Ketchum called. Let's go, Pikachu, Ash said as he ran out the door. The next morning, Ash yawned as he rolled out of bed. He glanced over at Pikachu sleeping on a pile of his dirty laundry. Ash thought now would be the best time to make up for all of those electric wake-up calls. He sneaked up on the sleeping Pokemon. Rise and shine, Ash shouted as he water-gunned Pikachu. Pika, he screamed as the cold water hit him. He glared at Ash and thundershocked in reply. Ouch, Ash groaned as he collapsed in front of the wet Pokemon. Pikachu walked up to Ash's face and shook the water out of his fur. Okay, Ash complained as he moved his hands to shield his face. I promise I won't do that again. Pie, Pikachu snapped as he ran downstairs. After taking a shower and getting dressed, Ash walked into the kitchen and saw Pikachu greedily eating a bowl of his food. Good morning, honey, Mrs. Ketchum greeted. I'll your pancakes ready in a second. Thanks, Mom, Ash replied as he got a cup of orange juice from Mimi. As Mrs. Ketchum placed the plate in front of him, she sniffed the air. Ash, where did you get that cologne? What cologne? He asked as he stuffed a full pancake in his mouth. The one you're wearing, she replied. It's very nice. But I'm not wearing any, he replied. You're probably just smelling these pancakes. They're delicious. Thanks, Ash, she smiled as she sat down with her cup of coffee and pancakes. In the den, the Pidgey clock chimed. I better go before I miss homeroom, Ash said as he finished off his orange juice. I'll be studying with Gary this afternoon, so I won't be home until tonight. See you later, Ash, his mother called as he ran out the door. Ash was getting nervous as he ate his lunch. All day long, several of the girls had been complimenting him about his new cologne, but he did not remember putting any on that morning. He let out a sigh of relief and Gary joined him at the table. You should hear those girls talk, Gary said as he placed his tray down. I can't believe the number that have been asking about you. Asking about me? Ash replied. What about me? If you're seeing anyone or thinking about seeing anyone, Gary answered. I told them you had a thing for some girl in Cerulean, but I don't think they believed me. And you would be wrong even if they did, Ash snapped. Ashy boy, Gary smirked. You can't lie to me about that. I've known you too long to believe that line. Gary took a bit out of sandwich before continuing. Besides, I still have good money riding on you too, and you know how I hate to lose. Ash sighed. He heard from the nurse Joy in Cerulean about the bet among the Joys, but he did not know it had spread to his friends. Has anybody actually lost the bet? He asked. Let's see, Gary said as he thought about it. Brock had you both at 14, and Snap had you at 15. Tracy lost it this summer. Next you're going to tell me Team Rocket is even in on it, Ash sighed. Oh, they're still in, Gary replied, but I'm going to bet them. Ash fell to the ground in frustration. You okay? Gary asked innocently. Just fine, Ash replied. Ash kept feeling the stares of most of the girls during the rest of his classes, but he was more annoyed at Ken snickering at him during biology. Some guys just have all the luck, he laughed, or maybe there's just some weird bug going around. Ash was grateful when school finally ended. Gary said they would meet at his house around 5 to study for the calculus test. Ash thought he would kill time by getting in some training with Charizard as Pikachu. Mind going easy on me this time? Ash asked. He took his position. They won't in any battle, Charizard grunted. Besides, you haven't leveled up in weeks. Ash grimaced at this. For the past 8 months, he regularly reached a higher level until he made 19. Professor Oak just attributed to his growth pattern, so Ash trained as often as he could. He may not like being a Pokemon, but he always had to be the best. Let's see what you got, twerp, Charizard shouted as he took to the air. Ash tried taking him down with a Thunderbolt barrage, but Charizard easily dodged all the attacks. My turn, Charizard sneered as he flamed the ground in front of Ash. While Ash jumping around to miss the flames, another Pikachu knocked him down. Leave him alone, you big meanie, she cried. Hasn't anyone taught you not to interfere in a battle? Charizard snorted as he landed in front of the 2 Pikachu. And he challenged me. Oh, she blushed. All I saw was a large Charizard attacking a cute piece of Pika-hunk. What? Both Ash and Charizard yelled. You speak human? She replied. Smart and handsome, I like that in a mate. Maybe I should tell her I'm really a human, Ash whispered to Charizard. Do you think that will help? Charizard snorted. Before Ash could reply, the Pikachu was snuggling next to him. Do you think I'm beautiful? She whispered in his ear. Ash replied, looking to Charizard for help. You must excuse my friend, Miss Charizard said to the lovesick Pokemon. He's very shy around the ladies. Oh. She replied. She blushed as she continued, I must seem awfully forward then. Pikapi, a voice called off in the distance. Over here, Pikachu, Ash called, hoping his friend could clear the matter. Ash, the female Pikachu, smiled. Even your name is enchanting. Ash heard Charizard chuckled at that comment and was tempted to jump-start his afternoon with 1000 V. Ash, who's she? Pikachu asked. I'm his mate, she replied. What? Both Ash and Pikachu shouted while Charizard fell to the ground laughing. This is too much, Charizard laughed. I'll say, Ash sighed. Listen, I'm not your mate. In fact, I'm not even a Pikachu. You look like one, she replied. And sure smell like one. Smell? Pikachu said as he sniffed the air. Ash, mind if I speak to you for a minute? Sure, Ash replied as they left the female Pokemon with the laughing dragon. What is it? Ash, you're producing a lot of pheromones, Pikachu informed him. I'm surprised there is only one female here and not a dozen. Pheromones? Ash replied. What are they? A scent used in attracting a mate, Pikachu said as he eyed the female. I didn't think you could produce Pikachu pheromones. Guess I was wrong. Let's get to Professor Oak's and talk to him about it, Ash suggested as they rejoined Charizard. Are you ready to begin our life together? The female asked. Sorry, but I doubt my girlfriend would like that, Ash lied. Then I'll challenge her for you, my sweet little Ash, she declared. Hey, I'm available, Pikachu interrupted. What would I want with a twerp like you? She snapped. Go back to your human, runt. Runt! Pikachu shouted. I was using thunder after only a few hours of training. Whoop-dee-doo, the female sneered. Come on, guys, Ash told the angry Pikachu and laughing Charizard. Wait for me, love, the female cried when she noticed she was being left behind. Guess there's no way avoiding this, Ash sighed as he transformed back into a human. Pika, the female screamed. See, Ash shouted at her. Now leave me alone. The female did not have to be told twice. She ran back into the bushes and disappeared. Come on, Ash repeated. I want to see what's wrong this time. Well, I think I know what's wrong, Professor Oak told Ash after running a few tests. You learned a tract which would explain what happened to that TM the other day. You absorbed the technique. Great, Ash sighed. Another problem to deal with. But this one is easily fixed, Professor Oak smiled. All you have to do is drink some amnesia formula. You should unlearn the ability. Alright, where is it? Ash asked. I don't have any, Professor Oak replied. Ash fell to the ground in frustration. But a store in Lavender Town sells some. I can be there and back by 10 if I fly, Ash replied. I better call Mom and tell her. I think I should land, Ash suggested as another Scyther appeared behind him. No kidding, Pikachu replied. Let's see if Charizard is willing to carry us the rest of the way. I think we have a better chance with Tauros, Ash said as he ducked beneath the treetops. He quickly reverted back into a human and waited for the swarm of Scythers to pass by. Is there any way to control this attack? Ash sighed. Most Pokemon have difficulty when in adolescence, Pikachu shrugged. And by human terms, you're still one. I'm just grateful it doesn't affect humans, Ash sighed as he released Charizard. Charizard grunted a yawn as Ash explained why he needed to get to Lavender Town. Ash became annoyed when Charizard began snickering about his problem. Can't have my trainer in heat. He laughed as he motioned for Ash and Pikachu to get on his back. Hang on. Both Ash and Pikachu screamed as Charizard began flying in crazy patterns. For Charizard, both of them were providing lots of entertainment. Charizard! Ash screamed as the dragon nosedived toward the ground. Ash and Pikachu groaned as they rolled off Charizard's back. Ash recalled the dragon and began to think of his revenge. Let's find that shop, Ash sighed as he looked down at his watch. It's almost 8, so it shouldn't be closed yet. Pikachu replied as he followed us into the gloomy city. After walking through several of the shops, they finally found the one they had been looking for. Look at all this money, Jess, Ash heard as walked in. Quiet, you moron, he heard another voice snap. Welcome to the Potion Shack. How may I help you? Ash turned around and saw a woman in a dress similar to Nurse Joy's outfit. Don't I know you from someplace? He asked. I have a cousin who runs a shop in Pewter, she replied. I'm told we look just alike, but I really don't see the resemblance. Right, Ash replied as he looked at the shelves. I'm looking for a potion that makes Pokemon forget attacks. The amnesia formula, she asked. Why would you want a silly thing like that? None of your business, Ash snapped. Do you have any or not? Why, you little. The clerk started. I'll have to check in the back. Ash watched as she disappeared into the doorway behind the counter. Weird lady, Ash commented. Hi, Pikachu agreed. Ash began browsing through the shelves of various potions when the clerk returned. Here you go, young man, she called. That will be $14.75. Thanks, Ash replied as he handed her the money. Let's go, Pikachu. As soon as the door closed, a man in a white outfit with a red R on his chest walked out of the back room. Why didn't I try to scam the twerp? He asked. Cause the boss wants yous to leave him alone, Meowth replied. Says he gots plans for the twerp. Besides, Jessie replied as she pocketed the money. Amnesia formula is dirt cheap. We still made a nice profit. Oh, soon we'll be rich, James squealed with dollar signs in his eyes. Not if you keep scaring away the customers, Jessie snapped as she slapped him. Now get back there and finish making that batch of hyper potions. I want to try something, Ash said as he and Pikachu walked out of town. How about I teleport back to Pallet? Pikachu. Pikachu replied nervously. Hey, I really should practice with my abilities, Ash defended. I can teleport anywhere across town with pinpoint accuracy. Hi Pikachu, Pikachu smirked. Alright, Ash sighed. So I landed in that Magikarp pond 5 times before I got it right. I'm still going to try. Pikachu sighed as he hopped on Ash's shoulder. Here we go. Ash cried as he teleported, 8 feet above the ground in front of Professor Oak's lab. Wah! Ash cried as he fell to the ground. Pikachu sighed as Ash took most of his fall. Mind getting off? Ash sighed. Would you mind getting off me? A muffled voice said beneath Ash. Ash looked down and saw he was on top of Professor Oak. Sorry, Professor, Ash apologized as he picked himself up. Guess, I need a little more practice with teleporting. We can discuss that later, Professor Oak replied. Did you get the potion? Right here, Ash said as he pulled the vial out of his pocket. He handed it over to the professor. I just run a test or two and then we'll fix you up good as new, Professor Oak said as he walked inside. All right, Ash, Professor Oak said as he handed the vial back to Ash. I've reconfigured this potion to nullify that attract ability. Thanks, Professor, Ash said as he started at the purple liquid. Well, down the hatch. Ash gulped down the liquid and made a funny face. Something wrong? Professor Oak asked. Stuff, taste, terrible, Ash squeaked. He gagged and ran into the bathroom. Guess that attack is not the only thing Ash is losing, Professor Oak commented. Pikachu sighed. Some of the rumors about you are dying down, Gary said as they ate lunch the next week. Guess you're no longer the flavor of the week. I can live with that, Ash said as he took a bite out of his sandwich. Yeah, I would be just like that if I had a hot chick pining after me too, Gary commented. And who's that? Ash said with his mouth full. That cerulean girl, Gary replied. Ash nearly choked on his food. Quit it, Ash shouted as he jumped out of his seat. We are not a couple. Not so loud, please, Gary suggested. Ash looked around and saw everybody staring at him. Good one, Fire Boy, an annoying voice called. Keep this up, and she'll know too. Ash gritted his teeth when he heard Ken. I really hate that guy, Ash sighed. Part 10, Look Who's Coming to Dinner. Is this thing on? There's the light. Alright, where to start? Well, after roughly 8 months since the accident that changed my life, I've only made it to level 19. Then, it got really weird. It was like any other day. I had just finished my last semester exam and was cleaning out locker. Gary was complaining about how hard the biology test was, and Ken was just being his annoying self. Hey, Fire Boy, he called in the hallway. Who's this cerulean chick I keep hearing about? None of your business, I snapped back. Come on, man, he replied. All I hear is that you have the hots for some girl in cerulean. And that's all you're going to hear, I snapped as I slammed my locker shut. You know, I bet she's too good for you, he jeered. Maybe I should go there and try my luck. I stopped dead in my tracks. Just ignore him, Gary suggested. I bet I would have better luck than him. And what's that supposed to mean? I demanded. Jealous? Gary laughed. Whatever, I sighed. So, are you going to see her for Christmas? I didn't last year, I replied. I'll probably just call her again. You'll never get anywhere like that, Gary sighed. Come on, just go there the day after Christmas or something. I'm sure your mom won't mind. Actually, she might encourage it, I mumbled under my breath. What? Nothing, I hastily replied. Mom, home, I called as I slammed the front door. Where's Pikachu? He's at the Pokemon Center for his yearly checkup, she replied. How about you go wash up? We're having company over. All right, I said as I hung my coat up. Who is it? The Waterflowers, she answered. I froze in place for 3 seconds before my brain could process that bit of information. You invited Misty, I shouted. And her sisters and parents, she replied as she walked into the room. And what have I told you about using that tone of voice with me, young man? Misty is coming here, my mouth replied. I think I lost control of most of my motor functions and higher thought at that moment. I just kept repeating that phrase over and over again. Ash, for the 100th time, yes. Mom all but shouted at me. Now, go on and wash up. Yes, ma'am, I absent-mindedly replied. And Misty is coming here. G.O., she shouted. The next 3 hours were a blur. I spent half the time frantically helping Mimi clean the house, and the rest worrying about Misty's parents. I had only met them once when we stayed in Cerulean for a week right after Misty's debut in the Mermaid Princess Ballet. They seemed nice enough, but that was toward their 11-year-old daughter's friend, not their 16-year-old daughter's. What would you call me anyway? Charles was her last boyfriend, last I heard at least. Besides, she really did not think of me as any more than a friend, right? Ash, please stop pacing, Mom told me. You'll wear the carpet out that way. Yes, Mom, I replied as I sat down and started wringing my hands. Calm down, she said. You're more nervous than your father was when he met my parents. Now she's comparing me to Dad. Something had to be up. Maybe it was just that conversation in the hall coming back to haunt me again, or maybe it was that I was starting to develop an instinct for danger like a Pokemon. All I know is, I knew a setup when I saw one. Why did you invite them over? I finally asked. Actually, Misty called to see if she could come over for the night, she answered. I invited her family so I could get a chance to meet them. Trying to sum up the in-laws, I thought at the time. I recalled the conversation we both had when I got back from Brock's wedding. It was now obvious that she wouldn't wait until I found a cure. Before I could reply though, the doorbell rang. Mr. Mime. Mimi shouted as he ran to get the door. No, I replied as I charged after him, but he made it to the door first. Is this the Ketchum residence? A tall elderly man asked. Mime, Mimi replied. I'll take that as a yes, he laughed. Welcome, Mr. Waterflower, Mom greeted. Won't you please come in? Thank you, he said as he walked in, and please, call me John. Forgetting about something, a voice said beside him. I'm Rose. I gasped when I saw her. I could see whom Misty took after. I guess looking at her mother would be like looking at her in 20 years, maybe even 30. Stop that. Just take it one day at a time. No need to plan a future that may not happen. Ash, where are your manners? Mom chided. Take their coats. Yes, ma'am, I replied as Mr. and Mrs. Waterflower handed me their coats. Now who are these fine young ladies? Mom asked as Misty and 2 of her sisters walked inside. You already know Misty, Mr. Waterflower beamed as he pointed his daughters. This Violet, and this is Lily, our second and third daughter. Where's Daisy? I asked as I hung the coats up in the hall closet. She had a previous engagement, Mrs. Waterflower replied. I noticed Misty, Violet, and Lily snicker at this. What she means is Daisy had a date, Misty whispered to me when Mom led us into the den. Like, if I known we could skip this because of that, I would have found someone, Lily giggled. Like, no offense, Ash. None taken, I replied. I kinda had the same idea. We're here because of you, Violet pointed out. So there's, like, no way you're skipping out on us. Yeah, Ash, Misty agreed. You're, like, one to talk, Mist, Lily snickered. After all, Dad just wanted to get to know your boyfriend better. Her boyfriend, both of us shouted. We looked at each other and blushed when he noticed what we had said. How cute, Violet giggled along with Lily. They're, like, blushing. I'm not blushing, we again replied at the same time. And saying everything together too, Lily continued. It's, like, they were made for each other. I really didn't know how to take that. Part of me wanted to argue against it, but another part, why did everything have to be so complicated? It's nice to see you entertaining our guest, Mom interrupted, but I think you should talk with Mr. and Mrs. Waterflower. Yeah, talk to Mom and Dad, Misty said as she pushed me into the den. The quicker they're done interrogating you, the quicker we can leave. Again, what should be my reaction to a statement like that? Hurt, because she wants to leave. Compassion, because now we're both in an awkward position. Or nothing at all, since we usually say stuff like that when we're trapped in a corner. I just don't know what to do. Now if you'll excuse me, Mom said after she shoved me into the den, I have to check on dinner. Ash, please see to our guests. Now I know how Pikachu felt going against Sabrina's Kadabra when we on our journey. I let out a nervous smile as I sat across from the smiling parents of Misty. So, Ash, how is school going? Mrs. Waterflower asked. Okay, I replied. That's good, she smiled. It looks like Misty may be valedictorian when she graduates next year. Mom, Misty blushed. That's great, Misty, I congratulated. I'll just be lucky if I get in the top 10%. You know that's not true, I heard Mom contradict as she stood in the doorway. Anyway, dinner is ready. The placements were very suspect. Somehow, Misty and I were right next to each other. I really don't know how it would out that way, except Mom asked me to get the rolls, and when I returned, it was the only seat left. I think they're trying to set us up, Misty whispered while our parents talked about something. They've been getting on me since Brock's wedding. Me too, I sighed. By the way, did you know about the bet? What bet? The one I, like, lost $50 on, Lily interrupted. You too? I sighed. When did you have? 2 years ago, she replied. Violet's still in, but Daisy lost almost as soon as it began. What are you talking about? Misty demanded. Yes, dear, what are you talking about? Mom interrupted. The feeling of impending doom once again returned. Oh, just a silly bet, I nervously laughed. Nothing really serious. How come I got the feeling you're not telling me everything, Misty glared. I glanced over to Lily and Violet, who were quietly eating their salad. Let the boy keep his secrets, Mr. Waterflower laughed. It's always difficult for a young man when he's surrounded by women. And what's that supposed to mean? Mrs. Waterflower asked. Nothing, dear, Mr. Waterflower nervously laughed. You were saying about Mr. Ketchum? Something told me to learn from this guy. Having 4 daughters and keeping his sanity made him a prime example of how to live with the opposite section. Michael passed away about 9 years ago, Mom replied. It was a Pokemon attack in the forest not far from here. Oh my, Mrs. Waterflower replied. I'm sorry we brought it up. That's okay, Mom said with a sad smile. I have some good memories, and Ash is so much like him. The conversation changed a bit after that. Misty and I pretty much kept quiet while the others talked about this, that, and the other. Occasionally, I sneaked a glance at her, which always received a giggle from her sisters. Ash, have you given any thought about what you want to do in life? Mr. Waterflower asked. I've been thinking about Pokemon research, I replied. Misty began to snicker. Why does she still think I'm that dense 10-year-old she pulled out of a river who didn't even know what a Pokemon Center was? Maybe it's because you still act like one around her, a little voice in my head replied. Shut up, you. Fine, don't listen to me. I can't believe I'm arguing with myself. Hey, you started it. No, I didn't. That's an interesting career, Mr. Waterflower replied. I had an uncle who became a scientist at the old Sylph Company labs before Giovanni took over. For the next 5 minutes, we discussed some of the things that happened during my Pokemon journey. So what have you been up to lately? Misty asked. Still not working with this Pokemon 252. Actually, we've been commissioned to do a full study on it, I replied. So it does exist, Mr. Waterflower grinned. What kind of Pokemon is it? That's one of things that's unclear, I replied. It doesn't have any positive type tracers. This is very fascinating, Mr. Waterflower said as he leaned on the table. Would it be possible to see it? I'm afraid not, I replied. We're trying to limit human contact to a minimum to study its behavior. A pity, he sighed. The rest of dinner the conversation was pretty much typical table talk. Mr. Waterflower explained that after he retired from leading the gym, he started teaching at Misty's high school. Well, we must be going, he finally said after we returned to the den and talked for about an hour. I glanced over at the window and smiled. Hey, look, I said as I walked to the window, it's snowing. Huh, the others said. Look, it's snowing, I repeated. Oh, dear, Mr. Waterflower sighed as he joined me at the window. It's pretty thick too. I guess we'll have to find a hotel or something. Nonsense, Mom replied. What kind of host would I be if I turned me guests out into the cold? You can stay here for the night. Oh, I wouldn't impose, Mr. Waterflower began. You and your wife can stay in the guest room, Mom interrupted, and the girls can stay in Ash's room. I glanced over at the couch. Oh well, better get some extra sheets. That night, I tried to get comfortable and was failing miserably. I wrestled with a problem I always had when company stayed the night. Which is softer, the couch or the floor? Around 1 in the morning, I noticed someone else was having problems with sleeping too when the light in the kitchen was turned on. Figuring I might as well check to see whom it was, I rolled off the couch and stumbled towards the light. In the kitchen, a red-headed girl was at the table with a glass of water. The fact that she was wearing my University of Viridian t-shirt also caught my eye. Misty. I yawned. What are you doing up? Couldn't sleep, she replied. Lily claimed the bed, and Violet took the cot which left me the floor. Probably better than that couch, I sighed. I guess you're right, Misty giggled. A long time ago, I learned that lack of sleep and Misty are a great combination. Not only does my foot now make it to my mouth in record time, I also can say some of the dumbest things like, I see you've been in my drawers. Oh, this, Misty giggled. We didn't think you would mind if we borrowed some of your shirts. So, Lily and Violet took some too. You didn't expect us to sleep in our clothes, she replied. Or maybe you thought we. Another option had not crossed my mind until now, and Misty's blush did not help me much. Pervert, she said when she noticed I was turning red. Hey, you mentioned it, I hastily replied. You still thought it, she laughed as she playfully slapped me. We both sat there in silence for a moment. I really didn't know what to her. I had to be careful, or I would really say something stupid. So, what's this bet everyone keeps talking about? Misty finally asked. Oh, just a wager between some of our friends, I replied. Maybe I should get in on it, she said as she took another sip of her water. If Lily already lost $50 on it, maybe I can pick it back up. Believe me, I don't think they'll let you in, I replied. The bet's on us. Us? When we will get together, I explained. Like that would ever happen. Yeah, like it would ever happen, Misty repeated. I could swear it looked like she was about to cry. Did she actually? I better get back to bed, she said as she stood up from the table. Misty, wait, I replied. I'm really tired now, Ash, she yawned. Maybe you should tell me whatever in the morning. All right, I conceded. Good night, Ash, she said as she walked down the hall to my room. Night, Misty, I softly spoke. I just couldn't bring myself to say it. They're just 3 stupid little words, and I can't say them even behind her back. What am I going to do? I sighed as I fell down on the couch and pulled the blanket around me. Thank you so much for having us over, Mrs. Ketchum told Mom the next morning. I'm just sorry we didn't have more room for you, Mom replied. Misty, Lily, Violet and I were in the kitchen finishing off breakfast while Mr. Waterflower was getting their car ready. I had offered to help, but he refused and told me to just eat breakfast. So, about this bet, Misty coyly said. I nearly choked, and her sisters shook her head. How big is the pot? Don't know, Lily sighed. Only heard about a month after Ash won his Cascade badge. We don't even know who started, Violet continued. I think his was that Brock guy. Sounds like him, Misty sighed. He's been trying to hook us up almost since we met him. And doing such a poor job, Lily laughed. If we had done it, you two would be, married or something by now. Yeah, right, Misty huffed. I decided to just eat my cereal in silence. At least he is not denying it, Lily replied. I never would have thought he would be the first to realize that you two were, meant to be together. What to do? If I deny, I could screw up things with Misty permanently. If I don't, I could screw up things with Misty and have half the money in Kanto swap hands. There was no way to win this one. Girls, it's time to go, Mr. Waterflower called. Saved by the dad. Bye, guys, I called as they left the house. Maybe next time I should visit you and get snowed in. Careful what you wish for, Mom whispered to me. I kept my eyes on Misty as the car pulled out of the driveway. I don't know how long I just stood there, but Mom brought me back to reality. I think you should go pick up Pikachu, she suggested. You know how he gets when you leave him at the Pokemon Center for too long. Okay, I mouthed. I went back inside and got my coat. What's wrong with me? I've said goodbye to friends I knew I had less of a chance of seeing again and not feel this bad. Misty, I sighed as I walked out in the snow, maybe I should just forget about the cure. As I treaded through the snow, a black shadow danced across the snow. It suddenly stopped once I was near it. Staring at for a minute, I recognized it as a Pokemon but didn't know which one. I reached into my pocket and pulled out Dexter. Houndour, it announced. The Black Fire Pokemon. This Pokemon usually appears in packs and is known for its bad temperament. A lone Houndour, I commented as he put Dexter away. I bet you're hungry, aren't you? The Pokemon eyed him cautiously. Well, I'm going to the Pokemon Center, I continued. I'm sure Nurse Joy will give you something to eat. It still made no movement, so I decided to just walk on. I noticed that it was following behind me by about 10 feet. When I arrived at the Pokemon Center, Pikachu was waiting in the lobby for me. About time you showed up, he greeted. And it's good to see you too, I replied. We had company over, and they just left. Anybody special? He asked. Just Misty and her parents, I answered. Misty was here. He shouted. Did you ask her out? How much do you have on this? I asked. I have no idea what you're talking about, Pikachu blushed. I know all about the bet, I replied. All right, I got 60 riding on it, he conceded. Is there anybody that's not in on this bet? Not that I know of, he replied. We started for the door when I remembered the Houndour. It had disappeared. Guess it just moved on, I sighed. What moved on? Pikachu asked. A Houndour followed me here, I replied. I hope it's all right. Don't worry about it, Pikachu consoled me. Those guys can really take care of themselves. I want to know all about Misty's visit. On our way home, I told him all about Misty and her parents. I left out our midnight talk since it was really none of his business. During all that time though, it felt like someone was watching us. At the time, I shrugged it off as merely having the jitters after Misty's visit, but soon my life would never be the same again. Chapter 11, Who Let the Dogs Out? Well, Christmas came and went along with New Year's. I had meant to go to Cerulean to visit Misty, but something always came up. Either it was Mom needed me to help fix something in the house or Professor Oak wanted help in some new experiment. I wonder whatever happened to him working on my cure. However, nothing beats what happened just before school started back. Like the accident, it completely changed my life. It all started when several wild Pokémon came to Pallet. And in other news, the television anchor droned on, a pack of various dog Pokémon have been terrorizing the streets of Pallet for over a week now. Let's go to Henry Lakeshore who is with Professor Samuel Oak. And we're live, the cameraman announced. For the past week, a pack of wild dog Pokémon have been running wild in our streets. I'm here with Professor Samuel Oak to find the cause of their recent behavior. Professor? Right, Professor Oak said as he cleared his throat. Normally, Pokémon from packs normally of the same species or evolutionary chain. For dog Pokémon, the leader is typically the highest evolved Pokémon, but that's not the case with these particular Pokémon. What makes these Pokémon different, Professor? Henry asked. Well, as you can see from these pictures, Professor Oak said as he pointed to the pictures hanging on the wall, there are several different types of Pokémon, Growlithe, Houndour, and Snubbull evolutionary chains. What is most remarkable is the fact that Growlithes and Houndours usually attack each other over territory. Professor Oak pointed to a picture with a large Granbull knocking over a crate of oranges. This one appears to be the leader. And what measures are being taken? Well, Pallet does have 2 Pokémon Masters currently residing here, he replied. They will be handling the matter personally. Handling? What am I, a dog catcher? Both Gary and I spent years of training just so we could use our free time as Pokémon pest control. What's next? We'll be sent to take care of every girl frightened by a caterpie. Well, there you have it, Henry spoke as I walked away. Pallet's very own Gary Oak and Ash Ketchup are on the case. From Oak Labs, this Channel 9's Henry Lakeshore signing off. And we're clear, the cameraman announced. Thanks again for the interview, Henry said to Professor Oak. You're welcome, Professor Oak replied. And it's Ketchum, not Ketchup. My mistake, Henry apologized. I'd had enough of this and walked back into the Pokeball storage room. At least this was actual training for me. I'd probably spend the weekend hunting for these Pokémon, and I had planned on going to visit Brock and Susie. So much for that idea. Ash, a voice called. I looked over my shoulder and saw Gary. We'd better get our Pokémon and start hunting. One more chance to save the world, I sighed. Come on, Gary said as he picked up his Pokeballs. It'll be just like we're back in the leagues. Except I'm missing something. No, I'm missing someone. Whatever, I replied. Let's go, Pikachu. Pika, he cheered as he followed Gary and me out the door. After 6 hours of searching, all we found was trail leading back to an alley which abruptly stopped. We had to backtrack several times because the pack often divided and rejoined again. In the end, it felt like we were going in circles. Maybe this did feel like being in the league again with Brock giving directions. Not again, I complained. That's the 5th time we've ended up in this alley. No, it's the 8th, Gary sighed, but who's counting? I scratched my head as I bent down to look at the footprints. It's not like they can just disappear. Maybe the Houndours and that Houndoom, but not the rest of them. Suddenly we heard a loud howl from behind us, followed by several growls. Did you hear that? I asked Gary. He just nodded. And you, Pikachu? He nodded too. All three of us turning around and saw a dozen dog Pokemon snarling at us. I think we're in trouble, Gary commented. Don't make any sudden moves, I suggested. Just slowing reach for a Pokeball, preferably a water type. We didn't have a chance. Out of nowhere this bag was tossed at us. I realized it was sleep powder as soon as Pikachu collapsed. We have to get out of here, I yawned as I picked up Pikachu. Too tired, Gary sleepily replied. Nighty-night, Ash. No, don't go to sleep, I tried to speak, but my own eyelids were too heavy keep open. Soon the world faded away into darkness. I think he's waking up, a voice said in the darkness. Should we hit him again? No, another voice replied, he's the one. I've never heard of a wild one, a third voice spoke. How is this possible? Let's ask him, the second voice replied. Boy, wake up. I slowly opened my eyes and saw a man standing over me. He was about 6 feet with graying red hair and beard. Who are you? I asked as I tried to sit up but found myself tied down. We'll be the ones asking the questions here, he replied. From his voice, he could have been Scottish, but I've always had a hard time figuring out accents. Who are you, boy? I'm Ash Ketchum, Pokemon Master, I shouted. Now, let me go. We're not done yet, he replied. How did you become a Pokemon? What? I shouted. How could this guy know about that? Don't play dumb with me, boy, he snapped. I'll not have my time wasted by a fiver. How did you transform? Fiver. It was an accident, I quivered. Hey, if you were tied down with some guy shouting in your face, you'd be scared too. Accident? A voice outside of my view whispered. How many more wild ones can there be? Quiet, the man snapped. How long ago? About 9 months ago, I quickly replied. 9 months, the man gasped. A fiver and a level 19 in only 9 months. He walked out of my sight, and I heard mumbling all around me. What's going on? I demanded. They ignored me as they continued their debate. I managed to hear bits and pieces, like, he has to be lying, no one can level up that fast, and, we passed him over twice. Enough, the man who questioned me shouted. Cut the boy loose. Suddenly, the straps on me wrist and legs began to heat up. After a moment, they had burned away enough for me to pull myself. I jumped off the table and reached for my belt. If you're looking for Pokeballs, they're not there, the man informed me. We took the liberty of relieving you of your Pokédex and Pokegear as well. I glared at the group. There were about 10 or 12 of them in ages ranging from 10 to 60 like their leader. Who are you? I asked again. Forgive us if our manner seemed a bit crude, the man apologized. It's not every day we meet a wild Magian. A what? I questioned. What you've been calling Pokemon number 252, he replied. We are all Magian. Number 252. Other human Pokemon. You can't be serious. Oh, we're very serious, the man replied. He motioned to a 10-year-old girl who nodded. I watched in amazement as she turned into a snub bull. I knew I must have stand there gawking at her for at least 10 minutes. I think the poor boy is in shock, a motherly voice spoke. Weren't you too when you first saw someone transform? Another voice laughed. I must be dreaming. I'm still asleep from that sleep powder, that's right. This is all just a dream brought on by some sleep powder. Ash, are you all right? A familiar voice asked. I looked up and saw Ken. Ken? I asked. I must be having a nightmare. I think he's out of it, Cedric, he called to the group. Give the boy some space, the leader replied. I'll handle this. Hey, I called it in, Ken snapped. He's my responsibility. This is not the time for this, Phoenix, the man growled. Wake up, need to wake up. Fine then, Ken huffed. By the way, his name is Ash in case you forgot. I have not forgotten anything, the man replied, but you seem to have forgot your place. Ken grumbled as he fell behind the older man. Now Ash, my name is Cedric, he spoke to me. I am a member of the Magian Council. He doesn't know anything about us, Ken hissed. You better explain like he's a primary. This is just a dream, I finally spoke. You're all just a delusion brought on my sleep powder. See, Ken sighed, you've done nothing but confuse him. Then you handle this, the man shouted. Ash, Ken said as he stepped closer. This is not a dream but very, very real. I better explain some things. I think you better sit down for this. I sat down on the floor and waited for this dream to end. I still wished it did. You see, Ken began, in the human gene, there is a particular sequence which allows the transform. Those with this ability can take the form of 6 Pokemon and use their attacks and special abilities. Over the course of time, the sequence has faded out to the point where it must be activated by a long process. The fact that you're a wild one is of great interest to us. This was beginning to sound less and less like a dream. So, this isn't a dream? I'm sorry, Ash, Ken replied. Why me, Ken? I asked. I'm just a normal kid. I'd hardly say that, another voice replied. I looked over and saw a faintly familiar face. You've saved the world twice already. Twice? I asked. I just remember that time in the Orange Islands. Mutwo did a marvelous job, the familiar face sighed. Robbing my... Enough, Cedric shouted. I've been given a vague idea about how you were transformed, but I'd like some more details. How do you know so much about me? I asked. I also sit on the Pokemon Board of Research, he replied. Bill only just gave us a brief description about the actual transformation. Okay, I replied. I was just a hybrid moonstone hitting me in the back of the head that did this. Moonstone? Cedric replied as he stroked his beard. How was it altered? Molecular accelerator. I replied. Professor Oak wanted to create a moonstone that could evolve an EV. Leave it crazy Sammy to think up something like that, the snub bull girl laughed. Be still, Pixie, Cedric told her. Go on. Well, that's about it, I replied. When I came to, I was a Pikachu. What are your other forms? Cedric asked. Tentacruel, Scyther, Ninetales, and Haunter, I answered. A multi, Ken grimaced, and with contradicting forms. He would not be the first, Cedric replied, nor the last I think. Cedric looked at me again as if he was measuring me up. It reminded me of the time Professor Oak first saw me talking as a Pikachu. I suppose you want to train him, Phoenix, he asked Ken. I was the one who found him, he replied. You and the rest of the pack would still be searching around Vermilion if it wasn't for me. Very well, Cedric sighed. Just handle this better than your last one. You can't blame me for Tempest, he snapped back. That guy already had an ego the size of a Snorlax when you assigned me to him. Cedric glared at Ken but remained silent. What are we going to call him? Pixie asked. My name is Ash, I replied. So, my name was Julia when I was transformed, she argued. I've had at least 10 other ones since then. Pixie, I think we'll wait on his naming ceremony, Cedric interrupted. He may be ready for his 6th form, but he still has the age of a primary. Humph, she huffed. Phoenix, I'll leave Ash in your charge, Cedric continued. I would suggest you find him his final form. It has been a while since there has been one with a ghost form. Those abilities will be very useful to him. As you command, Ken bowed. Pack, let's go home, Cedric shouted. One by one, they disappeared by teleportation till it was just Ken and I. The last to leave was that guy with the familiar face. Just as he was about to leave, it looked like he was going to tell me something but kept his mouth shut. Well, Fire Boy, Ken at last spoke, welcome to the real world. It's Ash, I absent-mindedly replied. Yeah, I'm more the pyro here, he laughed as his hand was engulfed in flames. Was this guy for real? Could you explain what just happened? I asked. Later, he replied. Right now, here's your stuff. He handed me 5 Pokeballs, my Pokédex, and Poke Gear. Your Pikachu is with Gary at the edge of the reserve. Thanks, I mumbled. Then I can go. Sure, he replied. They should be walking up soon. Okay, I said as I teleported away. When I reappeared, I saw Pikachu lying down on the grass. I didn't see Gary anywhere around, so I gently shook Pikachu. Time to wake up, I told him. We need to find Gary. Pika, he sleepily asked. I'm not sure, I replied. Let's just find Gary and go home. Chew, he nodded. The next day, I thought the entire thing had been dream. Gary said that he had woken up and searched for Pikachu and me but couldn't find us. It wasn't until that afternoon when Ken showed up at my door that I accepted the truth. I was watching a match between a Hitmonlee and a Hitmontop when the doorbell rang. When I answered it, Ken was at the door. Ready to begin training, Ash? He asked. What? Your training, he repeated. I wanted to see how good you were before he went looking for your final form. It wasn't a dream then? I asked. You really need to loosen up some, he laughed. No, it wasn't a dream for the 100th time. Now come on, I challenge you to match, human form only. I was going to battle another human Pokemon, Magian. This was unreal. Don't just stand there collecting moss, Ken jeered. Let's do it in the woods where no one will see us. All right, I replied as he led me away from the town. After hiking for an hour, we stopped in a clearing in the woods. This will do, Ken stated as he looked around. Now let's begin. He got into a fighting stance. I promise I'll go easy on you, he sneered. After all, what can a fiver do to me? Maybe I should get him to explain these weird terms first, but before I could speak, he sent a few fireballs my way. What? I screamed as I dodged them. Pretty pathetic, Ken taunted. Even a duo can do better than that. Duo? What in the world is that supposed to mean? I think you should cool off, I jeered as I tried to hose him down with water gun, which he easily dodged. Not bad, he replied. Let's really shake things up. The ground immediately began to shake. Earthquake. That probably means he must have a rock or ground form too. I tried to keep standing, but the rumbling knocked my legs out from beneath me, causing me to fall. Seeing that I was completing open to attack, I decided to use sand attack to blind him long enough for me to attack him. As the clearing filled with dust, I thought hit me. Please, Ken coughed. This attack is not worthy of a great Pokemon master. No, I replied, but this is. Nightshade. As the purple beam shot out towards him, he disappeared as it approached him. Really shouldn't call out your attacks like that, he laughed from behind me. As I turned to face him, he planted a fire punch into my gut. I fell to the ground and clenched my stomach. Game, set, match, I pronounced. Not bad, for someone less than a century old. I don't remember much of what happened next. Having the wind knocked out of you tends to have that effect on people. What I do recall was something nasty tasting being shot into my mouth and down my throat. That should take care of any injuries, Ken said as he helped me up. One of the nice things about being Pokemon, potions can heal just about anything. I put most of my weight on him as he walked back to my house. Pikapi. Pikachu called when he saw us coming. I'm all right, I replied. I turned to Ken, care explaining everything now. Sure, he shrugged. We walked into the den and sat down. Where to begin, he said as he looked up the ceiling. You already know about the genetics, let's start on Magian abilities. As you are already aware, once you are transformed, you can teleport, transform, use your Pokemon attacks. Then later you can understand Pokemon speech. Yeah, and? I replied. You may not be aware though, that without all 6 form, you cannot reach about level 19, he continued. That explains why I've been stuck there for the past month, I nodded. Month? Ken gasped. I'll ask you about that later, but the ability you learn at level 20 is probably the most important you will ever use. It allows you to use your Pokemon's special attributes. What kind of special attributes? Like flying for flying types, breathing underwater for water types, he answered. Or going invisible as dark and ghost types. Your ghost abilities are something some Magian would love to have. Why? If dark types can go invisible, why not just use them? Because it is not as effective as ghost types, he explained, and being able to walk through walls is an added bonus. I can do all that? I asked with amazement. Not until we get you that 6th form, he replied. Oh, did I mention the immortality yet? No, I bluntly stated. Immortality? I'm going to live forever. How thoughtless of me, he laughed. I guess after 300 years a few things must be slipping my mind. 300? I coughed. Yeah, that's a bit young compared to some of the others, he sighed. That's why they almost wouldn't let me be your trainer. Young. I shouted. What's considered old? I think that would be Blazer, he answered. He was one of the oldest of the Pokemopolis crowd. Pokemopolis? A guy from those ruins still alive? Something broke up my thoughts about this whole live forever thing. Something the others called Ken. Phoenix, I said as the name appeared in my mind. Cedric called you Phoenix. That's my Magian name, he replied. I have the shortest down time between lives, and I'm a fire type. It seemed to fit. Is that what that little girl meant yesterday? I asked. Yes, he laughed, and that little girl happens to be 900 years old. A little 10-year-old girl, 900. Don't look so surprised, Ken commented when he noticed my confusion. We can transform ourselves to any age. I blinked when I saw the 50-year-old man in front of me where a 16-year-old had been. It just takes some practice, he said as he returned to his more youthful appearance. This can't be real, I sighed. Oh, it's real all right, Ken replied. Now let's figure out a good 6th form for you. You're already a flying, bug, fire, electric, poison, ghost, and water. That leaves normal, grass, ice, psychic, dark, ground, and rock. What would best complement your abilities? How about none of the above, I answered. I really just want to be a normal human again. Ken sighed as he leaned back into the couch. Ash, there's nothing wrong with being different. Different? I replied. You call being turned into a Pokemon simply different. Calm down, Ken whispered. Getting angry about won't change a thing. I closed my mouth and glared at him. I wanted to shout, I wanted to rave, but most importantly, I wanted to be normal again. Isn't there a way to undo this? I asked. Why would we want to undo being a Magian? He shrugged. It's not like we're monster or anything. It's just. I began trying to find the words. It's just. I had plans and this ruins everything. Why does it have to ruin anything? Ken replied. You're still you, even if the packaging has changed a bit. You don't understand, I sighed. I understand perfectly, Ken smiled. Remember, I was in your place once. But you had a choice, I replied. I was just an accident. Ken let out another sigh as he thought what to say to me. After a moment of silence, he began, a long time ago, I was told I could become something special. My family had died when a plague of smallpox went through our town, and I was left all alone. That's when I met Cedric. He was on his way to Philadelphia when I tried to steal his horse, but he caught me when I didn't notice the grand bull sleeping next to it. Ken paused to take a deep breath before continuing. Cedric saw that I was capable of becoming a Magian and made me an offer to make me something special. I didn't completely understood what he meant, but I agreed. A week later, I became Phoenix. I looked at Face as he told his story. Throughout it, I noticed his eyes were beginning to water up. A solitary tear managed its way down his cheek before he was finished. I was at a loss for words after it. Since then, I've been married twice, he continued. I looked up at him, and he smiled. I figured that was on your mind. Sherry and Laura, I loved them both. But doesn't to lose them? Yes, he replied with a sad smile, that's why they were almost 100 years apart. We sat there in silence for several minutes. In fact, it was Mom's arrival that broke the quiet mood. Ash, honey, she called as she walked through the door, I'm home. I better go, Ken told me. Meet me tomorrow at the Pokemon Center. We'll decide where to go from there. Right, I nodded. Ken smiled as he teleported away. I stared at the stop where he had been until Mom called me again. I got up to see what she wanted, but I still had a million questions running through my mind. Guess now my new journey had taken a different direction than I expected. If the Magian had no cure, Professor Oak would probably never find one. Now I was beginning to wonder if that was such a bad a thing. Time will only tell, and according to Ken, I've got a lot of that. Part 12, He Drives Me Crazy. Quiet, Ken hissed as I tripped over a pail in the dark. Sorry, I sighed as I followed him in the dark. Of all the places to get to find another Pokemon, he had to choose the Fuchsia Zoo in the middle of the night. Come on, he replied. The ice habitat is this way. After much debating, we had decided that Sneasel or Piloswine would be the best choices. While I had some reservations against becoming a pig, either one would give me 2 new types. Besides, I rarely used my Pokemon forms as it was, but it would give Misty an edge if she said I ate like a pig next time. Stay focused, Ken snarled as he picked the lock of the ice habitat. Sneasel will probably still be active now. Sure, I shrugged. Ken continued to work on the lock until I heard a soft click. There, he beamed as he opened the door. We have about 10 minutes before the guard comes by here on his round, so we better hurry. I nodded and followed him inside. This was an interesting feeling for me. I hadn't broken into a building since my Pokemon journey, and even then it was just Team Rocket. Something about this time felt wrong. Let's see, Ken murmured as he shined his flashlight on the directory. Great, they moved out most of the Pokemon already. Moved out? That's right, they were moving the zoo to another location. That explained why it was so quiet outside. What's left? I asked. Swinub, Lapras, and Jinx. I don't like how his eyes started to shine. I've seen that glint before. Jessie, Meowth, and Misty were the first ones to pop. In my mind. Each of them had it just before they had some scheme that often left me sore for a week. A psychic Magian, I heard him whisper. It's been a while since we had a new one of those. Psychic, but that meant he was going. No. I shouted. Shoo. He hissed. You want the guard to come early? I will not become a Jinx. I insisted. Quiet, he hissed. Look, I explained, you don't necessarily have to use your Pokemon forms. Most Magians only use them to avoid detection. Sides, he smirked. I would love to see a male Jinx. I glared at him but followed him into the darkness. I feel so dirty now, I complained as we walked down my street. Don't feel too bad, Ken laughed. At least you're not a slug. Ken sighed as he began to shrink. At my feet was a mag cargo. I still have it worst, I sighed. Get over, the Pokemon snapped at me. Tomorrow we start training you to use your special abilities. Fine, I sighed. Good night. The next morning, I figured I went to Professor Oak's lab and set up the video equipment again, and that brings us up to date. Ken says that once I begin to develop a style of my own, they'll have a naming ceremony to introduce me to Magians in general. I still don't get why I can't just use my name, but I guess customs are customs. So I guess I better wrap this up like this. I'm Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, Pokemon Master and now a Magian. I'm at level 20 with Transform, Teleport, and 3 unidentified attacks. My current alternate forms are Pikachu, Scyther, Tentacruel, Ninetales, Haunter, and Jinx. Ash pulled the tape out the camera and placed beside the other 2 he had already made in the desk safe. Better go see Ken now, he sighed. I wonder what kind of training he has planned. Over the next weeks, winter melted into snow, and Pallet was enjoying the pleasant change of weather. The fields of snow turned green again. In Delia Ketchum's garden, all assortments of flowers bloomed while Mimey swept off the front porch, and the trees began to sprout, Pokemon Masters. Ash sighed as the warm sun beat down on his face, and a slight breeze blew through his hair. He looked up and sighed, "Are you sure this necessary?" Actually, our hero from Pallet Town was looking down as he was hanging upside down from a branch while wearing a straitjacket. Yes, Ken emotionlessly replied as he flipped the page of the book he was reading. It's been 3 months, and you still haven't been able to use any of your special abilities. And what is it you want me to do? Ash demanded. Use your ghost ability and just fall out of it, Ken suggested. Ash closed his eyes and concentrated. Just go through the cloth, he thought. Through the cloth. Maybe we should try flying again, Ken sighed after Ash had been hanging there for 30 minutes. Ash opened his eyes in horror at that suggestion. He looked at the rope and saw a small flame burning it. Ken, no, not again, Ash wailed as he desperately tried to learn to fly. Unfortunately, the rope snapped and he fell right beside where Ken was sitting. Ken sighed as he flipped the page again. Ouch, Ash groaned as he rolled over. You're hopeless, Ken whispered. Hey, this is hard, Ash whined. Ash, you're already at level 25, Ken replied. And this is the last skill you need to know before your naming ceremony. I don't see what the big deal is, Ash said as he struggled to get free of the jacket. What's so important about a new name? What's so important? Ken said scandalized. This is what you'll be known as for ages to come. They will remember that name long after you have forgot Ash Ketchum. I doubt that, he replied. Mind getting me out of this now? Ken glared at him. That's it, he finally snapped. I've trying simple exercises, I've disabled your other abilities, and still you haven't even learned to breathe underwater yet. Ash groaned as he remembered the time Ken got Squirtle to hold Ash underwater until he passed out. Listen, Ken sighed. I have taught you almost all you need to know about Magians. You are actually at a higher level than most Magians over 50 years old, but until you learn to use at least one of your special abilities you won't be considered a full Magian. Ash looked at his trainer. If Ken was frustrated at Ash's latest hindrance, Ash was on the verge of downright depression. It was not just the fact that he could not use any of special abilities, but he could get any of psychic attacks to work right in his human form either. Ken explained that psychic attacks were the hard to learn since of their resistance to psychic attacks. How about we take spring break off, Ken suggested. I can go talk to some of the others and get a few ideas, and you rest from all the training. Okay, Ash sighed. A break would be nice. Then, I'll see you in a week, Ken replied as he picked up his book and teleported away. Ash fell back on the ground, then remembered something. Now who's going to get this straitjacket off me? Pie Pika, Ash repeated. Pie, Pikachu cheered. Ash smiled at his latest accomplishment. Pikachu and he had been working on this for the past 6 months, and now Ash felt comfortable talking like Pikachu. At least something is going right. Ash sighed. Pie Pikachu, Pikachu said as he patted Ash's hand. I'll get it eventually, Ash agreed, but how long? Ash glanced over at his clock. It was getting late, and he planned on going up to Pewter to visit Brock and Susie. Maybe I should see Misty, Ash thought as he got ready for bed. It's been a while since we last talked. Ash slipped into bed and turned off his lamp. Night, Pikachu, he told his friend who was laying in his little bed on the floor. Pie, Pikapi, he replied. The sound of something being knocked off his desk woke Ash up in the middle of the night. Careful, you idiot, a voice hissed. We don't want to wake him up. Too late for that, Ash shouted as he turned on his lamp. The light revealed a familiar trio. Team Rocket. Grabbed a twerp, Meowth shouted. What about Pikachu? James asked. Leave it, Jessie snapped as she grabbed Ash's arm. He's not what we're here for anyway. Sorry, Ash replied, but that's what you're going to get. Pikachu, Thundershock. Nothing happened. Pikachu. Ash looked over and saw Pikachu still fast asleep. Pikachu, he face-faulted. Come on, Jessie said as she tugged towards the window. No. Ash shouted. Pikachu, wake up. This should shut you up, Meowth said as he sprayed a perfume bottle in Ash's face. Sleep powder. Not again, Ash sighed as he fell asleep. Jessie and James dragged Ash out the window while Meowth left a note on Ash's desk. We did it, Jess, James cheered as the Meowth balloon flew over the sleeping pallet town. We actually did it. I know, James, Jessie cheerfully replied. Soon we'll be rich, rich, rich. Don't celebrate too soon, use two, Meowth told them. This only the first part. We still need to get the other one. Then comes the hard part. Leave that to me, Jessie smirked. Ash rubbed his head as he slowly woke up. What a strange dream, he said as he rubbed his eyes. I thought Team Rocket kidnapped. Ash blinked when he saw a bundle of yellow cloth with something red next to it. Ash crept closer for a better look and recognized it. Misty. Ash shouted in her ear. What? Misty screamed as she jumped up. Who? She looked around and saw Ash staring at her. Ash, what are you doing in my room? She asked. She looked down and noticed he was only wearing a pair of black boxers. She turned her head away and blushed. I guess they got you too, he sighed. Who did this? Misty facing away from Ash. Before Ash could reply, a speaker in the ceiling was turned on. Prepare for trouble, we're back in the FIC. And make it double. I think I'm going to be sick, Misty groaned. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all couples within our nation. To enforce the quality of truth and love. To extend our wallets to the stars above. Jessie. James. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. You'd better fall in love or prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right, Meowth finished. Did that sound right, Misty? Ash asked his companion. They've made a few changes, she replied, but it still stinks. Stink, two very annoyed voices said through the speaker. It took us days to get those lines right. Enough with the stupid motto, Meowth screamed. Yous two had better make Kissy Face real soon or else. What? Misty and Ash shouted. Listen you two, Jessie snapped. You two are going out of here an item, even if we have to kill to do it. In the control room next to their cell, Jessie, James, and Meowth grinned at the couple through a one-way mirror. This is the easiest money we ever made, James squealed. All we have to do is get those two together, and all that cash is ours. I already know what I'm going to do with my share, Jessie sighed as stars appeared in her eyes. I'm going to treat myself for a week at that wonderful Heath spa one of my girlfriends was telling me about. Spa? James said, puzzled. Girlfriends? Meowth muttered. Since when did Jessie get any friends at all? Why, mangy alley cat? Hello, Ash said as he was hitting the window. I hate to bug you, but would you happen to have some clothes? Huh, the three replied, then finally caught on to what he was saying. We'll be with you in a minute, kid, Meowth said as Jessie and James picked some bags. I'll handle the twerp, James told Jessie, and you the twerpette. She'll look just adorable in this outfit, Jessie smirked. Shame we had to blow our budget on a dress for her. Let's just hope the boss doesn't find out about this, James said as they approached the door to the cell. He didn't want us to interfere with the twerp anymore. Forget about him, Jessie hissed as she punched in the code. There is way too much money riding on this bet. If we win, we could buy Team Rocket from him. James sighed as the door opened to reveal two really annoyed teens. You with me, Jessie snapped, pointing at Misty. James will handle you. Ash and Misty glared at them but complied. Without their Pokémon, they were in Team Rocket's control, for the time being at least. Ash was more furious since Ken had not bothered to undo the disable on his abilities. Right this way, James said as he led Ash to a small closet. You can change in there. Ash snatched the bag out of James' hand and slammed the door shut behind him. He dumped the contents of the bag on the floor. You've got to be kidding me, he sighed as he picked the tuxedo. It's better than nothing. James led Ash back to the cell where Meowth was setting up a table. Where Jess? He asked. Finishing up with the twerp's soon-to-be girlfriend, Meowth said as he threw a white tablecloth over the table. Mind gettin' me those candles from the booth? No problem, James replied. He walked out the cell and closed the door. What's this all about, Meowth? Ash demanded. We've already told you, Meowth smirked. We're here to act like Cupid for you and Misty. And what makes you think I need your help? Ash snapped but then realized what he just said. I mean, you can't just force people to start to date each other. Meowth laughed as James returned with some candlesticks and silverware. What's so funny? He asked. The twerp here just admitted his undying love for dat girl, Meowth laughed. Oh, how romantic, James sighed. Stop it, Ash growled. You just misheard you. I misheard nothin', Meowth smirked. You just made our job a lot easier. I said stop it. Ash shouted as he slammed his hand onto the table. Fine then, Meowth replied uninterested. I guess we'll just have to see how this romantic dinner for two turns out. Romantic dinner? Ash said as he looked at the pale beige walls. If this is your idea of romantic, how do you plan on making Misty love? Ash was interrupted by the chime of the keypad. We're here, Jessie sang as she pushed Misty through the door. Ash stared at her. Now at this time, Ash had completely forgotten about Team Rocket, and the fact he was in cell, and the fact he was being pushed around. All he could think about was this girl in front of him in the red dress. That is, until she spoke. Get your hands off me, she shouted at the older girl. There's no way you can make me Ash's girl. She paused when she saw the look on Ash's face. And what are you staring at? Nothin', he replied as he diverted his eyes. Oh, look, Jessie smirked. The twerp is blushing. I am not, Ash denied. Ain't this just so sweet, Meowth sang. Come on you two. Let's leave the two lovebirds to mingle. Hey, both Ash and Misty shouted. Bye, you two, Jessie smiled. We'll just keep on you two. Shouldn't leave you without a chaperone, James continued as he pointed to the mirror. It's not like Ash would try anything, Misty grumbled under her breath. Jessie smirked when she heard the comment, but the males in the room missed it. "Ash, time to wake up, honey," Mrs. Ketchum said as she knocked on his door. Pikachu rolled off his little bed and looked up at the alarm clock. Miming as he walked to the door, he saw Ash had not opened it for him yet. "Must still be in bed," he groaned as he leapt onto Ash's bed to give him a wake-up shock. He was very surprised to find it empty. "Where'd he go?" Pikachu questioned when he saw a note on his desk. "Mom. Gone to visit Brock and Susie. Be back in a week. I left my Pokemon since I'm getting a ride with some friends going to Pewter." Ash. Pikachu sighed as he picked the note and carried to the door as Mrs. Ketchum opened it. "Pika," he called to the confused mother who was looking for her son. "Do have something for me, Pikachu?" she asked as she took the piece of paper from him. She read the note and frowned. "He could have at least told me he was leaving." Pikachu agreed. "Oh well," Mrs. Ketchum sighed. "Would you like pancakes?" "Pika," he cheered as he followed her to the kitchen. "Ash Ketchum, this is all your fault." Misty yelled at Ash. Ash still was in his stupor from Misty's appearance. "Sure, my fault," he absently agreed. Misty raised an eyebrow at Ash's statement. "Are you all right?" she asked concerned. Ash shook his head to clear his thoughts. "I mean, how is this all my fault?" Misty grinned at his slip. "I think you have a crush on me," she teased. "What?" Ash shouted. "Why would I like a scrawny, little?" Ash stopped when she was innocently staring at him while occasionally blinking his eyes. Where was I?" he asked. "Scrawny," she replied. "Right, scrawny, little red-headed freak," he replied. Misty smiled at his denial. "That was a pretty lame insult," she smirked. "You're really out of practice." "That was not a lame insult," he insisted. "Believe me, Ash," Misty laughed as she leaned on her arm resting on the table, "you gave better insults when you were 10. Ash fumed at Misty's smirk. "Besides," he replied, "if anyone here has a crush it's you." "Me?" Misty laughed. "You're the one who is turning into a junior Brock." "And what was up with this innocent act?" Ash demanded. "What act?" Misty smirked. "I'm just a little angel." "Yeah," Ash grinned. He slapped his forehead when he realized he was doing it again. "Stop arguing, you two," Jessie snapped at them. "Have a seat, and your waiter will bring you your meal." Ash grumbled as he sat down while Misty grinning like a fox. The door opened, and James came in with a covered tray. He placed the tray between and lifted the cover to reveal one plate of pasta. "Only one plate?" Misty asked. "What about Ash?" "You two have to share," James grinned. "Share?" Ash shouted at James. "What do you think this is, Lady and the Tramp?" It worked in the movies, Meowth sighed in the control room. Even if it was dogs. "Enjoy," James said as he placed 2 glasses of water on table and left. Both of them stared at the plate. "Go ahead, Misty," Ash finally said. "I'm not that hungry." "No, you have it," Misty said as she pushed over to him. "I don't trust their cooking." "No, you have it," he replied. "It's not gentlemanly to take food from a girl." "No, you have it, and since when were you a gentleman?" "Everybody grows up," he replied. "Ha," Misty laughed. "If you're a gentleman, then I'm the Queen of Kanto." "You sure act like you are," Ash smirked. "Why you?" Misty huffed as she picked a big glob of pasta and threw at Ash. It smacked in the face and slipped down onto his shirt. Ash glared at Misty, but it faded into a smile as he picked up the whole plate. He gave Misty a sly look as she stood up and started to back away. "Now, let's not do anything rash now," Misty said as she moved away from the grinning Ash. Just kept nodding his head with a silly grin on his face. "You've had this coming for a long time," he said as he cornered against the wall, but as he got ready to throw the plate, Misty grabbed his arm and redirected into his face. Misty started laughing as he tried to wipe some of the sauce out of his eyes. "That wasn't funny," he fumed. "Yes, it was," Misty laughed. "You should have seen the look on your face." While Misty was laughing, Ash bent down and picked up some of the pasta. "Hey, Misty," he called. "Huh?" she said, still laughing. Suddenly, a handful of pasta hit the side of face. "Ash, catch 'em." She then chased a laughing Ash around the cell, and soon she started laughing too. Jessie and Meowth were slumped over the control panel in front of the window. "Those two are impossible," Jessie sighed. "And I thought nobody could be more blind than you and James," Meowth mumbled under his breath. "I think we should use the gas." "The gas?" James said as he walked in. "Isn't that a bit much? You remember what those breeders said about it. And it might not work on humans," Jessie continued. "So, it's worth a shot," Meowth shrugged. "One whiff of that gas, and those two won't be able to keep their hands off each other." "Another reason not to do it," James replied. "That stuff was made for breeding Pokemon. I doubt causing them two to become parents would be the right thing to do." "And since when has Team Rocket ever done the right thing?" Meowth asked. "He has a point, James," Jessie agreed. "I still don't like it," James frowned, "but okay." "Fine," Meowth said as he punched a few buttons. Releasing the gas. Ash and Misty were panting from their chase. Ash's tuxedo was now missing a button or two and was covered in sauce, while Misty's dress was mostly just stained. "That was fun," Ash said between breaths. "Just like old times," Misty smiled. Ash was the first to notice the light green gas coming out the air vents. "Oh no," he shouted, "they're going to suffocate us." "Wrong, twerp," Jessie said through the speaker. "This is a little present we got from some Pokemon breeders. It makes people fall in love," Meowth cheered. "We're going to win this bet after all." "The bet?" Ash said as his anger was building up in him. "This was all about that stupid bet." "Of course," Jessie replied. "Did you think if we honestly care if you and Twerpet actually love each other?" Ash glared at his reflection knowing that Team Rocket was behind it. "You can't do this to people," Misty shouted. "We can, and we are," Meowth said smugly. Ash turned away from the mirror and looked at Misty. Even with her looking like a mess, she was still beautiful. Ash smiled at that thought. "Why are smiling like that?" Misty asked. "Nothing," Ash replied. "I think the gas is getting to you," she stated. Ash thought about it and nodded in agreement, though he really doubted. "I think we better stay away from each other just in case," Misty warned. "You're right," Ash sighed. The two went to opposite corners of the cell and sat down to wait it out. "This isn't working," Jessie said. The vein in her forehead began to throb. "Give it a little more time," Meowth suggested. "This stuff ain't instant, you know." "Fine," Jessie conceded. "We'll wait another 5 minutes and see." The distance between Ash and Misty gradually began to decrease and soon they sitting beside each other. "Ash," Misty said after they had not talked for a while. Ash replied dreamily. "I think this gas is getting to me," she replied. "Why is that?" "This," she said as she gave him a quick peck on the cheek. "That's nothing," Ash blushed. "Oh, really?" Misty replied with mock anger. "What would make it something?" "This," he said as he kissed her lips. "That's it." Jessie, James, and Meowth cheered. "We won." "I'll go make the call," Meowth said while Jessie and James danced around the control room. After Meowth left, Jessie realized that if Meowth made the call, he might take all the money. "Why that little rat," she hissed. "Come on, James. We'll help Meowth make that call." "Right," James said as he looked at the control panel. "I'll just turn the gas off first." "Never mind that," Jessie said as she grabbed his ear and dragged him out the door. Ash pulled away from Misty and looked into her eyes. This is wrong, he thought. I want Misty to want me, not because some gas makes her. I'm sorry, he apologized. We have to get out of here. Misty sighed. Ash could not tell if it was from relief or disappointment, but at least she did not hit him. Ash, Team Rocket is the only ones who can let us out, she replied. We're just going to have to wait for them release us. Ash sighed as he leaned back against the wall. Besides, Misty smiled as she leaned on his shoulder. I'd rather be here with you. That's just the gas talking, Ash replied. Maybe, she answered, but I still like it. Ash looked at her and smiled back. This had always been a dream of his, Misty just happy to be with him. Too bad it's just a dream, he sighed. I love you, Ash whispered. That's just the gas talking, Misty repeated with a yawn. You getting sleepy? Ash asked. A little, she replied. I think I'll take a nap. Ash frowned. The air was getting a little thin since the gas started running. I think you should stay awake, Ash suggested. Too tired, Misty replied. Just a little a nap. No, Ash insisted. You might not wake up. You're such a worrier, Misty yawned as she closed her eyes. Good night. No, Misty don't, Ash said as he shook her, but she was already asleep. This ain't funny, Ash said worried as he shook a little harder, but she just brushed him off. Ash turned to the mirror and ran over to it. Turn off the gas, he shouted as he pounded on glass, but no one answered him. Getting me desperate, Ash started to hit the glass harder until he fell through it. The glass however was perfectly fine. Ash blinked as he was laying half in the control room and half in the cell. I did it, he whispered. I finally did it. The reality of his situation kicked back in when he remembered about Misty. He picked himself and walked through the wall into the control. Vents, vents, he murmured as he looked over the control panel for the right button. Here it is. His hand went through the board. Come on, he said as repeatedly his hand went through the panel. Finally, he managed to hit the button. Ash looked into the cell as the gas began to clear and let out a sigh of relief. Now, what about the door, he said as he saw a release button for the door. Bingo. I want proof, a computerized voice told Team Rocket. We have proof, Jesse replied. We have them right here. You haven't done anything to them? The voice on the phone asked. No, not a thing, Jesse answered. James, why don't you go get our two lovebirds? Okay, Jess, James said as he walked back to the cell. Jesse just grinned at the shadow on the video screen. Jesse and Meowth laughed nervously when James had not returned after 10 minutes. What could be taking him so long, Jesse hissed under her breath. James returned but without Ash and Misty. They're gone. Gone. Jesse shouted. We'll get back to you, Meowth's sweat dropped as he hung up the phone. Jesse and Meowth glared at James. He backed away from his partners. How could they escape? Jesse demanded. I don't know, James replied. The door was open, and they were gone. We have to find them, Meowth said as he scratched James's face. Go look for them, nitwit. Lay off him, Jesse snapped as she knocked Meowth into the wall. Thanks, Jesse, James thanked his partner. You're not off the hook, Jesse replied. They're probably still in the building. Search for them. Right, James and Meowth nodded as they ran down the hall. Ash was carrying the sleeping Misty through the maze-like halls of the rocket's base. I sure hope we're near a town, he said as he took another turn. I hate to end up lost in the woods without our gear. He looked down at Misty's face. He smiled as he found a door. He opened it and found a Pokemon store. What is this? Ash said as he looked over the counters. At the front of the store was a big glass window next to the door. He looked out the window and saw a tower under a stormy sky. Lavender Town, he whispered. Looks like the twerp found our business front, a voice from behind called. Ash turned and saw Team Rocket at the back of the store. Prepare for trouble. And make it double. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples with our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. James. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right. What happened to the new motto? Ash asked. Nothing beats an original, Jesse smugly replied. Maybe it was original to begin with, Ash smirked. We'll see about that, Jesse replied. Arbok, go. Ash grabbed Misty and dived behind a shelf. Arbok rounded the corner only to hit by a bottle of stun spore Ash threw at him. Ash glanced over the shelf looking for anything useful. He grabbed a white can and smiled as he read the label. Arbok. Jesse called as they stumped up to the front of the store. What are you doing? They saw Arbok's tail lying around the corner of shelf. Arbok, why you lazy snake, Jesse chided until she saw a Pikachu. On top of his head. Pika, it greeted. Pikachu, they asked. Pikachu cheeks began to spark. Oh no, they sighed as they were resigned to their approaching doom. Pikachu. Pikachu shouted as he electrocuted Team Rocket. The electricity began to ignite some of the bottles and containers on the shelves, causing a massive explosion. This resulted in Jesse, James, Meowth, and Arbok flying out the roof of the building. Some things never change, Jesse sighed. And we were so close, James cried. Ain't we always, Meowth replied. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again. Pikachu laughed as he ran back to Misty, who was sleeping a little further back in the aisle. Doubt I really want to explain this to her, he said as he started to transform into a human. Ash picked up Misty and carried her to the Pokemon Center. What happened? Nurse Joy asked as he laid Misty on a couch. Team Rocket, he replied. Where are your phones? Over there, Nurse Joy pointed over to a phone booth. I'll take a look at her. Thanks, Ash sighed as he headed to the phone and called home. Ketchum residence, his mom greeted. Oh, it's you, Ash. How's Pewter? Pewter. Ash replied confused. I'm in Lavender Town. But your note said you were going to visit Brock, she told him. Hold a piece of paper to the camera. Team Rocket must have left that, Ash frowned. I bet they left a note at Misty's too. Misty? She asked. Is she there too? Yeah, he sighed. They were trying to set us up. Even used some weird gas that almost killed Misty. Oh my, she gasped. She isn't hurt, is she? Nurse Joy is looking at her, he answered as he looked over at the nurse who was motioning for him to come over. Look, Misty is waking up, Ash told his mother. I better go. I'll call you in a few hours. Okay, Mrs. Ketchum nodded. I'll drive up to Lavender Town with Pikachu after you call. Thanks, Mom, Ash smiled. Bye. Bye, honey, she smiled as he hung up. Ash walked back over to couch where Misty was now sitting up. How did we get out? She coughed. Easy, Nurse Joy told her. I think you should get some rest now. All right, Misty replied. I'll show you to a room, Nurse Joy said as she and Ash helped Misty to her feet. After Misty was tucked into a bed, Nurse Joy suggested that Ash do the same. He told her that he had to make a few more phone calls first. After he called Misty's family and told them what happened, he called his mother back and filled in the details he had left out before. She told him that she should be there by 10 that night and would bring a change of clothes for him. Misty's parents would show up tomorrow morning and he told her to just wait until then. She reluctantly agreed with him. You should get to bed now, Nurse Joy said after he hung up the phone. Yeah, Ash yawned. Good night, then. Night, Nurse Joy laughed. It's the middle of the day. Whatever, Ash yawned as he went to his room. Ash, a gentle voice called in his sleep. Time to get up. 5 more minutes, he groaned. But Ash, if you sleep any longer, the voice replied, you'll be late to your wedding. Ash sat up and stared at the laughing redhead at the side of his bed. Very funny, Misty, he said as he threw a pillow at her. Besides, who would be the bride? Duplica, she laughed. Who else would it be? Ash glared at her. She knew perfectly well that Duplica was dating on the EV brothers from Stone Town. She was spent half the reception talking about nothing but her boyfriend. Don't worry, Ash, she said when she noticed his glare. I'm sure some girl could love even your face. Ash continued to glare as he rolled out of bed. So, what did Team Rocket want anyway? She asked as he stumbled to door. Ash stopped dead in his tracks when he heard this. You don't remember? He asked. Everything since they kidnapped me is a blur, she replied. Did they take our Pokemon? I noticed they're not here. No, he replied. They were here about the bet. Bet, what bet? You know, the bet, he repeated. Misty thought about it for a minute, then remembered he had told her about it once. Oh, that bet. Ash was about to walk out the door when Misty grabbed his arm. So what happened? She asked. We got into a fight, he replied, and then they knocked us out. I woke up down the street and carried you here. So nothing happened? No, Ash lied. Nothing happened. Misty sighed and walked out before Ash. Ash walked down the hall and let out a sigh himself. Maybe it's better this way, he said as he followed after her. A few days later, Ken returned to Pallet looking for Ash. I did it, Ken, Ash told him as they walked to the forest for another training session. I walked through a wall. Show me, Ken said pointing to tree. Ash nodded and walked up to the tree. Placing a hand on the trunk, he pushed his way through the tree. Amazing, Ken remarked when Ash walked up to him. What about your other abilities? That's the only one so far, Ash replied. Well, I've set up for you to have a special instructor in your flying and electric abilities. She might also help with your ghost abilities, Ken told Ash. Once school is out for the summer, I'm sending you to meet her. That's 3 months away, Ash sighed. What are going to do until then? Something we do every day, Ash, Ken replied as he walked deeper forest. Try to teach you to fly. Ash groaned thinking about what his lessons were going to mean. Part 13, No Need for Training. Come on, Slowpoke, Ash called to Ken as he ran through the forest of Professor Oak's Pokemon Reserve. Actually, he made it a point to run through the trees that Ken had to dodge. Nice to see you're having fun, Ken said as he ducked beneath a low branch. Maybe we should try some more flying lessons. Ash groaned as he remembered his last attempt at flying. It ended up with almost breaking his arm when Ken threw him off a cliff. How about my fire attacks? Ash suggested. No, Ken smirked when he saw Ash flinched. I think you really need to work on your special abilities instead of your attacks. Ash sighed as he imagined the pain he was about to be introduced to. Hey, Ash, Gary greeted as he joined Ash at lunch. Something wrong with your leg? Just sprained it, Ash replied as he hobbled over to the table. You need to be more careful, Gary chided his friend. You've been getting hurt a lot since the semester began. Just doing some training, Ash told him as he took a bite out of his hamburger. Hey, Fire Boy, Ken called as he sat down next to Gary. You fall down the stairs or something? Ash glared at him but kept his mouth shut. Get lost, Gary growled at Ken. I doubt Ash is in the mode for this, and I know for sure I'm not. Ken smirked at Gary as he stood up and went to another table. What a JRK, Gary fumed as he bit into his hamburger. I'm just glad he's not coming back next year. This caught Ash's interest. Ken had said nothing to him about leaving. Are you sure? Positive, Gary replied. Allison said she saw his transfer forms on the principal's desk last week. Ash ate the rest of meal just listening to Gary about how the baseball team was going to stomp on the Vermilion Sandshrews in the next game. Ash yawned as he finished cataloging the supplies at Professor Oak's lab. With Professor Oak speaking at the Pokemon Symposium, all he did was take care of the Pokemon. At least this was a break from the routine even if it was boring. Pikachu said as he dragged Ash's backpack next to him. Hey, Pikachu, Ash greeted. I know I should start studying for finals, but I wanted to finish this up first. Pikachu lectured Ash about the importance of preparing for exams if he wanted to get accepted at the Cinnabar Island University. This was not the first time he had received this lecture, but Pikachu gave it to him anyway. You should listen to the rat, a voice called from the door. Kachu, Pikachu growled. Sorry, Pikachu, Ken apologized when he noticed Pikachu's cheeks sparkling. What do you want, Ken? Just came by for a visit, Ken replied, and tell you that once school is over, you're going on a little training trip. Trip? Ash asked. Where are you taking me? I know someone who can help you on some of your attacks, Ken answered as he petted Pikachu on the head. Pikachu, not enjoying the way he was being handled, shocked him. Ouch, a fried Ken ummed from the floor. Pikachu nodded as he leapt onto Ash's shoulder. Okay, Ken, Ash sighed. Ash helped his trainer to his feet when he remembered what Gary had told him. I heard you're transferring next year. Did you expect me stick around forever? Ken laughed. You're already high enough to be out on your own. All that's left to do is the naming ceremony. When is that going to be? I dunno, Ken shrugged. There has to be at least 10 of us at it, and there's only 4 besides me in Kanto right now. Probably at the end of summer will be the earliest. Ash nodded as he pulled out one of his heavier books. Well, I'll let you get to studying, Ken said as he headed to the door. I don't want to cancel your trip because you failed something and had to take summer school. Ash rolled his eyes as Ken teleported away. How about biology, he groaned as he opened his textbook. I'm glad that's over, Gary sighed as he, Ash, and most of the school were busy cleaning out their lockers. I don't think I can stand another day cooped up inside this building. Yeah, Ash nodded. What are your plans for the summer? Going on a cruise next week, Gary replied as he tossed a textbook in the trash pile behind him. A nice, leisurely trip through the Orange Islands. What about you? Going on a training trip, Ash replied as he pulled out a once brown, now lime green paper bag out of his locker. I was wondering that had disappeared too. Gary rolled his eyes until he pulled out a long-lost gym sock. What a mess, the principal yelled as she tripped over a pile of bonfire fuel, i.e. biology books. Don't you delinquents ever clean your lockers during the school year? Why? A sophomore shrugged. The principal shook her head as she waded through the sea of paper. Ash shrugged as he pulled out another mystery bag. It could have once been a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with chips, or it could have been a sample of mook slime, there was just no way to be sure. And frankly, Ash doubted if he even wanted to know. You thinking about going to the Johto League or something? Gary asked. No, you know I retired from the leagues, Ash replied as he shut his locker door. This is actually more research for your grandfather. Work, 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 Gary sang. That's all you ever do now. Hey, I want to be a Pokemon researcher someday, Ash snapped back to his smirking friend. The more I learn now, the better I'll be when I get into college. Yeah, Gary conceded, but learn to have a little fun now and then. Gary then leaned up against his locker while twirling a pokeball on his finger. Just remember, all work and no play, makes Ash a even more pathetic soul, Ken finished as he snatched Gary's pokeball. How much toxic waste you have in the Rattata's nest of yours. Another good thing about summer, Gary commented as he grabbed his pokeball from Ken, is not having to see losers like you. I ain't gone yet, Ken smirked. Smell ya later, twerps. That's my line, Gary growled at the retreating figure. Ignore him, Ash sighed as he picked up his backpack. Let's just get out of here. Sure, Gary frowned as he watched Ken walk away. You really don't need all that stuff, Ken told Ash as he packed his camping gear. You'll be staying at Shrine, not the middle of the woods. Better safe than sorry, Ash replied as he continued packing. Or at least, that's what Brock always told me. Is this the guy who carried around a full-service tea set in his backpack? Yeah, Ash nodded. Though I always thought that was a bit much. Ken sighed and shook his head. Ash never listened when he tried to give advice about what needed to be done. Though from talking with Pikachu, he learned this was nothing new. Where exactly am I going, anyways? Ash asked as he finished stuffing enough clean underwear to last a year into his bag. The Japanese countryside, Ken answered. He glanced over at Pikachu holding Ash's cap. Sorry, but can't go. Why not? Ash demanded. Aren't too many Pokemon in that part of the world, Ken replied. They were driven out since people thought they were demons. Oh well, Ash sighed. You don't mind, Pika-pal? Chew, Pikachu shook his head. Pi Pika Kachupi. What do you mean this gives you a chance to work on your poker skills? Ash replied. Since when did you start playing poker? Since he learned how bad a player I am, Ken's sweat dropped. I already owe the rat $50. Pikachu glared at him and sparked his cheeks. Yeah, Ken hastily replied. I know, it's $150 now. Geez, cut me a little slack here. You know I'm good for it. Pikachu continued to glare at him as he cracked his. Pause. We better get going, Ken's sweat dropped. I hate to keep my old friend waiting. You would really hate to keep Pikachu waiting on his money, Ash commented. He hounded Tracy for 3 months just because he owed him 20. Right, Ken nodded. It was a peaceful day in the country. A soft breeze blew through the mountains and down into the valley below. The summer heat had not arrived yet, and the spring rains had ended a few weeks ago. It was quite peaceful. This should not last long, a Shinto priest sighed as he swept the porch of his shrine. After he finished, he looked at his grandson who was tending to the steps down the mountainside. Tenchi. The boy ran to the old man. Yes, grandfather. I want you to get everyone together, he instructed. I have something very important to tell them. Yes, sir, Tenchi nodded as he raced down the steps. The old man watched until his grandson was out of sight, then entered the shrine. On the table where a cold cup of tea sat was a piece of paper. Picking up the paper, he read again the message on it. Masaki. I have recently learned that your demon has been set free. She will be most helpful in the training of my new student. I will be bringing him to your shrine in 2 weeks. And remember Yosho, you owe me. Phoenix. The old man frowned again as he crumbled the paper in his hand. What's the matter? A voice asked from behind him. Aren't you happy to be helping an old friend, Masaki? The old man turned around and saw 2 17-year-old boys. One was fairly nervous while the other had a confident smirk on his face. His form may have changed since their last meeting, but the priest knew which was his old acquaintance. I am honored to have you in my humble shrine, he greeted. How may I help you, young man? You're only a few centuries older than me, Yosho, Ken smirked. This here is child. Hey, Ash snapped. Ken laughed at Ash's embarrassment while the priest just watched them. The expression on his face was as mild as was when he called his grandson away. I am called Katsuhito, now, the priest told the boys. Very well, Ken sighed, sensing it was now time for business. This here is Ash Ketchum. Hi, Ash nodded. I was hoping you could get your, ward to help train him, Ken continued. Katsuhito frowned slightly at this. Why would you use Ryoko for this? Surely there must be others of your kind who could teach him better. Actually, Ken replied, there are only 2 other Magians with ghost forms, and neither of them have electric ones. I see, Katsuhito nodded. And from how you described her, Ken continued, Ryoko sounds like an electric, ghost, and flying type. Perfect for Ash here. Katsuhito nodded as he listened to Ken's other reasons. Once Ken stopped, he remained silent for several minutes. How long will the boy stay? He finally spoke. For a few weeks at most, Ken replied. Katsuhito began to chuckle at that comment. Where have I heard that before? His comment left both Ken and Ash confused. I think he would rather stay at my grandson's place, Katsuhito told them. I am going there now to tell them the news. Yes, that will do nicely, Ken agreed. Since that is taken care of, I must be off. You are not staying? Ash asked. No, Ken smiled. I have business to take care of in America. I have to begin my next life soon. Oh, Ash replied. He was still confused, but it did sound right. Come, Katsuhito told Ash. We mustn't keep the other waiting. Yes, sir, Ash replied as he picked up his bag and followed him down the mountain stairs. So, what does the old man have to tell us this time? Ryoko asked. Another creep with a grudge against Jurai royalty after us again, or is it simply a mad scientist this time? Please, you must not refer to grandfather in such a manner, Aika frowned at her. And as I recall, we ended up saving you last time. No way, princess, Ryoko smirked. Last time, it was your parents coming for a visit, and Tenchi had to save your butt from getting hauled back to Jurai to marry that twit. As I recall, Aika smiled as she whispered in Ryoko's ear, he also saved you from your debt. Well, Ryoko replied. Stop it, you two, Tenchi told both of them. Why don't we let Grandpa tell us when he gets here? As you wish, Lord Tenchi, Aika nodded. Whatever, Ryoko shrugged. Tenchi sighed as he waited for the others to join them in the den. His father was still at work and was not expected back until late that night. Washu was still down in her lab and refused to come out. She said she was running an important experiment that would unlock the secrets of parallel protonic flux. Sasami was busy trying to lure Ryooki away from the carrots in the store shed, while Mihoshi had wandered off again without a trace. Sorry, we're late, Sasami huffed as she ran into the room holding Ryooki. No problem, Tenchi smiled. Grandpa isn't back yet. A large explosion knocked open the door beneath the stairs, fleeing Washu into Tenchi. A minute later, a perfectly fine blonde woman stuck her head out of the door and said she was okay. Mihoshi, Washu coughed. I told you not to touch that. I'm sorry, she replied as she began to cry. I didn't mean to mess anything up. And this was the sight Ash and Katsuhito saw when they walked inside. Ash blinked a few times to comprehend it all. In one corner of the room, 2 girls were fighting with each other while a small girl was playing with some new kind of Pokemon. In the middle of the room, another little girl whose clothes and hair looked a bit burnt was on top of a boy about his age while a tall blonde woman was crying her eyes out. Katsuhito cleared his throat, which caused everyone to stop. I have someone I'd like you to meet, he announced. This is Ash, and he will be staying here for a while. What? Ryoko shouted. Another freeloader is staying here. You're one to talk, Aika grimaced. I do my share around here, princess, Ryoko snapped back. Cut it out, Tenchi interrupted them. Can't you see we have a guest? Both of the girls hung their heads down as Tenchi walked up to Ash. Hi, he greeted. I'm Tenchi Masaki. Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, Ash replied. Well, Ash, Tenchi smiled. Those two are Aika and Ryoko. Ash smiled and nodded at them when the girl with the new Pokemon walked up. I'm Sasami, she told him as he held the creature up to his face, and this is Ryooki. Meow, it cheered. Hi, Ash said as he shook her paw. And I'm Detective First Class Mihoshi of the Galaxy. Police, the blonde smiled. Ash just nodded confused. The final person in the room just watched him. The way she was looking at him was beginning to make him nervous. Interesting, she commented. Ash was getting squeamish when she began circling around him. Finally she stopped. She leaped into his arms and shouted, "And you can call me, little Washu." Ash sweat dropped as he placed her down on the ground. "So why is he here?" Ryoko asked. "Ryoko, be a little more polite, will ya?" Tenchi stated. "Actually, he is here because of you," Katsuhito replied. "What?" Ryoko asked. "What does this little twerp have to do with me?" "He is your student," Katsuhito answered. "My student? Why would I need one of those?" "His teacher thought you could best teach him some necessary skills," Katsuhito told her. "You are one of the only people with your particular talents." "Is he from Jurai, grandfather?" Sasami asked. "No, Sasami," Katsuhito replied. "He is a native of Earth." "Then how am I to teach him anything?" Ryoko demanded. Everyone looked at Ash. He sighed as he knew this meant a demonstration. Figuring that transforming would probably not be the best thing to do, he formed a fireball in his hand. Everyone gawked at the display Ash was making. "And you say he is a human?" Washu asked. "He is actually what is called a Magian," Katsuhito explained. "They were humans once, or so I was told." "I'm a Pokemon now," Ash told them. "Poke what?" Sasami asked. "Pokemon," Ash corrected her. He pointed at the cab bit in her arms. "Isn't that a Pokemon, too?" "No, silly," Sasami giggled. "This is Ryooki, and she can turn into a ship." "Oh," Ash replied. "Pokemon, huh?" Ryoko said as she tried to remember where she had heard that term. Zero downloaded something about life forms of Earth, and I think remember something about them. Pokemon are creatures that can generate various attacks from different sources of energy, Washu replied. Right, Ash nodded. Though they are rare here, where I'm from, they're very common. That would mean Kanto, Johto, or the Orange Archipelago, Washu told the other. That's where Pokemon are mostly found. Enough with the biology lesson, Ryoko complained. That still doesn't explain why I have to teach him anything. Consider it an act of kindness, Katsuhito replied. I was kind enough not to destroy you. I figured you were kind enough to teach him a few tricks. Ryoko slumped down at that and mumbled something under her breath. What was that? Katsuhito asked. I didn't hear that. Okay, she mumbled a bit louder. Good, he smiled. You two will start in the morning. Ash sighed at the thought of jumping right into his new lesson. No rest for the weary, he thought as everyone came up and asked him a bunch of questions about himself. Hey, Ash, Tenchi called as Ash was sitting on the porch looking at the stars in the sky. Yeah, Tenchi. Ash asked. I was just wondering if you wanted to talk to someone, he replied. You've been kind quiet all night. Sorry, Ash apologized. I'm just not used to traveling alone. What do you mean? Tenchi asked. Normally when I'm on the road, Ash explained, Misty and Pikachu are with me. Is she your girlfriend? Tenchi asked, remembering what Ash had told him about his earlier travels. No, Ash blushed. She's just my best friend. Okay, Tenchi smiled. Whatever you say. Speaking of girlfriends, Ash replied. What about all those girls in there? Is one of them your girlfriend? What? Tenchi shouted. You got it all wrong. They're just staying here with my dad and me. Okay, Ash smiled. Whatever you say. Tenchi, Ryoko called as she appeared at his shoulder. Why are you out here when I'm waiting for you inside? Knock it off, Ryoko, Tenchi sighed. I was trying to talk with Ash. Well, I'm glad he ain't another girl, Ryoko replied. Aika is more than enough around here. I heard that, Aika shouted as she opened the screen door. And why are you bothering Lord Tenchi? He wanted to talk with Lord Ash alone. Lord Ash. Ash replied. No, it's just Ash. Aika ignored him as she dragged Ryoko off by the ear. Do those two always fight? Ash asked. Yeah, Tenchi sighed. And never try to get in the middle of it, or you'll be sorry. I'll try and remember that, Ash nodded. Ash yawned as he woke up the next morning. Since the girls had taken all the guest rooms, he was left with couch. Good morning, Ash, a voice called from the kitchen. Ash walked into the kitchen where he was greeted by Ryooki eating a carrot. Sasami was busy cooking breakfast but turned and smiled at Ash. Breakfast should ready in a little while, she told him. Why don't you go wake everyone up? Sure, Sasami, Ash replied. He walked up to Tenchi's door and knocked on it. Tenchi, he called as he opened it. He found Tenchi's bed made and the room empty. Must already be up, Ash shrugged as he walked over to the girls' room. Aika, Mihoshi, Ryoko. He heard a rustle of sheets and a few yawns through the door. Figuring they'd be out in a few minutes, he walked back down the stairs. He looked at the door to Washu's lab. Lil Washu, he said as he opened it. Suddenly, 3 metal tentacles grabbed him and dragged him inside. Ah, good morning, Ash, Washu said as Ash pulled in front of her. Let me go, Ash demanded as he struggled against the restraints. I wouldn't bother, a voice behind Washu told him. Ash looked past her and saw Tenchi tied up too. There isn't any way out of these things. Oh yeah, Ash smirked as he walked through them. Interesting, Washu mused. You can phase through matter like Ryoko. Ash ignored as he walked up to Tenchi. Sasami says breakfast will be ready in a minute, he told him. Breakfast? Washu cried. Is already time for breakfast? Yeah, Ash nodded. Well, come on, Tenchi, Washu said as she punched a button on her control panel. I'm starving. Tenchi fell to ground when the tentacles moved away from him. Ash helped him up as Washu ran to the exit. Is she always like this? Ash asked. No, Tenchi's sweat dropped. Sometimes she completely forgets about breakfast. Stop hogging all the food, Aika shouted at Ryoko. Listen, princess, Ryoko seethed, I wasn't the one who ate all the pancakes. Please stop fighting, Sasami chided the two. We have a guest at the table. Ash choked when he noticed the glares from Aika and Ryoko directed at him. Which reminds me, Ryoko smiled. What type of training are we going to do? I was told you can fly and use electric attacks, Ash stammered. Flying, Ryoko smirked. Oh, I can teach you to fly. Ash gulped again. He did not like where this was going. Well, since I'm finished, Ryoko said as she stood up and stretched, let's get going. Ash nodded and followed after her. She suddenly turned around and grabbed his arm. The next thing Ash knew he was several feet above the ground. I find the direct approach to be the best, Ryoko told him as she let go. Aw! Ash screamed as the ground was quickly coming closer. He looked up and did not see his new teacher anywhere near him. She going let me die? Ash closed his eyes and tried every technique Ken had told him. He tried to picture himself as a leaf on the wind, but all that came up was a rock falling off a cliff. Ash sighed as he resigned himself to the hurting he was about to receive. With his luck, he would not die, just shatter every bone in his body. He then pictured Misty in his mind. She had just saved him and Pikachu from that Gyarados in the stream. It's a boy, and a Pokemon, he remembered her saying. No! Ash shouted. I'm not done yet. He opened his eyes and saw the ground a few inches in front of his nose. He blinked a few times to make sure he was not seeing things. That worked better than I thought, a voice said as a pair of feet appeared beneath his face. He looked up and saw Ryoko grinning at him. You did it, Ash. Ash sighed as he collapsed on the ground. The rest of the day was spent with him flying, and by sunset, he was almost as graceful as Ryoko but was far from her speed. Again, Ryoko instructed him as she placed a log a few feet in front of him. Ash formed a ball of energy and tossed it at the target. It exploded on contact. Don't you think we've done this enough times? Ash asked. You need to learn to control a large amount of energy, Ryoko sighed. That way you can do this. Ryoko held out her hand and formed a sword out of energy. Ash nodded as he formed a large amount of electricity in his hand. Ryoko had told him to put as much of it into one spot as possible, which he tried to do. After 5 minutes, he managed to form a smaller sword. Good, Ryoko nodded. She looked up at the sky and smiled. I'm going to town for some supplies. Why don't you take the rest of the day off? Ash let out a sigh of relief. He had been here for 3 weeks, and when he was not training with Ryoko, he was usually doing chores around the house. A break was very much appreciated. Ash started back to the house when he heard Ryooki. Come back here, Sasami called after her. Ash smiled as he continued on his way. When he got back to the house, he saw Aika hanging laundry on the line. Good day, Lord Ash, she greeted. Are you through with lessons already? Ryoko said she needed to go to town, Ash replied. She's probably ran out of sake, Aika mumbled under her breath. Ash sweat dropped and walked inside where Washu was vacuuming. You're home early, she cheered. Ryoko had to go to town, he explained. She must be out of sake, Washu stated as she pulled Ash toward her lab. Mind if I just sit down, Ash replied. But you promised to be my little guinea pig, she said with crocodile tears in her eyes. Ash laughed nervously until Sasami came in Ryooki. Hi, Ash, she greeted. Mind helping me with lunch? Sure, Ash replied as he pulled away from Washu. He walked into the kitchen and began to clean the carrots Tenchi had brought in before going to the fields. You hungry? He asked the cabbit. Meow, she cried. Here you go, Ash smiled as he put a carrot on the floor before her. Meow meow, she replied as she bit into it. Ash laughed as he went back to cleaning the rest of the carrots. After 5 minutes, he had finished the basket and was slopping them up. Thank you, Ash, Sasami said as she picked up the carrot slices. No problem, Sasami, he smiled. Ash, a voice called from the door. Both Ash and Sasami turned to see Katsuhito at the door. Hello, Mr. Masaki, Ash greeted. Come with me, he replied as he left the doorway. Ash shrugged and followed after him. Ash followed Katsuhito up part of the stair to the shrine before he walked off into the woods. After a few minutes of walking, they came to a small clearing where Tenchi was leaning against a tree. Ash, Katsuhito at last spoke, I thought it would be best to teach you some of our form of kendo. Ash nodded. He had watched Tenchi doing a kata once while Ryoko was teaching him some aerial acrobatics. Here, Tenchi said as he tossed Ash a wooden sword. We can go through the warm-up together. All right, Ash nodded as he tried to follow Tenchi's movements. He was nowhere near as smooth or as graceful, but after 30 minutes, it was a rough imitation. Now I will teach you the forms, Katsuhito said. Washu was in her lab studying the results of the hair sample from Ash. After running it through a series of tests, she learned she knew less about it now than before, and she hated that. The DNA structure is unstable yet stable enough not to be life-threatening, she murmured. An analysis suggests a relationship with the Massachusetts. I guess I really need to get him down here to run a proper test. She sighed at that last remark. Every attempt at getting him into her lab always ended up with him walking through whatever trap she set up. She never could figure it was frequency he phased to so she could block it. It was very frustrating the #1 scientific mind in the universe to be told no by her own guinea pig. Miss Washu? Sasami called. Yes, she replied. You've been down here for several days, she said as she walked up with a tray of food. I thought you might be hungry. Thank you, Washu smiled as she took a sandwich off the tray. You're very welcomed, Sasami smiled. Her watch then started beeping. Oh, dinner is almost ready. Will you be joining us? I don't think so, Washu replied. Well, good night, then, Sasami said as she walked towards the exit. Night, Washu called back as she started punching buttons on her control panel. Ash yawned as he woke up. After 6 weeks in the Masaki home, he was going back to Pallet. Good morning, Ash, Sasami greeted from the kitchen. Morning, Sasami, he smiled as he picked up a carrot and started munching on it. The long weeks with only carrots around had developed a taste for the vegetable with the Pokemon trainer. Breakfast will be ready in a little while, she said. Why don't you set the table while I go wake everyone up? Sure, he replied as he picked up the pile of plates and carried them to the table. After 10 minutes, every member of the Masaki home was seated at the table. It is such a shame to see you go, Lord Ash, Aika said as she sipped her tea. Your presence has given Ryoko some much-needed use for her time. You mean taking me away from Tenchi, don't ya? Ryoko snapped. Well, you have been mopping around since father left, Sasami replied. All right, I'll admit it has been fun, Ryoko replied. It's not every day I get to beat up on someone and get away with it. Ash's sweat dropped at the statement but remained quiet. 3 sharp blows to the head had taught him the importance of silence in this household. Maybe you could come back for a visit? Tenchi asked his new friend. I would like that, Ash replied. And bring back Miss Misty, Sasami suggested. Just as long as she stays away from my Tenchi, both Aika and Ryoko murmured. Hey! Ash, Tenchi, Sasami, and Washu's sweat dropped as Aika and Ryoko went on arguing. Mihoshi was just eating her breakfast while crying over Ash's soon departure. Well, I have something to give you, Tenchi said once breakfast was over. He ran up to his room and brought back a bundle of clothes. I don't need any rags, Ash said as Tenchi offered the bundle to him. No silly, unwrap it, Tenchi smiled. Ash pulled away some of the cloth to reveal the handle of a bakken. I thought you want to practice the kata with it, Tenchi smiled. Thank you, Ash replied as he held up the bakken. Maybe there's a kendo dojo near Pallet. Mihoshi at this point had taken all she could stand. She grabbed Ash and started to suffocate him in her hug. I'm going to miss you, she cried. Mihoshi, Ryoko said as she tapped her on the shoulder. I don't think Ash is supposed to turn blue like that. Huh? Mihoshi replied as she loosened up her hold. Sorry. No problem, Ash coughed. Ash. Katsuhito called from outside. Ash and the others walked outside to see Katsuhito and Ken waiting for him. Time to go, Ken told him. I have a letter for you. Ash took the letter and read it. It's from Melody on Shimudi Island, Ash told the others. They're having a 5-year anniversary celebration for when I was there last. What did you do that was so special? Sasami asked. Saved the world, Ash laughed nervously. The other fell to the ground. Then that's the perfect place for your naming ceremony, Ken replied. There should several Maggie in there for that. And Misty and Tracy are going to be there, Ash cheered. Let's go, Ken. Right, Ken nodded. Thank you so much for helping me with my student, Yosho. Tenchi and girls raised an eyebrow at the statement. Grandpa, who does he know about you? Tenchi asked. I was the clerk in the family records office, Ken explained. Yosho, here, got sloppy when he altered the family history one time, and I had to clean it up for him. And I never repeated that mistake again, Katsuhito nodded. Tenchi's sweat dropped. Ready to go, Ash? Ken asked. Yeah, let's, Ash replied as he waved goodbye to his new friends. Part 14, Too Much for Ceremony. This is the life, Ken sighed as he and Ash sat on the beach of Shamudi Island. Yeah, Ash agreed as he swiped on his drink. What that right, Pikachu? Ka, the Pokemon replied as two girls fanned the three off. Ah, all three sighed together. It's good to be the chosen one, Ash said as a shadow blocked the sun. Good to see you enjoying yourself, a voice sarcastically greeted him. Nice of you to come, Misty, Ash replied with a smile. Care to pull up a lounge chair? Ash looked at the girl and almost went girl crazy. She was wearing a red bikini with a pair of dark sunglasses. I was actually going for a walk along the beach, Misty replied. Mind if I join you? Ash asked as he sat up. Sure, Misty smiled. We'll catch up with you later, Ash, Ken said as he rubbed on some more suntan lotion. Pikachu agreed. Ash shook his head as he and Misty walked away from the pair. So what have you been up to this summer? Misty asked. Not much, Ash replied as he kicked the sand. Just got back from a training trip with Ken. That guy you were with? Yeah, Ash answered. He was a transfer student last year. Misty stopped and looked at the waves breaking just off the shore. She took a deep breath to take in the salty sea air. How about a swim? Misty suggested. All right, Ash said as he took a runner's stance. Race you there. Okay, Misty laughed as she took off with Ash right behind her. Ash and Misty broke out laughing as they leapt through the shallow water. When they were finally far out enough to swim, both were panting to regain their breath. I beat you, Misty shouted triumphantly. Only because I let you have a head start, Ash replied. You're just saying that because you lost, Misty smirked. Ash growled at Misty as she giggled at his frustration. If it makes you so upset, Misty replied, next time, I'll let you win. Ash glared at her. He looked down at his hands. His mouth smirked as he looked up at Misty. What? Ash immediately started splashing Misty. Misty, unprepared for the attack, threw her hands up to block the barrage. It failed. So that's how you want to play, Misty said as she returned Ash's attack. Soon, both teens were laughing as they continued their water war. Yo, Ash, Misty, a voice called from shore. Huh? Ash said as he momentarily let his guard down. Misty took the opportunity to get behind Ash and push him underwater by putting all her weight onto his shoulders. See what happens when you splash a lady, Misty laughed as Ash bobbed up out of the water. Hey, guys, the voice called again. Both teens looked over and saw Tracy waving at them from the shore. Hey, Tracy, Ash replied as he and Misty waded back to shore. How was Giotto? You won't believe some of the stuff over there, Tracy replied. I'll bet, Misty replied as she shook some of the salt water out of her hair. Richie and I just arrived this morning, Tracy continued. Melody arranged a hotel room for us. Are you in the Slow King Resort? Ash asked. Yeah, Tracy replied. Richie and I got stuck with a double since most of the rooms were already booked. Strange, I got a single, Ash mused. So did I, Misty replied. Then you two are lucky, Tracy sighed. How about we go get some lunch? Sure, I'm starving, Ash replied. I could use something to eat, Misty agreed, and I bet Togepi is hungry by now. Then let's head back towards the hotel and find something to eat. Ash cheered. Ash, Misty, and Tracy walked back to the spot Ash had left his clothes. There they found Ken and Pikachu playing with a little girl with pink hair. She was wearing a red one-piece swimsuit with a Clefairy picture on the front. Hey Ken, Ash greeted. Who's your friend? This is Katie, Ken replied. She looked a bit lonely, so Pikachu and I decided to cheer her up. Pikachu nodded. What about her parents? Misty asked concerned. They're right over there, Ken replied pointing to a couple sunbathing. Ash noticed the man looked very familiar with his fiery red hair. Well, we're going to get some lunch, Ash told him. Care to join us? Thanks, but I have some things I need to do, Ken replied. How about I treat you all to dinner sometime? Great, Misty cheered. I heard about this nice cafe I wanted to try. Kiss your wallet goodbye, Ash whispered into Ken's ear. Ken replied with a nervous laugh. Ash grabbed his clothes and walked off to a changing house. When he came out, Tracy was talking with Ken. So you're a Pokemon watcher, Ken said as Ash joined them. Any particular groups? No, I mainly just do general research, Tracy replied. I occasionally assist some specialized researcher for a while, but I mostly study Pokemon in the wild. Sounds interesting, Ken nodded. Maybe I should give it a try. Ash shook his head. Ken must have gotten Tracy talking about his trade. While Tracy was a really good friend, he sometimes got a little over-enthusiastic about Pokemon watching. Though Ash would admit he had been just as excited when he became a Pokemon master. A sad smile crept across Ash's face. After he achieved there was not much for him. He spent a year defending his title as the Indigo champion before retiring from Pokemon training. Turning to Professor Oak for a chance at Pokemon research offered him a new goal in life, but he had lost the excitement that being a trainer gave him. Often during the 2 years before the accident, he thought of going off to the Johto League and try his luck there. He even once packed his things to hit the road, but he knew it could not be the same. He would be at this alone since the others had started their own lives. Tracy had returned to the Orange Islands to search for rare Pokemon, Brock went to Pewter to establish his breeding center, and Misty. Misty, he sighed. Yes. Ash turned around and saw Misty standing behind him. Ah, nothing, he laughed nervously. Just wondering when you'd be finished. What? Am I not quick enough? No, no, Ash hastily replied. Nothing like that. Are you two arguing again? Tracy sighed. I thought you both would have matured beyond that by now. He started it, Misty replied. Ash sighed. Ken snickered at his friend's embarrassment. I better get going, he announced. I'll see you during the festival tonight, Ash. Sure, Ash nodded. As Ken walked off, Misty leaned over to whisper in Ash's ear, there's something odd about that guy. You don't know the half of it, Ash replied. Misty gave him a puzzled look but shrugged it off. Ash yawned as he, Tracy, and Misty walked to hotel. They had spent most of the afternoon talking about what had happened in the last year since Brock's wedding. Ash was starting school in 2 weeks, while Misty's began in 3. Misty was especially excited over her upcoming senior year. She had already applied to a few of the universities in Kanto and even one in Goldenrod City. I just applied to Pewter and USI so far, Ash shrugged. They have the best programs in Pokemon research. University of the Seafoam Islands, huh? Tracy replied. Is it the academics or the beach that is drawing you there? Now, Tracy, Misty chided, if Ash wants to waste his college education on sunbathing 101, that's his choice. Thanks, Misty, Ash sarcastically thanked. Actually, I was hoping to get in there myself, she replied. They have the best Pokemon medical studies for undergrads there. Now who's in it for the beach, Ash whispered to Tracy. I heard that they are very selective in who they accept, Misty smirked. How are your grades holding up, Ash? Top 10%, he beamed. I know they're not quite those of a valedictorian, but I also have my extracurricular activities to fall back on. Yeah, working with Professor Oak does make you stand out, Tracy agreed. And if you release your findings about that Pokemon 252. Sorry, Tracy, Ash interrupted. There is no such thing as a Pokemon 252. Sure, Ash, Tracy winked. Oh brother, Misty sighed. Not this again. Just tell me some of attributes, Tracy begged. That way, I can find one in the wild. Tracy, for the 100th time, Ash shouted. There is no Pokemon 252. Yeah, and Mew is just a myth, Tracy replied. Ash sighed. It's going to be one of those days, he thought. Ash immediately fell onto the bed when he and Pikachu walked into their hotel room. Ken said he was staying with some of the other Magians. So until the ceremony was ready, Ash would probably not see that much of him. Maybe I should ask her out. Ash sighed. Ka. Pikachu asked as he rummaged through their bags. Just think out aloud, Ash replied. Kachuka. Yeah, about Misty, Ash admitted. I had a lot of fun with her at the beach today. Pi Pika Piku, Pikachu replied as he jumped into Ash's lap. Thanks, Pikachu, Ash told the Pokemon as he stroked its back. You're a real pal. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. In a minute, Ash called as he picked up Pikachu and placed him on the bed. Ash opened the door and saw Misty dressed up for the festival. She was wearing a pink kimono with a blue cascade pendant hanging from neck. Why aren't you ready? She asked. You're the guest of honor, and we have to be there in an hour. Sorry, Misty, Ash blushed as he thought how cute she looked. Cute? No, beautiful, he corrected himself. Give me 10 minutes. 5, she replied. Melody wants to talk to us before the festival begins. Okay, 5 minutes, Ash repeated. I'll be back with Tracy, Misty said as she walked away from the door. Hopefully he'll be more ready than you, chosen one. Ash closed the door and looked at the bed. Pikachu had laid out his navy blue kimono for him. Thanks, Pikachu, Ash smiled as he took off his shirt. I don't know what I'd do without you. Ka, Pikachu laughed. Ash, Misty, Tracy, and Richie walked towards the building where the festival would begin. When they arrived, they saw a 17-year-old girl shouting orders to several people. I think we need another table other there, she told one of the boys, and bring out the floral arrangements now. Okay, Melody, he replied as he ran off to do his tasks. Hey, Melody, Ash called. The girl turned and smiled at the group. Welcome back, Ash, she greeted. I would have met you when you arrived, but you just appeared out of the blue. Oh, I just flew in, Ash laughed while Pikachu's sweat dropped. Actually, a Scyther and a Charizard carrying a Pikachu had landed that morning near Slowking's shrine. And you look wonderful, Misty, she said as she greeted Misty. Thank you, Misty replied. You look great too. Just wait until I'm in my costume, she smiled. I just might take away your boyfriend. Boyfriend? Richie shouted. Since when did you and Misty start dating, Ash? She's just joking, Ash laughed nervously. You two still haven't gotten together? Melody shouted. I figured you'd be engaged by now or something. She then turned to Richie. And who are you? I'm Richie, he replied. I was traveling with Tracy through Johto when he got your message. I figured a little break couldn't hurt, so I came along. Melody frowned. She took a closer look and smiled. You're cute. Richie blushed a bit and turned bright red as she kissed his kick. Welcome to Shamudi Island, Pokemon Trainer. Richie continued to blush while the other just stared. Melody, anew called. Why won't you leave the tourist alone? I was just having a little fun, Carol, she replied to her older sister. Besides, I like this one. Richie blushed some more while the other's sweat dropped. Well, you better get dressed, she told her younger sister. The elder won't like it if we have to start late because you're not ready. Yes, Carol, Melody sighed. She turned back to the others. I see you in a few minutes. Melody walked off while Carol led Ash and the others to the another room. You'll have to excuse my sister, Carol told Richie. She never seems to take anything seriously. That's okay, Richie blushed. Oh, by the way, Carol said as she opened the door, the other group just arrived. Other group? Ash asked. As Carol opened the door, Ash saw two figures in white clothes sitting before him. Team Rocket, he shouted. The twerp, both Jesse and James hissed. Thanks to you, we lost our gig in Lavender Town and have been reduced couriers. Why are they here? Misty demanded. Because they helped recover the third treasure, the elderly man behind the rockets replied. You would not have succeeded if not for their help. Ash knew the man was right, but he still had not forgiven them for what nearly suffocating Misty. Fine, Ash huffed, but they had better not try to steal Pikachu. You don't have to worry about that, Meowth replied. We're under strict orders not to touch the rat. Pika. No offense, Meowth apologized when Pikachu's cheeks started to spark. No, behave, the elder warned them. This festival is meant to celebrate how you saved the world from destruction. Just like in our motto, James squealed. The elder rolled his eyes. Why do I even try, he sighed. Sir, a boy from the door called. We're ready to begin. Very well, he nodded. Just follow me please. Ash and the others nodded as they walked behind the elder and Carol. And in celebration of the event 5 years ago, the elder announced to the crowd, this year's Legends Festival will be in honor of the Chosen One, Ash Ketchum, and the friends who helped him. The crowd cheered as the commencement speech ended, and the festival began. Did you really did all that? Richie whispered to Ash. Well, I did have little help, Ash sweat dropped. How humble of you to admit that, Ash, Misty smirked at his confession. Now if you would admit your undying love for each other, Melody replied. What? Ash and Misty shouted. Melody giggled at their synchronized response. I think something is going on between those two, Richie whispered to Tracy. You're just now finding that out, Tracy replied. I lost $20 thinking they would have been going steady by his 16th birthday. Richie sweat dropped. Ash and Misty were soon separated from the others. Actually, Melody had herded them away from the couple in hopes that romance would soon bloom, and winning the bet was nice bonus. Hey look, Ash, Misty said as she pointed to a stand. Cotton candy. Come on, Ash said as he grabbed her hand. They walked up to the vendor. 2 cotton candies, please. Sure thing, he replied as he handed Ash 2 pink cotton candies. Ash gave one to Misty. As they ate the treat, Misty giggled at the piece of cotton that had stuck to Ash's nose. Ash blushed as he wiped the piece away. I hope Pikachu and Togepi are okay, Misty said as they wandered through the crowd. I'm sure they are, Ash replied. Togepi is a big girl now. I think she can take care of herself. While that did ease some of Misty's worries a bit, she was still concerned for Pokemon. Come on, Misty, Ash said hoping to cheer her up. How about we play a few games? Okay, Ash, she replied. Ken sat on the roof of a building watching the crowd below. He had learned that 9 Magians had arrived for the festival, but he was still one short. It's a remarkable sight, a voice spoke. Ken looked to his side and saw a green-haired boy about 17. Amazing how such a simple event can turn into this spectacle, he continued. I remember when this was merely a holy day to worship the Titans and the Guardian. I guess time changes everything. Ken grew wide-eyed as the boy's deep blue eyes turned to him. Everything, but me. Ash and Misty walked side by side back to the hotel. In Misty's arms was a stuffed Jigglypuff doll that Ash had won at one of the games. It had taken most of the night and pushed the limit of how much they were willing to give to the Chosen One, but he managed to win it for her. This was fun, Ash smiled. I can't believe this lasts for 2 more days. We had better get a lot of rest tonight, Misty told him. What for? He asked. To get the treasures, dummy, she replied. And I don't plan on being left behind this time. Why? Because without me, she smirked, you never would have made it to Viridian City. Yeah right, Ash replied. Misty shook her head as they walked into the lobby. Ash decided he would walk Misty to her door. It would at least give him the feeling that this was date. Well, good night, Misty, Ash said as she walked into her room. I'll see you when Pikachu brings Togepi back. Okay, Misty smiled. Night, Ash. Misty closed the door, and Ash stared at for a minute. I should just tell her, he sighed as he was about to knock on the door, but as his hand drew closer to it, he pulled away. Maybe tomorrow. Ken stared at the boy across from him. He had never met this particular Magian, but he had heard stories. Most of the others considered him a myth, even among some of the elder Magian. What brings you out for a naming ceremony? Ken asked. The boy continued looked down at the crowd. What fools these mortals be, he sighed. They honestly think that it was a simple song or 3 sparkling ball that saved them. Ken was having a hard time following him. Most of the stories said he was supposed to be the very essence of immaturity, but this boy looked like he was somber than most of the elders. The real power was in something else, he mused. Something that even Mutwo found to be the greatest power on the face of the earth. Deciding to play along, Ken asked what it was. The power of the heart, the Magian replied. One heart, strengthened by several others, saved the world. Is that why you are here? Ken asked. No, he replied. I'm here to save that heart. Ken was puzzled by that answer, but the boy turned back to the crowd. This is going to be the most interesting naming ceremony ever, Ken sighed to himself. Ash walked into his room where Pikachu and Togepi were watching a movie. Togepi, I better take you back now, he told the egg. Why, Dad? She asked. Because Misty was worried about you all throughout the night, he replied. Ain't I old enough to have some fun? She pleaded. Don't tell me, Ash told her. I thought you were old enough to battle when I went to Indigo the second time. I think you should go back now, Togepi, Pikachu told the younger Pokemon. Your mom might get mad at Ash if he brings you back late. And it's bad enough they're never together anymore, Togepi sighed. Don't you love Mom anymore, Dad? Ash gulped at that question. I do, Togepi, he replied, but things are so different now. So why can't you come live with us? Togepi asked. Aunt Daisy and Violet have already moved out, so there's plenty of room. But I need to stay in Pallet, Ash told her. I'll try to come and visit you 2 more often if you like. Okay, Togepi sighed. Now, I'm sure Misty is waiting for you, Ash said as he picked her up. Would you like to come with us to get the treasures tomorrow? I can come too. Sure, Ash smiled, I doubt Misty would leave you behind. Thanks, Dad, Togepi said as she hugged Ash. You're the greatest. Ash blushed at the affection this little Pokemon was giving him. I'll be back in a minute, Pikachu. Pikachu nodded and went back to watching. First stop, Fire Island, Ash cheered as he and Misty sailed toward the island of Moltres. You're in a real good mood, Misty smiled as the wind blew her hair around. I'm just excited about seeing some legendary Pokemon again, he replied. I've seen Moltres twice and the other only once. Misty smiled at Ash's enthusiasm. It was just like being on another adventure with him when they were little. We'll be at Fire Island in about 10 minutes, the boat driver told them. Thanks, Ash replied as he sat down next to Misty and enjoyed the breeze. Togepi quietly watched as her parents next to each other. She was hoping that they would do something, but they just sat there. She sighed as she walked over to Pikachu who's sunning himself. Uncle Pika, she said, why don't Mom and Dad get back together? Pikachu slowly opened his eyes to the young Pokemon. Because they're scared. Scared of what? Humans are very funny about what they're scared of, Pikachu replied. They are something afraid the silliest things. Oh, Togepi said as she looked over at Ash and Misty. I can't believe we didn't see any of them, Ash whined as the boat pulled into the harbor. They are usually hard to find, Ash, Misty informed him. We only saw them the first time because their islands were being destroyed. I guess you're right, Ash sighed, but I still wanted to see them again. Misty placed her hand on Ash's shoulder. He was surprised by this and looked back at the young woman. "Don't worry, Ash," she smiled. "I think you owe yourself a break from excitement like that." Ash smiled at Misty and took her hand. "Come on," he said as he pulled her towards the festival. "We have some treasures to deliver." Ash and Misty both laid in bed when they returned from the festival that night. Drained from both the trip around the islands and the ceremony that evening, they were both too tired to move. "Misty, do you mind if I stay here for the night?" Ash asked. "I don't think I can feel my legs." "That's okay, Ash," Misty yawned. "You can spend the night." "Thanks," Ash yawned. "Good night, Misty." "Good night, Ash." Misty slowly opened her eyes the next morning. She was a bit surprised at how warm her bed was and how hard her pillow was. When she was awake enough to notice her surroundings, she found out that it was not a pillow her head was on. It was Ash's chest. She also found his arm wrapped her. "I must still be dreaming," she said. She smiled as she thought she would just enjoy the dream. It was Ash's breathing that told her this was very real. Ash," she said into his ear. "Just 5 more minutes," he replied. Misty sighed. She really did not want to do this, but Ash left her no choice. She began to tickle his sides. He, Ash giggled as he began to wake up. "Stop that." When his eyes opened, he saw the smiling face of Misty. "What?" he shouted as he jumped out of bed. "How did I end up here?" "You were so tired from yesterday you slept in here," Misty replied as she remembered the night before. Well," Ash stammered. "I better go back to my own room then so you can get ready." Yes," Misty replied. "That sounds like a good idea. How about we go out for breakfast afterwards?" Ash asked. "Sure," she smiled. "Great," he replied. "I'll be ready in about 20 minutes. "Okay," Misty said as he walked to the door. Richie was coming back from his breakfast when he saw the door to Misty's room open. Ash walked out wearing the same clothes he had worn the night before. He then went into his own, leaving a very confused Richie to wonder what had happened the night before. Ken looked through the crowd trying to find Ash. Everything was set for that night, but he had to find Ash to get him ready. After searching for several hours, he managed to find Ash and Misty talking under a tree. In the park. "Young love," he said to himself as he approached the couple. "Hey, Ash." Ash looked up and saw the Magian walking up to him. "What is it, Ken?" "Just wanted to tell you we're on for tonight," he told Ash. "How about you meet me in the lobby of your hotel by 6? "Okay," Ash replied. Ken nodded and left the couple to whatever they had been doing before. "Just be careful, Ash," Ken said to himself. "Immortality has its price." Ash was waiting in the lobby when Ken finally joined him. "Okay, first we need to talk about your clothes," Ken said as they walked off into the night. Ken's clothes began to change into flowing red robes. "Now, try to match this." Ash closed his eyes, and his clothes formed into something similar to Ken's robe. "Good," Ken congratulated him. "Now for color." Most Maltese robes reflect their forms. Since you have no real pattern, I would suggest a white robe with red, light green, yellow, light and deep purple, and ice, sky, and deep blue. Ash nodded and the color scheme of the robe altered as Ken instructed him. Now as for the actual ceremony, Ken informed him, you pretty much do as you're told. The gift part is sometimes difficult since you may have to keep 10 things in your pockets. I hope you made them big enough. Ash nodded as Ken began to go into some of the finer details of the ceremony. Once he was finished explaining, Ash saw they were at the stairs leading up to Sloking's shrine. I thought this would be the best place for this, Ken told Ash. Ash followed Ken up the steps to the shrine. When they reached the top of the stairs, Ash saw 10 other people dressed in several colored robes. Welcome, young one, the one in the brown robe greeted. Ash recognized him as Cedric from his first encounter with the Magians. I trust you are prepared. In everything but a name, Ash thought. Yes, I am ready. Good, Cedric clapped his hands, and the others formed a semicircle in front of Ash. I have brought one who is Magian, Ken cited. May he find a place among us. All who are Magian are welcomed, the one in the green robe replied. Ash noticed that the others had edged away from him. His hair was a grass green which offset his deep blue eyes. Has he a name? The man in the black robe asked. He is nameless to us, Ken replied. Then I will give him one, the woman in the pink robe announced. I have watched from the beginning and have earned that right. So be it, Cedric nodded. What is his name? He has a heart unlike any other and has willingly sacrificed himself on many occasions, the woman replied. His name is therefore Angel. Angel. Ash mentally shouted. I'm to be known throughout time as Angel. He has a name, the man in the black robe announced. Angel is Magian, they all shouted. A woman in a blue robe stepped forward. I am Siren. It has become a tradition for each of us to give a gift to a new Magian, she told him. She handed him a small bottle. This will increase the power of your water attacks. Ash took the gift and thanked her. Next the man in the black robe stepped forward. I am Nightshade. We must always be on guard so our secret is never revealed, he told Ash. He produced from his robes a small box that Ash recognized as a TM. He placed it in Ash's hand. Ash felt the box begin to warm up as it discharged the ability into him. My gift is the ability of Detect. The man in the black robe stepped back and was replaced by a man in a white robe. I am Ace. As an angel must have wings, I offer you this. He handed Ash a vial with a light blue liquid inside. This will increase your flight speed. Ash smiled at the little bottle. Flying was probably the best thing about his forms. Ace stepped back, and Cedric walked up to Ash. My gift is one that has helped me in times past, Cedric said as he handed Ash a computer chip. This is a registry of all the Magians. Many will be your allies while some your rivals. This will help you understand them all. You can install it into your Pokédex. Ash thanked him as the woman in the pink robe walked to him. I am Pixie, she told him. Ash was shocked that this woman was the little girl he met on the beach earlier but remembered that they could alter their appearance. An angel must have a light show, so I give you this. Pixie pulled out a box and placed into his hands. Ash noticed that for this one, it sealed itself after its discharge. Must be a HM, he thought. Pixie stepped back as a man in a red robe with brown trimmings stepped forward. I am Magma. As elements combine, their power increases, he said as he handed Ash a scroll. This will teach you how to combine elemental attacks. As Magma stepped back, a woman in a violet robe walked up to him. I am Enigma, she told him. We psychics are the least powerful in battles with each other, but we keep our secrets hidden. She pulled another TM out of her robe. This is Dream Eater. Use it wisely. Ash knew that over most the abilities he was learning that this might be the most dangerous. He would erase a person's mind with the ability if he was not careful. As the woman stepped back, a man in a pale blue robe stepped forward. I am Yeti. Since we do not develop the immunities to the elements as Pokemon do, he said as he handed Ash another vial, this will increase your tolerance to various temperatures. Ash thanked him as a woman in a black robe stepped forward. I am Banshee. We ghosts are the smallest lot among the Magians, but we are the most feared, she said with smirk. You have made our number 3. My gift is this. She handed him a scroll. This will teach you how to use your elemental attacks while as a ghost. Ash accepted the gift and hoped the man in the green robe gave him something small since the pockets in his robe were almost full. I am Puck, the man announced. I am the other ghost Magian, but, like you, I am also a multiple type. My gift will come in its own time. Ash's sweat dropped at the speech this one made, but the others were very apprehensive. Puck took his place again. "The gifts are given," Siren announced. "Use them well, Angel." Ash nodded as Ken stepped forward. "Your duty is done, Phoenix," Cedric told him. "Your ward is now one of us." "Thank you," Ken bowed to the others. "Angel," Banshee spoke. "You have yet to unlock all the abilities of your forms yet. It would be wise of you to learn them." Before Ash could reply, Puck spoke up. "Do not worry, Banshee," Puck replied. "The boy will have time for that." Ash noticed the ghost Magian cringe at the statement. "What? Is it with that guy that worries the others so much?" he wondered. Ash sat on the beach as he watched the sun fall below the horizon. Tracy and Richie had already left, and he was supposed to meet Misty here. "Isn't that so romantic?" he heard a voice sigh. He looked over his shoulder and saw Misty behind him. "Same old Misty," he smirked. "Same old Ash," Misty sighed. "You always did know how to ruin a moment." "I'm hurt, Misty," Ash replied. Misty shook her head and tried not to laugh. She sat down next to Ash, and together they watched the sunset. "I'm going back tomorrow morning," she informed him. "Then with school starting soon, this might be the last time we get to see each other for a while." "Yeah," Ash nodded. "Maybe we could get together sometime." "I'd like that," Misty smiled. "I could meet you halfway in Viridian." "How about in a month?" Ash suggested. "I could borrow Mom's car." "Yeah, since I have my own car." "It's a date then," Ash blurted out. He immediately realized what he had just said. "Date?" Misty asked. "Sorry, I guessed I slipped up," Ash blushed. "No," Misty shook her head. "It sounds like a date to me too." Ash smiled as he leaned a little closer to Misty, who also leaned a little closer to Ash. "Misty, I..." Ash started until a volleyball hit him in the head. "Ouch." A little blonde-haired boy came up and grabbed the ball. "Sorry, mister," he apologized. "I guess sis doesn't know her own strength." "Hey, Mike," a pink-haired girl called. "Why aren't you back yet?" "I was apologizing for you," he shouted back. Ash sighed as yet another perfect moment with Misty was ruined. "That's okay," he sighed. "I guess we better be going, Misty. We have to pack up." "Yeah," she replied. "Maybe we could have dinner together after we pick up our Pokemon from Nurse Joy," Ash said as he brushed the sand off his shorts. "I'm sure Pikachu and Togepi are bored to death." As Ash and Misty walked off the beach, the girl slapped the boy in the back of the head. "Idiot," she snapped. "Do you know how long I've been trying to get them together?" "Just following orders, Pixie," the boy shrugged. "I don't believe it, Phoenix," she shouted back. "Who would give you an order like that?" "I can't say," Phoenix replied. "Gur, Phoenix." Pixie shouted as the boy laughed and flew off in the sky. To be continued. Part 15, Back in Time. School has once again started in the small town of Pallet, and Ash begins his senior year of high school. After returning from Shamudi Island, he is anxious for his upcoming date with Misty, which is only a week away. Little does Ash know, but he has caught the attention of a shadowy figure. Ash closed his locker and headed to homeroom. After the bell rang, Gary came running through the door. "Sorry, I'm late," he huffed. "Very well, just take a seat, Mr. Oak," the teacher sighed. "Don't make a habit of it." "Yes, sir," Gary nodded as he took a seat in the back of the room. Ash shook his head as he turned to face the teacher. "I was ahead of Gary for once," he mused. The teacher then pulled out the roll and began listing the names. As the teacher began with the H's, Ash noticed his speech began to slur. He looked at the teacher, then noticed that several of the movements of his classmates were in slow motion. "What's going on?" he thought as he glanced around. "Ash Ketch," he said before he froze. Ash got out of his seat and walked to the front of the room. As he looked around at the frozen class, he asked, "What's happening?" "More like, what's not happening," a new voice answered. Ash quickly turned around and saw a green-haired boy with deep blue eyes sitting on the teacher's desk behind him. That combination reminded him of someone, and it only took him a moment to recall whom. "Puck, right?" he asked. "That's right," the boy smiled. "I figured now would be a good time as any to give you my gift." "How are you doing this?" Ash demanded. "Just a little trick I picked up," Puck replied as he leapt to the desk. "I think it's time we should be going." "Going?" Ash asked. "Where are we going?" "Someplace to finish your training," Puck answered. "Phoenix was not the best choice of teacher for you. Far too impatient, but what should I expect from a guy who can't stay dead for very long?" Ash was getting confused, which seemed to make Puck even more cheerful. "Just follow me," Puck laughed. He walked up to the open door frame and closed his eyes. Ash watched as a blue-green light began to radiate from his body. As he stepped closer, he heard Puck chanting, "I do wander everywhere. Swifter than the moon's sphere." Ash's eyes grew wider as he watched a swirl of colors form in the doorway. "What are you doing?" "Opening the gate of time," Puck replied. "Take my hand." Ash numbly felt Puck grab his hand but was snapped out of his daze when Puck pulled him forward. "Here we go." Puck cheered as he and Ash leapt into the swirling colors. "Halt, who goes there?" a gruff voice shouted. "What?" Ash replied as he looked around. He was standing outside a stone wall while a man in brass armor had a spear pointed at him. "Answer, boy," the man snapped. He jabbed his spear forward a bit to emphasize his point. "Excuse me, Sergeant," another replied, "but the boy is a mage." "Huh," the guard said as he spun around to face Puck now in a green robe. "Lord Puck." Puck smirked as the guard snapped to attention. "Sorry, my lord," he replied. "Is he a recently found novice?" "In a sense," Puck replied, "but that is Magian business." "Yes, my lord." "Come, boy," Puck told to the still stunned Ash, "we mustn't keep the elders waiting." "Sure," Ash replied as he followed behind Puck. Puck led Ash through a gate into a crowded street. Ash noticed that everyone had on clothes that would fit the Middle Ages but did not see the glances he was receiving from some of the people. "Where are we?" he asked Puck once he managed to catch up. "It's more like when," Puck smiled. "Welcome to Pokemopolis, about 100 years before it was destroyed." Ash quickly glanced around and noticed the temples that were crumbling ruins during his field trip last year. Or is that in about 1,000 years, he thought. Ash asked Puck several questions, but the only reply Puck gave was, "Wait, and see." Ash sighed in defeat as Puck led him toward the center of the city. When they approached the central tower, Ash once again noticed image of the man surrounded by the 17 symbols. "Welcome to the Temple of the Magian," Puck announced. 17 types, Ash murmured. "That symbol represents the Magians, right?" "I see you can be taught," Puck smiled. "But enough about artwork, you have to see the elders." "Why didn't we see them in our time?" "First, my time isn't yours," Puck replied. "Second, most of these are hard to find in the 21st century." Ash nodded. "Besides," Puck smiled, "we have to finish your training." "But Phoenix," Ash started before Puck hushed him. "He merely taught you some of the basics," Puck told him. "Normally we train a Magian for about a decade before letting them go out on their own. You were just a different case." Puck waved to a guard at the tower's entrance. The guard remained motionless as Puck and Ash walked inside. The interior of the temple reminded Ash of the lobby of a Pokemon Center. "All that's missing is Nurse Joy," he smiled to himself. The smile vanished as a pink-haired woman greeted him. "Hello," she cheerfully greeted. "You must be Angel." "Huh, yeah," Ash stammered. "How did you know my name?" "Puck said he would be bringing a friend with him," she replied. My name is Joy. Are you a Magian, too? Ash asked. Me, heavens no, she laughed. I simply maintain the temple since my family has been doing this for generations. Ash's sweat dropped, but before he could reply, Puck called him from the stairway. You better go now, Joy told him. The elders hate to be kept waiting. Right, Ash nodded as he ran after Puck. What a strange boy, Joy commented as she walked to her desk. So you are the Magian from the future, a man in a red robe greeted Ash. I expected you to look a bit more intelligent. Now Inferno, a woman in a light blue robe chided him. I recall when you first appeared before the elders, and you were as frightened as a Charmander in a Squirtle den. Ash just stared at the three people on the platform in front of him. Puck was off to side, but all the attention was on him. Inferno, Blizzard, and Raiden stared back at him, and he was using all his willpower not to flinch. Peace, you two, Raiden told both Inferno and Blizzard. The boy is at a level that most take decades to achieve. This speaks highly for itself. His level may be high for his age, but what of experience? Inferno questioned. That is why I have brought him, Puck interrupted. He cannot be fully trained in the use of his abilities in his own time. And why should he interest you, Puck? Blizzard asked. You rarely appear to the others, let alone take active roles in their lives. I have my reasons, Puck replied. Besides, this boy has given ample amount of entertainment to myself. Ash noticed that all three of the elders shivered at that response. Very well, Inferno nodded. But who should see to the boy's training? I will handle his ghost and psychic training personally, Puck replied. The other elements I leave to your discretion. Then he will begin in the morning, Raiden nodded. I think he should change his clothing first, Blizzard commented. Ash looked down at his jeans and t-shirt. I guess I do stand out a bit, he nervously smiled. He closed his eyes and thought about the robes the others were wearing. When he opened his eyes again, he was wearing a white robe. We'll have to decide on a color for you later, Raiden grinned. Ash sheepishly nodded back. Puck, take him to the bath so he can freshen up, Blizzard told the older Magian. Then see that he receives a bed. Yes, madam, Puck bowed. Now that went well, Puck smiled. I thought I would have to bribe them in order for you to stay. Why? Ash asked as they walked down the hallway. We haven't been on the best of terms, Puck replied. Ash's sweat dropped at the comment but remained silent. No running in the halls, Julie, a voice called. Huh? Ash said as he turned. Behind him, a little pink-haired girl was running away from a man in a brown robe. Can't catch me, she laughed. Julie, this is not how a primary should act, the man scolded as the girl teleported out of his grasp. Puck laughed at the display. She always was a handful. Ash watched as the girl effortlessly evaded the man trying to catch her. Why is he letting her get away? Ash asked. Isn't he a full Magian? Yes, Puck replied. But this is also a training exercise. She needs to learn to control her teleport skills, and this game is an excellent method. Puck turned away from the pair. Now come along. You have to get you settled in before the lessons begin. Ash nodded and followed after the other Magian. Puck led Ash to a room with a large copper tub in the middle. I'll go easy on you and give you warm water today, Puck smiled as he filled the tub with his water gun attack, but don't get used to it. Ash was confused by the statement and simply nodded. What have I gotten myself into, he wondered. Ash looked out the window of his room. Since technically he was a full Magian, he did not have to room with the other trainees. Below, the streets had finally quieted as the sun had set over the horizon several hours ago. Penny for your thoughts, a voice commented behind him. Ash turned and saw a woman in a pink robe behind him. She had blonde hair and a warm smile. Oh, just trying to figure out what exactly happened today, Ash sighed. Puck pretty much just dragged me here. Puck seems to have that way with people, the woman laughed. He means well, but he tends to be a bit impatient. Strange for the time Magian. Ash chuckled. The woman smiled. I'm Sprite, she told him. I'm the in charge of the trainees, so we will be seeing each other frequently during your training. I'm Angel, Ash smiled, but please call me Ash. Okay, Ash, Sprite replied. I guess you haven't been a full Magian for very long then. Only about 2 months, Ash answered. And I didn't even choose the name. It is a nice name, she replied. I'm sure whoever gave it to you thought it really suited you. Yeah right, Ash grumbled. You had better get some sleep, Sprite instructed. You have a long day tomorrow. Sure, Ash yawned. Good night, Angel, Sprite waved as she left his room. Ash shook his head and snuffed out the lamp. Ash was awakened the next morning by being dragged out of bed. Rise and shine, a voice called. He looked up and saw Sprite standing over top of him. Your first lesson is in 10 minutes. What about breakfast? Ash ummed. After the lesson, Sprite replied. Now off you go. She shooed Ash out into the hall. Outside was a black-haired man in a purple robe leaning against the wall. He only looked half awake himself. Your student is ready, Merid, she told him. Yes, dear. He smiled. He leaned forward, but she pushed him back. Not in front of the students, dear, she smiled. Now, take care of Ash while I see to Julie. Sprite walked off while Merid kept watching her. Ash was not even half awake at this point, so little of this made it to his brain. So, you're the boy Puck brought us, Merid said as he turned to Ash who was now sleeping against the doorframe of his room. This may be a long day, Merid sighed. Ash rubbed his shoulder as he looked down at his food. Merid had spent most the pre-dawn morning showing him various uses for smokescreen attacks. Turned out that Merid was primarily a psychic dark type but had learned a few attacks for stealth and illusion. He was considered to the third best in this area. He was at the point where he could hide even from most Magians. The only ones that surpassed him were Puck and a woman called Mystique, but they mostly stuck to themselves. Mind if I join you? A voice asked. Ash turned and saw a boy with dark blonde hair holding his tray. From his off-white robe, Ash knew he was a trainee. Sure, Ash replied. I'm Luke, the boy said as he took the seat next to Ash. Ash told him. But aren't that new Magian, Angel? Yeah, Ash sighed, but I don't care much for the name. I'm sure you'll grow into it, Luke shrugged. Ash shook his head and looked down at his meal. Breakfast had turned into an early lunch after Merid's lesson. He was given a bowl of some soup and a loaf of bread. The soup was some type of beef broth and the bread was fresh enough to have been baked that morning. It was good but not up to Brock's standards. What type are you? The boy asked. Multi, Ash replied as he took a sip of his soup. What about you? Oh, I'm only duo, Luke replied. They're both fly types, so I think I'll become a flying Magian, but I go multi too. Angel, a voice called. Ash looked up and saw Puck waiting at the door. Guess my break is other, Ash sighed as he picked up his tray. I'll see you around. Okay, Angel, Luke smiled. Ash grumbled under his breath and headed towards the other Magian. What is it now? He asked. First, hand over that tray to Joy over there and follow me, he replied. Ash nodded and returned after getting rid of his tray. When he returned to Puck, he was led outside the temple into the streets of a busy city. Puck took him towards the marketplace. There, Puck bought a few bags of beads and took Ash outside the city walls. This lesson is very dangerous, Puck warned him. I want you to lift the one bead out of the bag with your psychic attacks. Ash nodded. Phoenix never really taught him any psychic attacks since he did not have a psychic form. He had told him that it was one of the most difficult abilities to control, so Ash had tried to learn as much as he could. As Jinx and Haunter, he could use any ability he could learn, but his human form could only use teleport so far. Ash stared at the bag. At first nothing happened, but slowly, one bead did rise out of the bag. It hovered over the bag for a minute before exploding. "That's pretty good," Puck congratulated him. "I've seen some make the whole bag explode without raising one. You have really good aim, now let's work on control." The next 3 hours reminded Ash of some of the fire attacks Phoenix had taught him. Being able to make a flame as big a pin tip and nearly invisible could be useful in making clean cuts in objects. Phoenix had tried to teach him how to teleport the flame so he could actually burn an object a few feet away without having to make long flame, but Ash never could get the hang of that. He had always managed to send the flame a little off the mark, but Phoenix said that time would improve his teleport aim. He could teleport to within a yard of his target, but Phoenix said that some Magians could make it with a micron. By the end of 3-hour lesson, Ash had destroyed 2 bags of beads but had suspended 20 beads at the same time. "Very good, Ash," Puck told him as he collected the beads from off the ground. "I hadn't expected you to be this trained." "I'm just full of surprises," Ash huffed. He was really drained after this lesson. "Okay, now teleport back to the temple," Puck told him. "Sure," Ash nodded. He closed his eyes and teleported himself away. And reappeared in the middle of the kitchen. "Huh?" Ash said as he looked around at all the pots hanging from the ceiling. "Hey, who's there?" a voice called. Ash looked through the pots and saw a man in a white apron. The man looked very familiar with his graying spiky hair. "Hello," Ash greeted. "Guess I should work on my teleport aiming." "Don't worry about it," the man smiled. "You must be new here." "Yes," Ash nodded. "I was trained near my home, but the elders thought I could use some more training." "So, you're a full Magian," the man said as he rubbed his chin. "Oh, where are my manners? I'm Slate, the cook for the temple." Ash replied as he shook his hand. "Are you a Magian too?" "Me, no," Slate replied. "I'm just the best cook in the city, so the elders hired me." "I see," Ash nodded. "I also help Joy with treating the injuries most of the trainees get," he continued. Ash nodded but could not shake how much this guy reminded him of his old friend. "Well, I have to get started on supper," Slate told him. "I think you should head back to your instructor, Ash." "Okay, Slate," Ash waved as he made his way out of the maze of pots. "I'll see you later." Slate smiled as Ash left his domain. "Kids," he laughed as he went to find the ingredients for the next meal. As Ash walked through the hallway, he heard giggling coming from one of the terraces. Curious, he walked towards the curtains hanging over the doorway. He picked through the divide in the curtain and saw Merid tickling a pink-haired girl while Sprite looked on smiling. "Stop that, Daddy," she giggled. "I don't think so," he laughed. "You should have been able to teleport of this by now." "Now dear," Sprite said as she took one of his hands, "you know that Julie is only a primary. You cannot expect her to be able to use an ability like that while she's distracted." "Then maybe I'm doing it because it's fun," he replied. "Mommy, make him stop," the girl plied between laughs. Ash turned away from the laughing family. The 3 reminded him of some of the evening he had with his own parents before his father died. As he walked towards his room, he saw Puck leaning against the wall. "Quite the happy family, no?" he smiled. "Merid and Sprite are the only married Magians that I know of. Seems most think forever is a bit too long when it could actually happen." "So they've been married long?" "Only about 10 years or so," Puck replied, "but they've never spent more than 5 years apart since, even when ordered to." "What do you mean?" Ash asked. "Merid is responsible for clean-ups," Puck replied. "If someone slips up and reveals us to the world, then it's his job to fix it." "But why are we so open now?" "They think we're wizards and magicians," Puck replied. "Hence the name, Magian. They don't realize we're human Pokemon." "But Slate and Joy do," Ash countered. I see you might the cook, Puck replied. They are special circumstances. Ash looked back towards the terrace as another wave of laughter came through the curtain. Come on, Puck said as he tugged on Ash's sleeve. I think they deserve some time together. Ash nodded and followed after Puck. Days soon turned into weeks, and Ash had learned several new skills since he first made his trip through time. He could move small objects without causing them to explode 2/3 of the time, which Puck explained as being very good for someone so young. He still was taking lukewarm baths each night, but each night it was getting a bit warmer. Merid was also surprised by how fast Ash was learning some of his basic illusion techniques. But Ash was growing homesick. He missed Pikachu and his mother, though Sprite often managed to cheer him up. He was also growing restless. He had watched a match between two fivers and wanted to challenge someone. Puck had warned him against this, saying that even though his level was high, he still had a lot to learn. Almost every afternoon during one of his breaks, he would go down to the kitchen and talk with Slate. He often helped Slate prepare for supper by gather the ingredients, which also served as exercise for his psychic abilities. One afternoon, he smelt a very pungent odor coming out the kitchen. What's that smell? Ash said with disgust as he walked up to Slate. Joy said we were out of potions, Slate replied in a very nasal voice. Ash noticed that he had a clothespin on his nose. I'm making up a new batch before I start on supper. Ash looked down in the cauldron. A purple liquid bubbled while giving off the horrid smell. I'm glad the stuff keeps for almost 3 years, Slate told him. This is just the base for all the potions. I add in some other stuff to make different types. Does this stuff work on all Pokemon? Yeah, but it was made especially for you guys, he replied. Ash stared down at the purple goo. You think you can teach me how to make this stuff? I don't see why not, Slate replied. Most of the ingredients are kind of rare, but I think I can give the plants from the garden when you leave. Thanks, Ash replied. This needs to set for a little while, Slate said as he stopped stirring. I'm going to make another cauldron of this stuff, so you can help with it. Okay, Ash replied. For the next half hour, Slate explained to Ash how to make the base for the potions. As Slate worked with the large cauldron, Ash was given a small pot and followed along. Once Slate had finished with his cauldron, he came and looked at Ash's pot. When he closely inspected it, he told Ash that the mixture was perfect. Okay, since this pot can make one of each of the potions, Slate said as he divided up the contents of the pot. You add these leaves to make a max potion and these to make a full revive. He went through each of the potions for Ash and explained that he could dilute a max potion with water to increase the amount but it would decrease the effectiveness. This cauldron is for max potions, he said pointing to the first one, and that one is for full heal. Why not just make some full restore? Because the plants for those two grow bigger and produce more leaves than the fruit needed for full restore, Slate replied. Besides, we're just low on these two. Okay, Ash nodded. Well, thanks for teaching me this. No problem, Slate replied. Actually, Sprite taught me most of this stuff. I just found out how to make max potions instead of super potions. Ash nodded and helped Slate finish making the new batches of potions. After almost 2 months of lukewarm baths, Ash finally managed to raise the water to a nice warm temperature. Good for you, Puck congratulated him. Tomorrow, you're going to fill the tub too. Ash dropped his head. I don't ever get a break, he sighed. Since Puck said that most of his psychic training was finished, he spent most of his time working on heating his water gun attack when he found he did not have enough time to fill the tub then heat it. He remembered the scroll Magma had given and studied several nights until he managed to combine his element attacks. He also found that combining his other elemental attacks were not much different than a fire-water attack. He soon made a new attack that he called Frozen Rain which combined the water and ice elements. Puck commented that his combination attacks were mostly amateur material compared to most of the other multis, but they were a step in the right direction. Ash took this as a challenge and tried to push his combine attacks to their max. Ash had become accustomed to most of the city during his 3-month stay. Many of the vendors recognized him by his now white robe with dark purple strips along the edges. The elders thought that the psychic and ghost combination suited him since he grew faster in those abilities. Merid had told them that with time, he could probably become one of the best illusionists of the Magians. Merid said he wanted to do some special training with Ash for learning how to hide from other Magians. Raiden was initially against the idea since he disliked how Puck and Merid could hide from even their best trackers, but Blizzard and Inferno gave their approval. Soon, Merid began Ash's new lessons. I think a good one for you to work with would be the Tentacruel or Scyther, Merid told him. Why that form? Ash demanded. Because most people know how much you enjoy relaxing as a Pikachu, Merid replied. Plus, your Haunter and Jinx forms kind of stand out. Okay, Ash nodded. Can you speak like either one? I can pull off Tentacruel better than Scyther, Ash replied. My Pikachu is the best. I see, Merid nodded. That's the first thing we're going to take care of. You must talk like a wild Pokemon in all your forms. You could probably get away with your Haunter form, but just to be on the safe side, you better learn it. 2. During most of the next 2 months, Ash concentrated on learning each of his form's languages. He found that Haunter and Jinx were easier to learn since he could use psychic abilities in those forms. It was the Tentacruel and Scyther that spent most of his time. I think you're ready for the next lesson, Merid announced after Ash talked for almost 2 days as a Tentacruel. You need to learn to smell like your forms. Smell? Yes, Merid answered. The pack contains the best trackers since they rely on their noses as much as any other sense. Your body odor has to match that of your forms. The lesson only took Ash a week to learn, but often left him smelling like a Scyther even after 3 baths. The third lesson was more behavioral. Ash managed to act like a Tentacruel since they lived pretty simple lives. The Scyther form would be more difficult to pull off since most Scythers were found in swarms, but after another month of training, Ash could easily pull off his Tentacruel form. He was still far from Merid's level, but he could fool any human trainer. I would suggest you get Puck to teach you more about your ghost forms, Merid suggested. Ghosts are nearly impossible to track, and he's the only ghost Magian that I know of. Okay, Ash nodded. Weeks turned into months, and finally months turned into years. What Ash had thought would be only a few days became 10 years. Most of his time was spent learning different attacks and abilities from each of his forms, but he also learned more about Magian society. Puck taught him most of the history after the fall of Pokemopolis. When the city was destroyed, many of the Magians had died during the evacuation. I thought we were immortal, Ash replied when he learned that Raiden was killed during the attack. Immortal is probably the wrong term, Puck replied. More like ageless. We don't die by old age, and we can take a pretty good beating, but we can still die. That's why there aren't that many fighting types. What do you mean? Fighting types generally end up fighting in some war or conflict, Puck explained. A good fighter usually lives through a war or two, but some are just level 25s or even 20s. What about Merid and Sprite? Ash asked. And Julie? Well, Merid is off on assignment while Sprite is doing what she wants, Puck replied. As for Julie, I think you know her better as Pixie. Julie is Pixie. Ash repeated. Well, this is about the right time. I think she received her name in about 2 years, Puck continued. As Ash listened to the more current history, he kept wondering more about Puck's own time. The one time he had asked Puck about it, Puck told him that time travel was limited to before his own past. Puck also taught Ash had to fully use his ghost abilities. Staying out of phase is easy, Puck explained. Things generally are easier to maintain than to change. That's the hard part. Going from incorporeal to corporeal can be really draining. But eventually, his training did come to an end, and Ash was once again summoned before the 3 elders. Angel, you have been the most impressive student we have ever seen, Raiden told him. You appear to learn at about a quarter of the speed even our fastest learn. That may be due to his unique transformation, Puck interrupted. If this is our future, Inferno nodded, then we have a shining destiny awaiting us. My, Blizzard chided. You certainly changed your tune. The boy didn't appear to be much more than a simpleton, Inferno replied. Our excellent tutoring has cured him of that ailment. They always talk like I'm not here, Ash grumbled to himself. The three continued to debate amongst themselves, so he looked over to Puck. Can't we go now? Ash pleaded. 10 years is quite a long time. 10 years? Puck smiled. Why, it hasn't even been 10 seconds. What? Mr. Ketchum, a voice yelled to him through the haze. What? He ummed. Nice of you to join us, the teacher told him. I hope you don't plan on sleeping through your senior year. No, sir, Ash replied. Good, the man replied. Now, Kyle Masters. Hey, Ash, Gary called as Ash walked down the street. What was up with you today? You seemed really out of it. I'm not really sure, Ash replied. I had this really weird dream during homeroom. Well, I have to get work, Gary said as he looked at his watch. You take it easy, okay? Yeah, sure, Ash replied. See you later. As Ash walked up his street, Pikachu came running to meet him. Hi Pikachu. It was okay, I guess, Ash told him as they walked up to his house. I had the strangest dream though during homeroom. Pika Pika, Pikachu told him. No, it wasn't about not wearing any pants to school, Ash sighed. It was, I dunno. As Ash opened the door, he saw his mother talking to a man in a black suit and green hair. Listen, I don't want you anywhere near my son, she snapped at him. Now just go. No need to worry, the man replied. I'm just dropping some stuff off for him. Mom? Ash asked when he closed the door. Ash, honey, she squeaked with surprise. Who is this, Mom? He was just leaving, his mother replied. He turned back to the man. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in buying that. Okay, ma'am, the man smiled. If you ever change your mind, here's my card. The man gave her a business card and walked toward Ash and the door. He paused a moment to smirk at Ash and walked out. What was that about, Mom? Ash asked as he closed the door. Just a salesman, she replied. How was your day at school? Fine, he replied. That's good, she replied. Why don't you clean up, and I'll get supper ready. Sure thing, Mom, Ash said as he ran up to his room. Was Mom acting strange to you? He asked Pikachu. Pika, he nodded. Me too, he said as he opened his door. His mouth dropped when he saw what was inside. Draped over his bed was a white robe with dark purple strips along the hems, and on his desk were 3 plants and a book. On top of the book was a note addressed to him. Slate thought you might want these, Ash read. The book contains the recipes for more of the potions and some power boosters. Puck. Ash stared at the note for a minute. Maybe it wasn't a dream. Part 16, Fairy Tales. Ash looked down at his watch. Misty said that she would be at the Pokemon Center around 7, and it was almost 8. He was starting to worry if she had an accident on her way from Cerulean. Or maybe she stood me up, he sighed as he paced around the lobby. The lobby was empty except for Nurse Joy, who was busy cleaning the windows. Ash had offered to help her, but she said that he might mess up his clothes. He found out from Chansey that she was trying to win the ongoing bet. Today was in the range of her date, and she was not about to mess it up. Ash took his seat and closed his eyes. He heard the doors open. He opened his eyes and saw Misty walking up to him. Sorry I'm late, she apologized. I had to take care of a challenge since the others' Pokemon needed a break. That's okay, Ash replied. You hungry? Famished, she smiled. Just like old times. Yeah, Ash smiled back. Like old times. Waiting outside in a tree, a little Jigglypuff watched as the two trainers walked out of the center. Clutching a small cylinder in its paw, it jumped to the ground. It followed just behind the couple, listening to their conversation. "So how is that fencing class you're taking?" Misty asked. "It's kendo, and I'm enjoying it," Ash replied. "I'm one of the oldest in the class, but my sensei says I'm learning faster than any of his other students." "Ash a fast learner," Misty smirked. "That would be a first." Jigglypuff sighed. Just when those two started getting along, one of them has to open their big mouth. Soon an argument between the two grew into a small fight. "What's up, Pix?" a voice behind her asked. She turned around and saw a grinning Jengar. "Hey, Puck," she replied. "Just keeping an eye on Angel. Have I been to see him yet?" "I think so," she answered. "He looks older in the eyes." "I hope I finally get this time travel thing down," Puck sighed. "Cedric's mad at me because of something I'm going to do in about a year or two." "That's your own fault," Pixie sighed as her form shifted to a 10-year-old girl. "You shouldn't be such a prankster on the elders." "Very funny," Puck said as he became a 10-year-old boy. "Now shut up so I can watch," Pixie hissed. "I've been trying to get these two together for years, and I'm not letting you mess it up again." "Again?" Puck asked. "I've messed it up before." "Idiot," she whispered as she followed after the couple. Ash and Misty eventually reached a little restaurant. Misty was enchanted by the garden patio and insisted they eat there. The hostess cheerfully led them to a table outside and left them with their menus. "This is such a lovely place," Misty commented as she looked around the garden. "And the stars are so bright tonight." Ash was only half listening as he stared at Misty. "Yeah," he sighed back. Misty then picked up her menu. The object blocking his view brought Ash back to reality, and he glanced over his menu. Most of the food was thankfully within his price range, so he ordered a chicken dish. He did not understand what all the seasoning meant, but he hoped it would be good. After the waitress left with their orders, he went back to staring into Misty eyes. She was talking about how things were going back in Cerulean. Pixie slammed her fist into the wall. She and Puck had found a nest above the restaurant building and had been watching them for the past hour. "I can't believe him," Pixie shouted. "He's just sitting there, doing nothing." "Calm down, Pix," Puck laughed. "I have an idea." Pixie looked up the boy. He stared down at the couple below. "What exactly do you have in mind?" she asked. "Between the two of us, we have enough psychic power to control one human and one Magian," Puck explained. "We create a little scenario." "What kind of scenario?" "Oh, something appropriate," Puck smiled. "I don't know," Pixie replied uneasily. "Don't worry, Pix," Puck said as he looked back at the couple. "It'll be fun." "Fine," Pixie sighed, "but this had better work." "Trust me," Puck slyly replied. Pixie glared at him. "Let's do this," she said as she built up her power. Puck grinned as his own power reached their maximum. He looked down at the couple and recited, "Once upon a time. A good king ruled the kingdom of Kanto, but like all mortal men, he one day died, leaving the throne to his son. Unfortunately, the boy was too young to handle the responsibilities of ruling, so the true power lied in the hands of the Lord Protector, Duke Giovanni. Among the court of the old king which stayed was the wizard Oak, who instructed the young king in the ways of Pokemon. Also, a young knight of the former ruler served as the personal guard of the king. Now, the Lord Protector soon found a taste for the power he now yielded as being king in all but title and longed to remove the boy who would one day turn into a man. He emptied many of the coffers buying the loyalty of the various vassals. He managed to gain the support of Lady Sabrina and Lady Erica by force of arms while Sir Serge saw the glory in Giovanni's scheme and joined. However, several of the other lords said they would do nothing against the rightful heir. Giovanni then sought an alliance with the voice of the remaining lords, Duke Waterflower of Cerulean. I must go to the king's court, Lord Waterflower told his family. The Lord Protector has requested an audience. You mean demanded, Lady Waterflower replied. He still smells of treachery. Father, may I go with you? The youngest daughter asked. Lord Waterflower looked at his wife. She should be introduced at court, she replied. However, I think another time may be more appropriate. Please, father, she pleaded. You have taken the others, is it not me turn now? Perhaps when you are older, he replied. But you took Daisy when she was 2 years younger than I am, she said, and Lily and Violet were both my age when you took them to court. True, he explained, but I brought them to the king, not Duke Giovanni. Maybe the king will have court, she replied. He may be a young king, but he is still the king. Very well, you may go, Misty, he gave in. He knew he had a weakness for his youngest child. But don't be disappointed if you fail to meet the king. Yes, father, she cheerfully replied. I will prepare for the journey. Look, Pikachu, a boy pointed to his companion, here comes a coach. Must be on their way to see Giovanni. Pika, the Pokémon said in agreement. How about we have a little fun? Pikachu, the rodent replied mischievously. The driver of the coach kept the Ponyta at a relaxed pace so as not to tire them before they reached their destination. Suddenly, out of the underbrush, a Pikachu jumped out. He gave a small thundershock to the Ponyta causing it to panic. It soon took off down the road with the driver trying his best to regain control. What is wrong? One of passengers inside cried. A wild Pokémon spooked the Ponyta, my lord, the driver replied. As the driver tried to calm the frightened Pokémon, the boy jumped off a tree branch onto the roof coach. While the driver was occupied with Ponyta, he slipped inside. What is the meaning of this? The man inside demanded. Just a little toll for the king's road, the boy replied. These roads are free to travelers, his female companion snapped back. She looked over the bandit. A cloth covered his face, and his clothes seemed to be that of a peasant. His expression seemed to change when he looked back at her. But you have not heard my fee, he replied. Simply a kiss from the fair lady. No miscreant will offend my daughter like that, the man said as he made a grab for the boy. He managed to duck under the arm and opened the door. If I were king, I could demand my payment, he said as he leaned out the open door. If you were king, she replied as she kicked him in the midsection, sending him out the door, it would be a land of fools. The coach soon slowed down, and the driver and another man appeared at the open door. Are you all right, my lord? The driver asked. Yes, he replied, but a bandit was the cause of this. A bandit? The stranger asked. Was about the age of your companion? Yes, the man replied. And who are you? Sir Brock of Pewter, he replied. I assisted the driver when I saw the Ponyta was a runaway. We are in your debt, Sir Knight, the man thanked. Were you on your way to court as well? No, my lord, Sir Brock replied, I was searching for the bandit who attacked you. Then he is only a little ways back, the girl spoke. He could not have gotten far after I pushed him out the door. Then I better be off, the knight said with an urgent tone in his voice. I will not let this vagabond escape me again. Again, our thanks, the man replied as the knight went to his own Ponyta. You hold the debt of Duke Waterflower of Cerulean. It was my honor, Sir Brock replied as he rode back up the road. The coach soon continued the rest of way without incident while Lady Misty could not forget the way the bandit had looked at her. Sir Brock soon found his quarry lying in the middle of road with his Pikachu beside him. At last I found, he said as he leaped of his Ponyta. Are you all right, your majesty? Please, Brock, the boy replied. I told you not to call me that when we are not in the palace. Your pardon, he humbly replied. And I'm fine, the boy answered. You know I've taken worst falls off Starfire, and she is as gentle as a lamb. Sir Brock chuckled at the comment. Starfire was the most dangerous Rapidash in the royal stables. Many of stable hands refused to go near her, but she was always kind to her master. Anyway, did you see her? The boy asked as he got up off the ground. Yes, he replied. A very charming lady. Charming? The boy questioned. She was the most unladylike person I've ever seen at court. But most have only seen you as Prince Ashton, Sir Brock reminded him. I have taught you that many will show no respect to a peasant. I wonder how she would treat a king, the boy said as Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder. Probably as any good vassal should, Sir Brock replied. With humility and respect. Bah, the boy commented. I will never learn anything about her that way. Perhaps as a servant. Your Majesty, cannot be considering what I think you are. It is just a thought, Ash said to calm his friend. Let's get back to palace. I want to see her again. Very well, Sir Brock replied as he mounted his Ponyta. The boy gave a whistle, and a majestic Rapidash walked out of the forest. To home, the boy cheered as he raced the knight to the palace. Where is he? Duke Giovanni demanded from the servant before him. He and Sir Brock went out riding. James, the stable hand, sputtered. How long ago? Shortly after noon, sire, James replied. Inform me when they have returned, Giovanni instructed. Now go. As James ran back to his post, another servant announced the arrival of the Waterflowers. The Lord Protector joined them in the throne room. Greetings, he said to Lord Waterflower when he entered the throne room. And who is this lovely creature? My lord, Lord Waterflower said with a bow. This is my daughter, who wishes to introduce herself in court. She cannot be young Misty, Giovanni replied with mock surprise. When I last saw you, you were a child. Now you are a woman. She blushed at the comment, but Waterflower was not so easily amused. May my daughter address the king? Unfortunately, the king went out riding today, Giovanni answered. If you had announced your intentions sooner, he may have been present. It is my fault, she sighed. I urged father to bring me now, unannounced. My child, Waterflower comforted, perhaps the king will arrive while we are yet here. A servant walked in and whispered something into Giovanni's ear. If you will excuse me, he told his guests, I have a matter to attend. Tracy here will show you to your suite. Giovanni walked out of the throne room to the hallway where James was waiting. Where are they? He demanded. Sir Brock took him directly to his chambers, my lord, James quickly answered. Very well, Giovanni sighed. Back to your post, lad. Yes, my lord, James replied, grateful to get out of the Lord Protector's sight. I must protest, Sir Brock complained to the screen. You always protest, a voice from behind the screen replied. And does that change anything? Your Majesty can't possibly leave the palace now, Sir Brock went on. You know Giovanni plots to take your throne. He dare not try anything with only one loyal noble, Ash replied. The others would never acknowledge his claim. But he controls two others, the knight reminded him. Listen, Ash said as he walked out from behind the screen, if a coup does happen, wouldn't I be safer in a loyal stronghold? But how loyal is Waterflower? Sir Brock asked. He did come at Giovanni's call. As you have often told, Ash replied, it is the duty of a vassal to come at the king's command, even the Lord Protector. I suppose, Sir Brock frowned, but why may I not accompany you? If you go, Ash replied, you might slip up with a, Your Majesty. Besides, I want to meet that girl again without a nursemaid hovering over me. Is that what I am to you? Nay, my friend, Ash told the knight. It is that I want to see how I can deal with things myself. I understand, Sir Brock replied. Good, Ash said as he finished putting on his cloak. How do I look? Like a squire, my lord, Sir Brock answered. As the two were about to walk out, someone knocked on the door. "Your Majesty." Giovanni called. "You may enter," Ash replied. Giovanni came into the room and shut the door behind him. Before Giovanni spoke, he noticed the outfit that Ash was wearing. It was not the normal rags he wore when he was terrorizing the countryside or the more regal kingly outfit. "My lord, why are you dressed as a servant?" the Lord Protector asked. "I am merely going on holiday," Ash replied. "I should be back with a month." "Your Majesty." Giovanni replied with shock. "You should not be outside this palace for such a long period without guards for your protection." "I do not have to explain myself to the likes of you," Ash frowned. "Now go. I do not wish to speak with you any further." "Yes, Your Majesty," Giovanni bowed. As he left the room, he muttered, "Spoiled brat, I should be ruling this kingdom." Giovanni smiled as the king's absence gave him an opportunity for his plans. "I don't like how this is going," Pixie said as she watched Ash and Brock pack his bags. "I was hoping for a simple romance." "Pixie, Pixie, Pixie," Puck chided. "You always have been a bit narrow-minded. This story needs plot, it cries out for subterfuge." Pixie sighed. Not matter what age, Puck was always pig-headed. While most Magians questioned his very existence, she had come to loathe it. He never really explained why he constantly kept popping up in her lives, but he always enjoyed making her lives miserable. Maybe that was why he was sometimes called the Demon Magian. "Oh good," Puck said as Brock led Ash towards the guest suite. "Now the fun begins." Pixie rolled her eyes and followed after him. Misty was getting bored browsing through the bookshelf in the suite. She had expected the palace to be much grander, but it was only a bit larger than she owned. "Sir Brock, how nice to see you again," she heard her father say in the anteroom. "And who is your friend?" "A cousin of mine," Brock replied. "I was hoping you may have a need for another page." "Why not leave him here?" he asked. Misty rose from her chair to see whom they were talking about. She peeked in through the door and saw her father and Sir Brock, but the boy was blocked from her view. "He wishes to leave my presence to make his own fortune," Sir Brock sighed. "It is not my wish, but I believe it will do the boy some good." Misty cracked open the door a bit more, but this attracted the attention of the boy. "Yes," he called. Brock and Waterflower turned to where he was looking. Misty fully opened the door and joined the others. "Who are you talking with, father?" "Our rescuer has come to claim the debt," he replied. "You had told me you wanted a new manservant, is that right?" "Yes," she replied. "That Rudy is such a bore at times." "Then how about this boy?" he asked. Misty looked at the boy. He was her age. His wild look blended in with his friendly smile. She could almost remember him from before but could not remember where. "My name is Ash, milady," he bowed. Neither of the Waterflowers noticed the uneasy look that flashed across the knight's face as the young man bowed to the lady. "I believe he will do," Misty agreed. "You do have a strong back." "Yes, he does," Sir Brock answered. "He has begun some training as a knight, but his manners are sometimes questionable." "Then we will have to cure him of that," Waterflower laughed. Misty looked at the boy again. He smiled back at her. Ash was in the stable tending to Starfire when Misty came looking for a mount. "May I help you, milady?" he asked. "I was going to go riding while we wait for the king to return," she replied. "You can go saddle my Ponita." "Yes, milady," he said as he put down the brush. Misty looked at the Rapidash the boy had been grooming. Its coat was pure white while its amber mane flared in the slight breeze in the stable. As she was about to touch it, a hand grabbed her wrist. "I would not do that," Ash told her firmly. Starfire is very picky about who she lets touch her. Misty blinked her eyes a few times. Never had a servant grabbed her like this except for her nursemaid, and even she had not done that in years. "Unhand me," she snapped. Ash let go of her wrist. Your Ponita is ready. If you wait, I will join you. That will not be necessary, she replied. As you wish, Ash said as he helped her mount the Ponita. But Starfire needs to exercise since she may not receive it for a while. Do as you please, Misty replied as she trotted out off for the pasture. I will not have any need of you till I return. As you wish, milady, Ash bowed. When Misty returned, she found Ash once again grooming the Rapidash. She thought it was odd that he would spend so much time on one Rapidash while most of the other steeds looked as if they had not had a proper grooming in days. You may tend to my Ponita now, she said as she passed by. Yes, milady, he replied. He gave the Rapidash a final slide and moved on to her Ponita. Misty looked at the unicorn. She did not think that it was merely the mount of some knight or lord come to court. Whose Rapidash is this? She asked a passing stable hand. His Majesty's, he replied. Misty thanked the servant and walked back to the palace. So the king is here, she thought. Ash looked up at the night sky. A full moon shone brightly above and on the fields, a man could be seen with a telescope. Ash smiled as he ran to join him. Ah, your Majesty is out for a nightly stroll, the man greeted. Yes, Oak, he replied. I have a lot to think about. It would not have anything to do with a certain young lady newly come to court, the old man asked. I see you have been talking with Sir Brock, Ash replied. I may be an old man, but I remember what it was like to be young, he laughed. Your father was not much older than when he married your mother, God bless their souls. Ash smiled. No one knew how old the wizard was. He had served for at least 2 other kings before him. This may hamper my studies, Ash told him. Not at all, the wizard replied. There are many fine specimens of water Pokemon in Cerulean that cannot be found near the palace. The wizard leaned a little closer to the boy. And there are some things you can't learn from any textbook. Ash blushed at the comment. They will be leaving in 2 days, he informed the wizard. I have managed to avoid the other servants and claimed that I am getting my affairs in order. For the departure. Very wise of you, Oak smiled. You have come a long way from that curious boy I once taught in the ways of Pokemon. You were a great teacher, Ash replied. But now you are no longer a student, Oak sighed. I guess I can go back to my own studies until I have another heir to teach. Oak was again leaned a bit closer to the young king. Please don't keep an old man waiting too long. What are you up to, Puck? Pixie demanded. Maintaining the illusion was really taxing on her even with her own final form. She hated revealing it to others since it would mark her like Puck. That was one of the few things they had in common at any age, they both hated to reveal final Pokemon forms. Just making a little more plot, Puck replied. The strain was beginning to get to him too. I don't know how much longer we'll be able to overpower Angel. Then maybe we should hurry this up a bit, Pixie suggested. No. Puck stated firmly. We play this out until the end. Or we pass out from the strain, Pixie snapped. Or that, Puck agreed. Misty was very disappointed when they left the court. They had stayed in the palace for almost a week, and the king never appeared. She heard a laugh come from outside the carriage. It is probably that boy, she thought. He is always in a cheerful mood. That had become one of his more endearing qualities, but it did not cover his often rude behavior. He was bringing along a pet from the palace, which he said had been his best friend since he started his training. It was a cute little Pikachu. He had warned her that it did not like strangers touching it, but it seemed to like from the start. Though she preferred the more graceful water Pokemon herself, she had come to like the little Pokemon. We are near home now, milord, the driver called the passengers. Thank you, Richie, Waterflower replied. You are welcome, sir, the boy smiled as he turned back to his new friend. You are going to love Cerulean, Ash. I don't doubt that, Ash replied. This is too much, Pixie said as she gritted her teeth. I don't think I can keep this up much longer. Just hang in there, Pix, Puck told her. At least until we get to the good part. I'll try, Pixie huffed. She never really trained her psychic abilities like Puck, and influencing a single Magian was 1,000 times harder controlling a crowd of humans. Hurry up, Misty told Ash as he carried their luggage inside. I really must see to my pets. Yes, mistress, Ash replied. He was remembering all the etiquette he showed the servants did for visiting nobles since his mother died during childbirth. Richie laughed as Ash tried to carry the large chest by himself. Let me help, he said as he handed the Ponita to a stable hand. I doubt even a knight could carry that burden alone. Thank you, Ash replied. Ash and Richie carried the chest into the foyer. There, 2 other servants took it from them and hurried off to clean the clothes. Ash looked at the decor of the room. It reminded him of his own palace except for the number of flowers that filled the room. Ash, please have a meal brought to my room, Misty told him. Yes, mistress, Ash replied. He smirked back to her as she walked away. He looked again at the flowers. One of them caught his eye. Its petals were almost transparent. He looked around the room and noticed several were like that. Must be the variety around here, he shrugged as he asked Richie where to find the kitchens. Pixie fell to the ground sweating. She was still helping Puck with the illusion, but it was just draining on her. Puck, that's it, she huffed. I can't take it anymore. You just rest, Puck said as he helped to her feet. I can handle it for a few minutes. No, I don't think I can do it without some major rest, Pixie replied. This was a bad idea from the beginning. Maybe I did go a bit too far, Puck mused. Well, it's too late for that now. Perhaps if you speed things along, Pixie told him. But what about plot gaps? Forget about the stupid plot. Pixie yelled at him. I wanted a romance, not an intellectual story. Fine then, Puck sighed. How about we jump to Giovanni's takeover, okay? Thank you, Pixie smiled. The king is dead, Waterflower told his family. Duke Giovanni has taken the throne with the aid of Sir Serge and his army. Impossible, Ash said. The other stared at him, which sent a nervous shiver down his spine. What I mean is, the king was so young, how could he possibly be dead? Knowing Giovanni, a terminal case of a knife in the back, Lady Waterflower grumbled. Now dear, the royal physician said that he died of a fever he caught while in the country, Lord Waterflower told his wife. While the others went on about the king's death, Ash slowly walked away from his post. How dare that traitor do this, he hissed as he marched to his quarters. He slammed open the door, causing Richie to jump for his life. Don't scare me like that, Richie told his roommate. I thought my heart was going to leap out of my chest. We're leaving, Pikachu, Ash told the Pokemon as he grabbed his bag and started stuffing some clothes in it. Leaving, now why would you do a silly thing like that? Richie asked. I have business with Duke Giovanni, Ash replied. Richie stared as Ash stomped out of the room. What was that about? Lord Waterflower retreated to the garden after the announcement to his family. He had only met the young king once when he was an infant, but he still mourned for his passing. Sir, a servant said as he walked up to him. There is a young knight to see you. How is it? Sir Brock of Pewter, the servant replied. Very well, bring him here, Waterflower told him. As you wish sir, the servant bowed as he went back into the palace. A few minutes later, he returned with the young knight in tow. Greeting, Sir Brock, Waterflower greeted. What brings you to Cerulean? I thought you would be attending the funeral of the king and the coronation of Giovanni. The king is not dead, my lord, Brock replied. I have come for my cousin. He is probably tending to the Pokemon in the stables, Waterflower replied. He usually spends his time away from my daughter there. Then I must see him at once, Brock told him. Rudy can show you the way, Waterflower replied. If you require anything else during your visit, please just let me know. That is very kind of you, Brock answered, but I will be leaving once I take back my ward. As you wish, Waterflower replied. At least extend me the courtesy of introducing my wife to the man who saved her husband and youngest daughter. Very well, my lord, Brock bowed as he was led away by the servant. Waterflower turned his thoughts back to that of Giovanni. He personally despised the man, but he had rallied the support of most of the other nobles either by promise of wealth or fear. This is a dark day indeed, he muttered as he walked back into the palace. Ash looked through the doorway at Misty receiving a lesson from her tutor Jenny. In the weeks he had spent here, he had grown attached to the girl. She often teased him and ordered him to do chores mostly to irritate him, but he loved her smile. He now believed that he would actually claim his true title simply for her to fall in love with him. More likely she loved the crown more than man wearing it, he sighed. Jenny closed her book and told her student that they were done for the day. Ash left his sack with Pikachu and walked into the room. Ah, Ash, Misty greeted him. Would you have the cook prepare me a picnic lunch? I feel like eating out on the beach today. Sorry, but I am leaving, Ash replied. Oh, Misty said with shock. Why are you leaving us? I have business I must attend to at the royal palace, he replied. Does this have anything to do with the death of the king? Yes, Ash answered. But why? I have my reasons, Ash replied. But what about your duty here? Misty pleaded. Surely your duty to my family is more than any to a dead king you could hardly know. I have a duty above that, Ash answered. Your Majesty, a voice called from behind. Ash turned and saw Sir Brock with Rudy at the door. Hello, Brock, Ash smiled nervously at his friend who was now kneeling before him. I came as quickly as I could, Your Majesty, Brock replied. We must return to the palace immediately. The traitor will be crowned in 2 days. If we hurry we may make it back before the coronation. Misty stared in shock. How could the boy who had waited on her hand and foot possibly be the king? I guess I should explain things, Ash nervously laughed when he saw the look on Misty's face. Puck fell to his knees beside the now unconscious pixie. His clothes were soaked in sweat, and his eyes were glassed over. Oh well, he sighed as he completely collapsed on the ground. It would have made a wonderful story. What's going on? Ash demanded as he spun around the room. Why am I dressed like this? Is something wrong, Your Majesty? Brock asked him. What's up with you, Brock? He asked. Ash. A weak voice called him. He turned around and saw Misty clutching her head. I have this terrible headache, she continued. She looked down at her clothes. Wah. Ash kept looking around the room until he noticed that the scenery outside the window was disappearing. Wah, he screamed. Not so loud, Misty groaned, but she started screaming when she saw everything outside the doors start disappearing. What's going on? She cried as he hugged onto Ash. Ash did not answer but held on to Misty. Don't worry, he tried to soothe her. Everything will be all right. Ash kept holding her until the world went dark. Anyway, I have this really big project due on Monday, Misty said to Ash as they walked back to the Pokemon Center. I better get home so I can start working on it early tomorrow. Ash simply nodded. A moment ago the whole world was falling apart, then he was paying for the bill at the restaurant, and Misty did not remember a thing about being in that strange place. Okay, Ash replied. Misty stopped and looked at him. I had a nice time, she smiled. Maybe we should get together more often. Yeah, Ash smiled back. Those weird moments could wait for later. He had to take care of something more important right now. And once I get the day Violet placed on, Misty laughed, maybe we can tell everyone else we started dating. So, you're in it just for the money? Ash jokingly asked. Maybe, Misty smiled as she gave him a kiss on the cheek. Maybe not. I'll call you tomorrow sometime. Yeah, Ash replied as his brain processed what just happened. She kissed me, he thought. The gas, no mind control, no nothing, and she kissed me. See you later, Ash, Misty said as she got into her car. Ash watched as she drove away. When she was out of sight, he shouted and leapt into the air. A man with black hair looked at the unconscious 10-year-olds. Whatever am I going to do with you, children? He sighed as he picked up each into his arms. He looked up and saw a fireworks display fill the night sky. He smiled to himself. Looks like Angel's happy about something, he said as he teleported away. When Delia starts dating again, Ash is happy that his mom has finally met someone. Even Mimi has been seen around a Chansey, but when Jigglypuff shows up, Ash will learn a thing or two about the ties that bond. Chapter 17, Ties That Bond. Autumn has finally come to the little town of Pallet, and it appears that the leaves are not the only things that are falling. 2 weeks after his failed date with Misty, Ash learns that his mother has been seeing an old friend from high school. While Ash waits patiently to meet him, another person is anxious for his appearance. How does my hair look? Mrs. Ketchum asked Ash, who was sitting on the couch in the den. Great, Ash unenthusiastically replied. For the past hour, his mother had been a nervous wreck over preparing for her date. While he did like seeing his mother finally start dating again, he hated having to deal with a 40-year-old teenager. Now what shade of lipstick? She said as she rushed back to her room. Ash shook his head. Pikachu laughed at his trainer. What's so funny? Pikachu laughed his response back to Ash. What do you mean I was acting like that when Misty visited last Christmas? As Pikachu was about to respond, the doorbell rang. Ash got up and went to answer it. Normally he would have just Mimi get it, but he had disappeared earlier that day. When Ash opened the door, a tall dark-haired man was holding a bouquet of roses. Hi, the man smiled. You must be Ash. Yeah, Ash replied. He led the man inside. And you are? Darien, he answered. Darien Forrester. Something about Darien reminded Ash of someone he knew once but could not remember whom. Is Delia ready? Not quite, Ash replied. She should be out in a minute. Some things never change, Darien said as he shook his head. How long have you known Mom? Ash asked. Oh, we met a long time ago, Darien answered. I was just transferred back to this area last month. Oh, what do you do? I'm a data analyst for Sylph Company, he replied. The department heads thought with all the news about Pokemon 252 being researched here, I would be useful to Professor Oak. Well, I'm Oak's assistant, Ash told him. I think we can take care of anything about 252. We'll just have to see, Darien smiled. Ash, could you help me with this? Mrs. Ketchum said as she walked into the room. Darien, you're early. No, I'm on time, he smirked, and you look lovely. Mrs. Ketchum blushed at the comment. After composing herself, she turned back to ask. Now will you help me with this necklace? Sure, Mom, Ash said as he stepped forward until he is blocked by Darien's arm. Allow me, he said as he took it from her hand. He stepped behind her and hastened the clasp. Now let me have a look, he said as she spun around. After coming face to face with him, they stared into each other. Ash watched his mother and her date stare at each other for a while. At least she's happy, he thought. Shall we? Darien finally spoke. Let's, Delia smiled. Don't wait up, Ash. Ash sighed as the two walked out the door. That's supposed to be my line. Ash yawned as he slammed his locker shut. He figured with Phoenix gone most of his teasing at school would go away, but Gary had taken upon himself to make up for the years he missed out being Ash's friend. While most of it was mostly playful, it was wearing on Ash's nerves. This had become worse once Gary learned that never Ash or Misty remembered anything about their date, but once he heard about Mrs. Ketchum dating again, he went at it full force. What's wrong, Ashy boy? Gary teased. Stay up waiting for your mom? No, Ash sighed. Just studying for that history test today. Sure you were, Gary smirked. Before Ash could reply, he noticed he had 2 minutes to get across campus to his next class. Later, Gary, Ash replied. You still want to study for that physics test tonight? Sure, Gary nodded. I'll come over to Grandpa's, and we just study there. Okay, Ash said as he ran off to his next class. Ash quietly walked to Professor Oak's lab. He was deep in thought about all that was happening around him. It had been usually quiet since Puck left last month after his 10-year training journey into the past. That was another that upset him. If he was supposed to be 10 years older now, why did he not feel any different? Maybe I should ask Puck if I ever see him again, he sighed as he opened the door to the lab. He slipped on his lab jacket and walked to the storage room. For the past week, he had been checking the inventory for the next year's supplies shipment. They were low on most potions and medicines, but otherwise well stocked for the next year trainers. Ash picked up his notepad and started looking through the evolution stones and TMs. He had been avoiding them all week for fear of another accident. Luckily, Professor Oak had mentioned that they would only be using a few firestones and everstones in the next series of experiments. It was so nice of you to join us today, Ash heard the professor say as he returned from the preserve. Well, Mr. Giovanni wanted me to see how his investment was turning out, the new voice replied. After the last mishap at New Island, he has taken more interest in his research projects. Of course, Professor Oak replied. Such a shame too. So many great Pokémon researches lost in that tragedy. Ash went back to work. He figured it must Mr. Forrester visiting the lab. Oh Ash, you're here, Professor Oak greeted when he walked into the storage room. There is someone I would like you to meet. Sure, Professor, Ash replied as he put down his notepad. By the way, I've almost finished with the inventory. We're going to need at least another 30 firestones and 50 everstones for the experiments you have planned. Excellent work, Ash, Professor Oak congratulated. You actually finished about a week earlier than I had expected. Thank you, Professor, Ash smiled. They walked back into the newly rebuilt large equipment lab. Professor Oak had managed to scrounge enough grant money to replace most of the equipment lost during Ash's transformation. A molecular accelerator was all that was missing from the original furnishings. That was the next large acquisition Professor Oak planned, but it would have to wait until Giovanni decided to fully finance research in hybrid evolution stones. Leaning over a monitor, Darian Forrester was apparently unaware of the approach of Ash and Professor Oak until he turned his head towards them. I think I fixed it, he told Professor Oak. You just needed to recalibrate the phase sequencer with the particle collector. Thank you, Darian, Professor Oak smiled. That thing has been giving me problems ever since our little accident about a year and a half ago. You had a lab accident? Darian asked. Oh right, the accident that created number 252. Ash narrowed his eyes at the man. He was after more information about his transformation. While he no longer was searching for a cure for his new state, he did not want it to become public knowledge. Would I be able to see the Pokémon? He asked. I think not, Professor Oak replied. It is very shy around people. A pity, Darian sighed. Mr. Giovanni was hoping for some photos of the Pokémon. Maybe when the creature is more tolerant of humans, Professor Oak replied. Ash, would you go pull up the data sheets on number 252 for us? Sure thing, Professor, Ash nodded as he ran over to a computer. He brought up the information and waited for it to print. He glanced over at the two talking about the latest developments in Sylph Company technologies. The man still reminded Ash of someone he had met before, but he could still not place where. Just outside Pallet, 3 figures walked toward the small town. The 2 taller figures wore spotless white uniforms with a red R blazed on their chests while the shorter figure's tail swung back and forth. Are you sure about this, Jesse? James asked his partner. I mean, we were doing so well selling those fake potions in Lavender Town. I know, Jesse replied, but remember what the boss told us. Jesse and James sat in the waiting room of Giovanni's office in the Viridian gym. They had been anxious about the meeting ever since the call came for their return to base. What is this about? Jesse asked the secretary. I don't ask questions, she replied. I would suggest you do the same. Jessie sunk back into her seat. After another 30 minutes of waiting, the door to the office opened. A man in a lab jacket carrying a laptop walked out, followed by the head of Team Rocket. Good work, Dr. Norwell, Giovanni told the scientist. I will see that your division is allotted more funding for your other research projects. Thank you, sir, the scientist nodded as he walked out of the waiting room. I'll let you know if there are any more developments. Giovanni turned Jesse and James and motioned them into his office. He took his seat behind the desk and began stroking the head of the Persian resting at his side. Jesse and James quickly took the 2 seats in front of the desk. My scientists have determined that multiple DNA fragments are present in the composition of the Pokémon known as 252, Giovanni told them. One of these fragments has been identified as belonging to a Pikachu. Jesse simply nodded while James stared blankly at their boss. Since you have informed me of the immense power of Ash Ketchum's Pikachu, Giovanni continued, it would be safe to assume that it may be Pokémon 252. Jesse gulped. Things had been going so well in Lavender Town with their potion scam, but now the boss was about to reassign them to a nightmare. I want you two to capture this Pokémon, Giovanni instructed them. Despite your failures in apprehending it in the past, you two are the only ones familiar with the creature and its trainer. We won't disappoint you, sir, Jesse replied. You had better not, Giovanni hissed. I have a man on the inside. He will contact you in Pallet Town at the Pokémon Center on Monday at noon or Tuesday at 7 p.m. if you miss that time. Yes, sir, Jesse and James saluted. This is our big chance to make it up to the boss after all that time we lost to the twerp, Jesse continued. We missed yesterday's meeting, so we only have 2 hours to get to the Pokémon Center. Let's get going, Den, Meowth shouted. Then I'll get to be top cat again. Ash looked up at the clock on the wall. It was only about 15 till 7, but it seemed like it was almost 10 o'clock. Darien had left an hour ago, and Professor Oak was looking at the test results of a new wave of tests on his DNA. According to Bill, his DNA's structure was becoming more unstable, a clear sign of an upcoming evolution. While Phoenix and several other Magian had told him that was no such thing as an evolved form of themselves, the tests kept saying there was. Ash, could you come here? Professor Oak called. Ash yawned as he walked over to the professor. Yes, sir. I have something very important for you, Professor Oak said as he reached into a drawer of his desk. He pulled a highly polished black stone on a gold chain. Put it on. Ash complied with the older man and slipped it over his neck. The stone started to faintly glow, then died down. What is it? Ash asked as he held the stone. An Everstone from our little trip to Stone Town, Professor Oak replied. With you approaching your evolution, I thought it would be best to be prepared. Ash looked down at the stone. It once again looked like a shiny black stone. So as long as I wear this, I won't evolve, he asked. As far as we know, Professor Oak shrugged. It's only been a year since we started studying it. There's no way to tell how it will really affect you. Ash sighed. Why does life have to be so difficult? Welcome to the Pallet Town Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy greeted. Thank you, James replied. It's nice to be out of uniform, he thought as he looked around for their contact. The lobby was empty except for the Chansey, who was busy sweeping the floor. Guess we missed him again, James sighed. Suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder, causing him to jump and scream. He was immediately thrown into a corner of the lobby, and a hand covered his mouth. Calm down, you moron, the voice hissed. James opened his eyes and saw a dark-haired man in his early 40s. Are you our contact? He asked. I can't believe Giovanni sent such an idiot to this job, the man sighed as he let go of James, but it makes my task much simpler. James was about to protest but fell to the ground unconscious. The man picked him up and carried him into another room in the center. There, a younger green-haired man was typing on a computer. Have you found it yet? The older man demanded. Give me a minute, Merid, the younger man replied. This would be much easier if you just let me get into their mainframe from the inside. Too risky, Merid replied. Angel did a number of exposing us to the public. Don't be too hard him, the younger man said as he glanced away from his screen. It's not like he had much of a choice in matter. Get back to work, Puck, Merid sighed. Sure thing, Pop, Puck smiled. And where is that sister of yours? Merid asked. Said she wanted to take of something, Puck replied. She left about an hour ago. Well, guess we don't need her here, Merid sighed. He looked down at the unconscious rocket lying at his feet. I should go find his partner. Okay, Puck nodded. Merid picked up the sleeping James. All right my friend, he smiled. Show me where the rest of your team is. Where is he? Jessie fumed as she passed back and forth at their camp. He should have been back hours ago. Don't worry about it so much, Jess, Meowth replied. He probably stopped to get us some food on the way back. This is not the time to be thinking with your stomach, Meowth, Jessie replied as she slapped him in the back of his head. He more than likely got lost somewhere. I knew I should have gone with him. But the note said for only one of us to show up, Meowth replied. He drew the short straw, so he had to go. Quiet, Jessie hissed when she heard one of the bushes rustling. James? Not quite, a voice replied. Jessie grabbed a pokeball and said, whoever you are, you just set off the wrong girl. I doubt that, the voice laughed. A shadow leapt out of the brush. A flock of Pidgey flew out of the nearby trees as a blood-curdling scream filled the night. Pixie stared into the light window from behind a bush. Inside, Ash was setting the table for dinner. I thought we had more important things to do, a voice startled her. She turned and saw Puck glaring at her. You are not leaving me to do all the work, Pix. Just a few more minutes, she pleaded. After tomorrow you can have all the time you want, Puck told her, but not if we don't finish up tonight. Fine, she sighed. She closed her eyes while her form shifted to a Togetic. Puck watched as she took to the sky. Shaking his head he glanced into the house. Later, Angel, he said as he turned into a Murkrow and followed after Pixie. The next day, Ash and Pikachu were walking down to the lab while Six Eyes followed them from the bushes. I just love Saturdays, Ash contently said to Pikachu. No school work, and Professor Oak needs my help with his experiments. Pikachu happily replied. Saturdays were also the day he got an all-you-can-eat buffet down at the Pokemon Center. I sure hope we try to get Eevee evolve into Espion again, Ash said hopefully. It was fun training with him. Pikachu yelled as the ground beneath them gave way. When the dust cleared, Pikachu found himself being crushed by a heavy object. He therefore took the most natural action. He released a thunderbolt. Wah! Ash screamed as the current passed through his already aching body. Thanks a lot, Pikachu. Pikachu replied apologetically to its burnt trainer. Ha ha ha, a voice crackled. Nothing like a Goldie oldie to do the trick. Right, Jessie? You're right, James, another voice replied. The classics were always the best. Let's just hope this isn't another rerun, a third voice spoke. I don't want to go back to the boss empty-handed. Meanwhile, Ash was brushing himself off. After managing to get a bit of mud off his jeans came the moment he dreaded most. To protect the world from devastation, a voice called. Not this again, Ash sighed. To unite all peoples within our nation, the first voice replied. You think after all this time it would have gotten old, Ash continued. Even to them. To denounce the evils of truth and love. Come on, Pikachu, Ash said as he started to climb out of the pit. To extend our reach, hey. We're not done yet, James said as he stomped on Ash's hand, causing him to fall back into the hole and on top of Pikachu. Where was I? James said. Oh, to extend our reach to the... This time he was interrupted by the sound of Ash once again being electrocuted by his own Pokemon. I think you better stop, Meowth sighed. It doesn't look like we're going to be able to finish the motto this time. But it's been almost 3 months since we had a chance to use it, James whined. What's the point of having such a great motto if we can't use it? Jessie demanded. We have a captive audience here. Not for long, Meowth said as he pointed to Ash climbing out of the pit. Quick, use your Pokemon. Right, Jessie nodded. Go, Arbok. Victorybell, James said as he tossed his Pokeball. This was immediately followed by his loyal Pokemon trying to take his head off. Worthless, Jessie said as she rubbed her temples. Arbok, Poison Sting Attack. Ash slid back into the pit as a row of purple needles barely missed his hand. He glared back Team Rocket and reached for his belt only to find something missing. That's right. I left my Pokemon back home, he said as Pikachu fell off his shoulder. Ash turned to his fallen Pokemon. Looks like it's just us, he smiled. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu nodded and attempted to fry the others only to have a black net fall on top of him and Ash. This resulted in both Pikachu and Ash being hurt by his own attack. Our new super insulation net works, Jessie laughed down at the injured heroes. Every time Pikachu tries to fry us, he just hurts himself. It's really electrifying, isn't it? James replied. I'm more shocked you would say something like that, Meowth commented. Down in the pit, Ash groaned. He did not know which was worse, being electrocuted or listening to the bad puns. Excuse me, a new voice called. Huh? Team Rocket said as they turned around and saw a 10-year-old, pink-haired girl standing behind them. Why are hurting that poor Pokemon? She innocently asked. Because the boss wants rare and unusual Pokemon, Jessie snapped. Now, scram kid. But it's just a cute, cuddly Pikachu, the girl replied. It's the strongest Pikachu in the world, Meowth answered. Is that all? She asked. Pretty much, James nodded before Jessie hit him on the head. Stop wasting your time with that brat, Jessie snapped. Let's finish the job this time. That's just what I wanted to hear, the girl smiled. Go, Houndour and Houndoom. Team Rocket jumped back when the two growling dog Pokemon appeared on either side of the girl. Last chance to leave, she giggled. I think we should take it, Jess, Meowth answered. Stop being a scaredy cat, Jessie snapped. Arbok, use Leer. The large snake coiled itself and prepared for the attack, but the larger Houndoom used its own Leer attack to paralyze. Victorybell, Razor Leaf, James commanded when he saw that Arbok was down, but the Houndour took out the projectiles with its flamethrower. Give up? The girl asked. Never, Jessie said as she pulled out Lickitung's Pokeball. Very well then, the girl sighed. Double Fire Blast. Team Rocket's eyes grew wide when they realized that both of the dog Pokemon were about to release the attack. James leapt into Jessie's arms while Meowth quivered in front of them as the large fire blast sent them sailing into the sky. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again, they sighed as they disappeared over the horizon. Good job, guys, the girl said as she rubbed the Houndour's head. Quit it, sis, it growled. Stop bickering, the Houndoom roared. Both the girl and the Houndour lowered their heads. Yes, Dad, the girl replied. Puck, get Angel, it told the smaller Pokemon. Sure, Pop, he replied as he changed back to his human form of a 15-year-old. Pixie, the Houndoom said as it began to change into a man in his later 40s. His hair was black with gray streaks in the back. Yes, father. Go to Sprite and tell her it's time, he said solemnly. Yes, sir, she replied as she changed into a tagetic and flew off. Down in the pit, Ash was still struggling with the net James had tossed on them. This would be so much easier if I could just transform, he huffed as he tried to tear a strand. Then just do it, a voice replied. Ash tried to turn to where the voice came from but was hindered by the net. Who's there? He asked. Ah, you've forgotten me already, the voice replied. Well, then again, you haven't met me yet, just my older self. Stop talking in riddles, Ash shouted. What do you mean, just do it? Transform, the voice replied. A scyther could be out of that in a snap. Ash was surprised that the newcomer knew about his alternate form. Fine, make this difficult for me, the voice sighed. Ash then felt the net getting warm. He saw a few spots starting to glow and smoke. Soon, several of the strands were burnt through, and Ash pulled the net off of Pikachu and himself. Ash turned to his rescuer and recognized the face immediately. Puck, he shouted. The one and only, he grinned. Well, at least I think I'm the only one at this time. What are you doing here? Ash asked. Saving your butt, he replied. You made a real mess in exposing us to the general public. Now, Dad called Sis and me to help clean it up. What do you mean I messed things up? Ash demanded. It's not like I choose to become a Magian. You couldn't just keep things quiet. Puck sarcastically replied. You had to find some way to cure yourself. Because of that, we have Team Rocket getting too close us. Dad has to finish the job from the inside, but after that. Puck broke off as he frowned turned into a grin. After that, he's on leave. Good luck with having him around again. What do you mean again? Ash asked. I don't even know your dad. He helped train you, Puck replied, or didn't my older self tell you about Merit and Sprite? He, Ash said confused, trying to think of the right pronoun. You said they were Pixie's parents. And she's our older sister, Puck answered. So you're their son, too, Ash concluded until he remembered what Puck had actually said. Our. Cool it, bro, Puck said as he threw up his hands in self-defense. I really should have remembered to tell you that earlier. Oh well, no fixing it now. But, Ash stuttered. Great, Puck sighed. He's brain-fried now. Puck turned to the little Pikachu who was just as confused and his trainer. Mind giving him a little recharge? Pikachu simply nodded his head and gave Ash tiny shock in the leg. This caused Ash to stop sounding like a broken record but also caused him to collapse. Now I have to carry him, he sighed. Can anything else go wrong with this mission? Thunder crashed above him, and a downpour of rain soon followed. Me and my big mouth, Puck said as he lifted Ash over his shoulder. He flew out of the pit and landed next Merit who had been using barrier to keep the rain off. Pikachu leapt up the hole after them and stared at the three men. Each looked similar enough to be family. Actually, the old guy could have been Ash's father, but he was supposed to be dead. Come on, Merit said. I'll bet Pixie and your mother are waiting on us. I doubt she's going to like me coming, Puck replied. From what Pixie has told me, Mom doesn't like me just yet. That's because she only thinks of you as the seventh demon, Merit replied. I guess now is the time you tell her the truth. Maybe you're right, Puck sighed. This really going to be a family reunion then? Once I take care of the last bit of evidence that Giovanni has, Merit said he took Ash from Puck, the council has said that my services would no longer be needed. Mom must have been real happy to hear that, Puck replied. Ecstatic, Merit grinned. Your mother was one for making names though. Darian Forrester. Puck laughed. I bet she just pulled it randomly from the phone book. Maybe, Merit laughed, but she's an even better hacker than you, so making Darian a real person was simple for her. Then why not get her to hack Rocket's mainframe? Puck asked. You didn't have to bring me in on this. But you asked me to, Merritt replied. Or at least you will in a few years. I really have to stop doing that, Puck frowned. Sometimes I wonder which one of us grew up into who. You only have yourself to blame, Merritt laughed. Yeah, Puck agreed, but once I catch him, I'm going to beat him to death. Merritt laughed as the two walked back into town. That's right, Professor, Delia Ketchum said into the phone. The video unit was off since the call was only meant to be brief. Some of my family came into town unexpectedly, and I need Ash to help out here. That's no problem, Delia, Professor Oak replied. I had only planned on taking more inventory today anyway. I'm sure Ash wouldn't mind missing that for family. Professor Oak paused for a moment to reflect back on the past year. I seem to recall that he always had something come up around inventory time, he mused. I should probably check with him before I schedule it in. Okay, Professor, Delia's sweat dropped. I'm sure Ash would be more than willing to help out more after school to finish the stock. That's okay, Professor Oak replied. I think I'll start getting back into the habit of doing it myself. After all, I can't expect him to come home from college every time I need to restock. All right, Professor, Delia said as she glanced out the window. I'll have Ash call you back once we get things settled. Then I will talk with you later, Professor Oak replied. Goodbye, Delia. Goodbye, Professor, she said as she hung up the phone. She turned to the little girl sitting on her couch staring at her. Now, Pixie, she chided, what have I told you teleporting into the house like that? But Dad told me to, she replied. Wait, I'm 900 years old. I'm not a little child anymore. Delia's glare caused the girl to shiver, but before either could say anything, there was a knock on the door. Delia moved away from the den to answer it. Her face light up when she saw the older man carrying Ash, but her smile dropped when she noticed his other companion. What are you doing here? She demanded of the boy. I think I better explain, dear, Merritt said as he walked out of the rain, but let's wait until Angel wakes up. Lay him down on the couch, Pixie said as she jumped up. I want to try and heal him. Now Pixie, Delia chided, you know you've never been able to heal other Magian. I think I should handle this. Pixie pouted for a moment but conceded. Merritt laid Ash on the couch, and Delia knelt beside him. She closed her eyes and placed her hands on her chest. Soon, her whole body began to glow a soft pink while her hair lighted to blonde. After a moment, the glow faded and her hair returned to its auburn color. Are you okay, Sprite? Merritt asked as he helped her up and wrapped her in his arms. Fine, Merritt, she replied as she leaned into him. He was only a bit paralyzed. Pikachu and Puck dropped their heads at the remark and remained quiet. I guess now is the time we tell him, Pixie said as Ash's eyes began to open. You ready for this, Mom? I've been waiting for this for almost 18 years, Delia replied. I almost told him after the accident. I wish I could have been here for you, Merritt said as he hugged Delia tighter. But you know how the council gets at times. At least it was only a decade this time, Delia sighed. I wonder where Mimi got to. I thought he would want to see this. I think he was out chasing a Chansey around the reserve, Puck replied. I think that love was just in the air. Unfortunately for Puck, his remark brought him back to Delia's attention. And why are you here? I'll tell you in a minute, he replied as Ash groaned. I think we better take care of him right now. Everyone turned to look at Ash as he sat up on the couch. What a dream, he ummed. I thought Puck said he was. Ash looked up and saw he was surrounded. What's going on, Mom? Honey, I think there is something I should tell you, Delia said as she sat next to Ash. You see, this is your father and older sister. Ash looked at Pixie and Merritt. Slowly the wheels in his head started to turn. Had this been 6 years ago, it would have taken several minutes to make the connection, but when with that strange dream from earlier, it was beginning to fall into place. You're Sprite, aren't you? He asked his mother. Yes, dear, Delia replied. I remember when you came to train with us in Pokemopolis, but Puck didn't tell me you were my son. I didn't know until after your naming ceremony. I guess it's my turn now, Puck announced. He looked over at Merritt and Pixie. They both nodded, and he continued, Hey, Mom. Delia mindlessly blinked a few times at the statement. Excuse me? I'm your younger son, Puck replied. But after all this time, why haven't you ever told me? Delia asked. I don't know, Puck replied as he stared down at his shoes. I can't go back more 10 years before now. You would have to ask my older self the next time he shows up. Oh, believe me, young man, I will, Delia stated firmly. Puck gulped, but Pixie clapped her hands in joy. Finally, we're all back together again. Yes, Delia smiled as she hugged her daughter and older son. She turned to Puck, who was staring innocently at him. Her face began to smile as she hugged him as well. I think we need a family picture, Merritt said as he pulled out a camera from his bag. Who knows when we'll all be together again? Puck was about to open his mouth when Merritt shushed him. It was rhetorical, son. Merritt walked over to a counter and set the camera's timer. He hurried back to the other. Everybody say cheese. Pixie shouted. Cheese, they all repeated as the light flashed. Giovanni angrily slammed the phone down. After a year for remarkable improvement, Jesse and James had managed to bungle another caper, and this time they had help. Excuse me, Mr. Giovanni, his secretary called through the intercom, but there is a Darien Forrester to see you. Show him in, Giovanni instructed. A minute later, Darien walked into the office of the crime lord. How could you let this happen? Giovanni demanded. You said that not even they could mess up this operation. And they didn't, Darien replied with a smirk. They did everything according to plan. Were they merely a distraction then? No, Darien said. I meant to destroy all evidence of 252. What? Giovanni shouted. I'm merely here to tie up loose ends, Darien continued. Mainly you, Giovanni. How dare you assume me so vulnerable, Giovanni seethed. I could snap you like a twig. I would highly doubt that, Darien replied. Considering I'm what you've been looking for all this time. Your Pokemon 252? Giovanni asked. This was preposterous but in a way very reasonable. It explained why the DNA was close to human and the reasons behind Oak's aversion to producing a living subject. And how do you plan on destroying all the evidence? If I were to disappear, there would be an inquiry, and you will be found again. Not if you simply forget, Darien smiled. Giovanni watched as the dark black hair of the man in front of him began to silver. Soon, where a man in his early 20s had been, now stood a man closer to his 50s. I am Merritt, the third demon, he told Giovanni with a huge grin. My assignment was to eliminate all source of information about us. We have already taken care of your scientists and Professor Oak, but all that remains is you. Giovanni leaned back in his chair. You think I am defenseless? He asked as he pushed a silent alarm button under the armrest. No, Merritt replied, but this will be fast enough that your guards won't be here in time to see that I was even here. Giovanni's eyes grew wider as the lights in the room turned off. 3 rockets ran down the hall as quickly as possible when the alarm sounded. They knew Giovanni was not the type to simply set it off over a minor problem. That was what the Persian handled. No, it meant there was serious trouble in the executive office. As they burst through the secretary's office, they noticed she was ducking under the table. Apparently she had been warned as well. The lead rocket pulled out a pokeball while his companions each held a taser. There was no use hitting the boss with a stray bullet or messing up his office. On 3, the lead rocket instructed. 1, 2. They immediately forced open the door and released a Macamp. Giovanni looked up in surprise from his desk at the intrusion. What is going on here? He demanded. We got an alarm from you, sir, the lead rocket replied as he snapped to attention. I gave no such thing, Giovanni snarled. He looked over at his chair and saw claw marks on the armrest. Persian, he scolded the large cat Pokemon. My furniture is not a scratching post. The Pokemon murmured a reply from its lowered head. False alarm, Giovanni told the rockets. You should be commended for subtlety of attack. Had there been an actual need for your assistance, I would say your opponent you'd be disposed of by now. The 3 rockets gleamed with pride at the rare compliment from their boss. Now, get out, he snapped. Now that's everything, Merid said as he and Puck walked away from Oak Labs. Did you tell Angel not to mention anything to Oak? Pixie said she would handle that, Puck replied. I wonder how long will it take him to get used to pretending to be human to someone who knew he was a Pokemon. He'll adjust, Merid said to his younger son. He'll be doing it enough from now on. Puck pulled out a high-density data disk from his pocket. Dad, I think there's something you should know, Puck said as he flipped the disk in his hand. Angel is already about to evolve. Merid stopped in the middle of the sidewalk and turned to Puck. Are you sure? I saw the file on datasheet on the computer when I was copying all the data he had collected from Angel, Puck replied. I figured Gil would want since she's been studying our DNA since the technology was developed. How much longer does he have? I dunno, Puck shrugged. It wasn't something he liked to talk about when I got to see him, and Professor Oak gave him a Everstone. It could be tomorrow, or it could be 10 years from now. Puck looked at the night sky. But he did tell me something about 2 other like him, Puck continued. I don't know who he was talking about since he said that neither had evolved yet. 3 Magians with the potential to evolve, Merid said with a grin, and 1 is my son. What am I? Puck asked, offended that Ash was becoming his favorite. You are the one that continued my legacy and became the 7th demon, Merid said as he placed a hand on his shoulder, and Pixie is continuing her mother's. Angel has taken parts of both our traditions and created his own. I am proud of all my children for each of their accomplishments. Puck seemed a bit more content at his father's answer but could not still help to feel jealous. He looked down the street and saw his mother and older siblings. How did it go? Delia asked after she kissed her husband. I almost hated to do it, Merid replied. The man could have unlocked more of our secrets than Gil could imagine, but the council orders had to carry it out. At least you're feeling guilty about it, Delia said while Ash, Pixie, and Puck backed off to give their parents some time to themselves. 200 years ago, you didn't bat an eye when you and the others destroyed that village in China. They killed Keelin, Merid replied. All she did was accept defeat one of their champions without the use of her abilities, and they killed her for it. I agreed with Shadow that they should have been destroyed. Let's not discuss that again, Delia sighed. All I want is a nice night with my family for change. Merid smiled as he grabbed her hand. Your wish is my command, Merid said. Thank you, my loyal genie, Sprite laughed. From behind, Delia noticed soft gagging noises. They're at it again, Pixie sighed. Sometimes I think they're worse than you and your girlfriend. Hey, she's not my girlfriend, Ash replied. Yeah, Puck added. The twerp's not lucky enough to get her. Maybe I should take my chance with her. Like Misty would have anything to do with you, Ash shouted. Do I detect a bit of jealousy, Ashy boy, Puck laughed. Why do people keep thinking that's funny, Ash growled. My name is Ash. Not to us, Pixie countered. After all, you are a little angel. That was your idea of a sick joke, Ash shouted at his older 10-year-old sister. Then what should have I named you? Pixie asked. I don't know, Ash replied. But why Angel? I liked it, Pixie replied. A child of a demon and a fairy. I figured Angel fitted. Meanwhile, I'm just a demon fairy, Puck laughed. Children, Merid called. Coming, Dad, Pixie said as she pushed her younger brothers. Let's go, you two. Sure, Ash smiled. He was glad to finally have his father back. He was happy to learn he had a brother and sister, but what else is in store for our hero? Only time, or Puck if he remembers, can tell. To be continued.